Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. How are you all today? Welcome to the show, my name's Vicky. We're with you for 5 hours. I just wanted to say yesterday, we got it a bit wrong. So we were looking and we thought, actually, do you know what? Gary's here. We're doing a 2-hour special with Garry later. So if you've got plans for lunch today, I'm sorry, you need to cancel them because we're here till 1 o'clock today and you're not going to want to miss the 2-hour extravaganza with gorgeous Garry. He's been avoiding me and Hannah since before lockdown. I think the last time I saw him was back in Feb. I don't actually know whether I've seen him at social. No, I have. I tell a lie. I've only seen him once, and we've got brand new machines. We've got an overlocker and we've got a sewing machine. I'll tell you a bit more about those after the early bird because I've got lots to introduce today. We've got a lot going on, which is exciting, but also the amount of times we've been talking about the Sew Line glue pen over the last couple of weeks. I'm so pleased that we got this early bird because this is going to sell like hotcakes. Not that it's a competition or anything, Kat and Debbie and everybody else, but we know how much we love this. So, are you ready? Who wants refills for their Sew Line glue pen? We've all got one. If you haven't got one, why not? It's one of the most useful products that you can get. And actually, we're always going to need refills. Even if you're thinking, do you know what? I've got a couple of refills already. Grab these whilst you can because we have waited months, and I mean months, to get our refills back in stock. And I always feel like we get all of Sew Line's stock. Whenever I look onto the websites, it's like, oh, out of stock, maybe limited. We've found a couple of independent places that have got it, but you're going to pay more and they might have 1 or 2 left in stock. So we've bundled together 12 glue sticks. Now, for those of you that don't know, it works in conjunction with a Sew Line glue pen, which is a temporary glue. So you're getting 12 refills here. They're all in different colours, but you know what? It doesn't matter because they dry clear. It's useful, I suppose, to have the different colours. You've got pink, blue and yellows in here, 2 of each, which is useful. Depending on what fabrics you're gluing on, you're going to see the glue really clearly, but then it will disappear. Also, once you've used the glue, keep the little pots after to keep your needles in. They're really good to store your needles as well. So £12.98. We're looking at just over £1 a glue stick, which is fantastic. £1.08 a glue stick. Bearing in mind, I remember in the height of lockdown when Kat was very addicted to English paper piecing and she was desperately trying to source refills and could not get them. So much so that I think she paid something stupid like £10 or £12 for 1 or 2 refills, and she was like, I'm paying it because I need my refills. But it isn't just EPPers that we've discovered love this. Yesterday we were talking about it inserting zips with Kerry. I know that Wendy loves them to insert zips on her cushions. They're brilliant to just hold things in place when you can't use pins or you don't want to use pins. It gives it that temporary hold. And I know I mentioned this yesterday, we might have all tried this. It's not like using another craft glue, like a Pritt stick or something else. It's not. It doesn't gum up your needle. It's not going, it disappears. It's a temporary glue that's especially developed. Instead of hand basting, you can use a glue pen. It's so good for loads of projects. For applique, it's brilliant. For toy making, if you want to put on smaller pieces and hold things in place. Really, really handy. Now, you will obviously need the pen. The pen is available at the moment. We'll talk to Jules about the pen because we had a bit of a frantic morning trying to search for our glue line pen. Jules needed the glue line pen and we can't find it. So we will go into it in a bit more detail later on in the show. So stay tuned. At 9 o'clock, we'll definitely, hopefully, have one from the warehouse. So I'll talk to you about that then. Lots of you, I know, have already got the pen and may be waiting for refills. So I know there's loads of you checking out now. So our price, you're saving £1. Our price is brilliant because if you look elsewhere, I know that you can pay quite a bit more. Have a look at this. So this is on a very, very famous website. Have a look at this. So this is a pack of 6. Exactly the same as ours. It's £9.99. £9.99. Okay, it's free delivery, but here you are getting 12 for £12.98, which is brilliant value. And once you've opened your order, you can continue to shop all day. I like to see it as free P&P after your first purchase. You get to buy as much as you want and you still only pay one postage and packaging. It's good to have as many as you can. I know it sounds silly, but there's nothing worse than running out on a Sunday afternoon when you want to do some English paper piecing or you want to do some sewing and you need your glue pen and you've run out. I know that Hannah's previously bought smaller packets. You can get packets of 2 and they work out more expensive. So here's another price comparison. If you're just purchasing 2, I know that Hannah's paid about this for 2. I mean, it's all right, isn't it? £3.09. It's not going to break the bank, but you get 2 refills. We're at £1.50, just over £1.50 a refill. So if you do a lot of gluing, I know that Hannah was saying when you first got into your Solar glue pen, she stocked up for the year, went to one of these big craft events and said, you know what, if you do buy more so in bulk like this, it's worthwhile, isn't it? It is worthwhile. Also, you'll notice that the website that for £3, just over £3 for 2, they've only got one left in stock, so you got to be quick to grab that. And we have got an amazing connection with Soline. We grab loads of stock from them and we've waited months to be able to get them back in. We didn't need to do it as an early bird. But we know how much you love them. It is something that's going to last. It isn't something, that's going to, you're not going to have to change your glue stick every project. And if you're not using it, if you keep the lid on, you can reactivate it a bit with water if it dries out slightly. But I know with EPP, a lot of us go through phases. Kat, she went through a massive, you can't really call it a phase, more of an addiction, through a lockdown where she was constantly stitching. We were on Zoom calls all the time. I was like, Kat, can you look at me a second? Can we just talk about the show? And she was just stitching constantly. But it doesn't necessarily mean that if you need to rebuy them if you go through a phase of not stitching so much. So don't worry, if you have got these in your kit ready to go, there's no sort of shelf life on them. If you do find that they dry out, obviously you're going to use them up, but if you do leave them for a bit, if you found that they have dried up slightly, just reactivate them with a little bit of water. We found that works. It's really, really easy to change them as well. I know with your glue pens, you do get a refill anyway, so you're probably used to how to change your refills. But we will talk more about the Soline glue pen later. But for everybody who has been waiting for them, back in stock. I know the night's drawing in. It's definitely getting winter, isn't it? And I'm wearing a dress today. I didn't look out the window. And it's pouring with rain here in the Midlands. It's just horribly wintry. But those nights drawing in mean that we might just want to sit, cuddle up on the sofa and do a bit of hand stitching. It's perfect time of year to be doing your hand stitching. And a glue pen, instead of tacking things in place, saves so much time. And it's not cheating. It's not cheating. If those of you who are hand basters and have been for years, I know there's a lot of people who have said, do you know what? I don't know if I'm into the glue. Have a go. Get the pen, and trust me, you won't look back. The amount of guest designers that have been converted from hand tacking to the Soline glue pen. Only one P&P all day, so those of you that have opened your order already, well done. You only got one postage and packaging to pay today. In fact, actually, I should mention at this point, talk about postage and packaging. Later on, Garry from Juki is going to be joining me. Those of you that have not met Garry, he's so fascinating. He is an engineer, and that's what I love when he talks about the machines, is that he's so passionate about the build of them, and he knows everything about these Juki machines. So if you've got any questions for him, get them in. But we're really excited to say, let anybody that wants to try out these machines, anybody that wants to invest in one of the really high-end, amazing Juki machines, then you can get it home with free postage and packaging today. So those 2 machines, those Juki brand new machines, we're doing, in fact, it's not just Juki. We're not just limiting it to Juki. Anybody, we're celebrating, of course, our Juki machines today, but anybody who has been thinking and umming and ahhing about certain machines, free postage and packaging. And I know that might not mean, oh, do you know what? That's changed my decision. I'm going to buy one now because I hadn't even been thinking about buying a sewing machine. But if you had been thinking about it, now might be the time to get it home and see it for yourself. Free postage and packaging. So about the machines, if you are wanting to have a bit of a closer look, if you go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com, it will redirect you to Jewelry Maker still as normal. But if you go to the website, you'll see me, where you can watch. If you press play there, you'll see me. If you scroll down, All of our machines are here, bar the Juki. So today's new machines are slightly further down. So I just wanted to make you aware. On Hannah's, it seems to be coming up here on page 2. So this is the brand new Juki DX5 sewing machine. You're getting a free wide extension table and you're getting free postage and packaging on that today, even though that will be coming directly from Juki if you use the code sewing machine. And then the overlocker, look at the price. Can we ignore that it says sewing machine? It is an overlocker. It is an overlocker, and I cannot believe the price on that. I'm so excited to talk to Garry about it. So we're doing a 2-hour special on those machines later on from 11 till 1, so stay with us. Remember to use the code sewing machine if you want to get those home with free postage and packaging. Now today's show, I've already talked about later on, we've also got Jules here in the studio. We always have lots of fun with Jules, and she is here for this first hour with some beautiful makes for our kitchen. 8 o'clock, lovely kitchen makes. At 9 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. We're going to be talking about Metler thread because I know that we struggled to find them on the website. We found them. We found them. We've hunted them down. Search Metler. It's got 2 T's if you want to find those Metler threads. They are on the website. We'll talk about those at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, Jules will be back, and we've got the most beautiful quilt, which we'll have a look at in just a second. It's previously been a very, very, very popular pattern, and it's in gorgeous colourway today, brand new colourway. And then, as I say, Juki's going to be here. Garry's going to be here from Juki between 11 and 1, 2-hour bonanza. Does anybody know Garry's name? He's almost like Madonna, isn't he? Do you know, like Madonna and Lorraine? I don't know any of their surnames. You don't need to when it's Garry Juki. Garry's probably got Juki as his last name. He's probably changed it to Juki, hasn't he now? And it's like Jane. Jane Brogan. I do know Jane Brogan. I was going to say Jane's just Elna. Right, okay. So let's introduce this hour. We are making such beautiful. Oh, I've dressed perfectly for this, haven't I? In fact, can you see the tea towel and the oven glove with me blending it, camouflaging into the background? Sorry, it's I have dressed perfectly accordingly for this. So we've got beautiful projects, some lovely applique projects, and I think this would be a lovely, lovely gift. I know a lot of people moving house at the moment, aren't they? I've certainly got loads of friends that are just fingers crossed over the next few weeks going to be moving house. These would be beautiful gifts. And I know that we're sort of thinking about moving up to Christmas now, but it's nice to still have things that, you know, aren't Christmassy and ones that you can use as well after Christmas to revamp your kitchen. They're lovely. So it comes from a great book, which is this one, Your Love to Sew. I'll come to that in a second. So the bundle that Jules has used is this one. It's got the light blue denim, and the lining is just gorgeous. You've got this beautiful red and white spot. So loads and loads of fabric to be able to make the tea towel and your oven glove. So you've got your spotty red and white fabric, which is your poplin weight. You then also have half a metre of, so half a metre of your red and white, half a metre of your light denim, and then you also get all of these fat quarters, which are really beautiful, which you have got more than enough. Obviously, you can see where the green's been used. So you've got plenty of green. You've got your cream as well for the centre of the apple core, and then you've also got your lovely Lewis and Irene sprinkle. It smells of chocolate. It's the first thing I do. I literally ran over to Jules and was like, have you noticed it smells of chocolate? She's like, I know. I do love that bundle. It's so pretty. And you're going to get some interfacing as well. We've done the book separately, and there's a reason for it, and I will explain all in a moment. So that is option number 1. Number 2, this is called Dizzy Daisy. You've got a really lightweight denim. It's a very lightweight. It's lovely cotton. So you've got your really pretty daisy print, half a metre of red, and then again your 3 fat quarters. So that lovely mottle effect of green, your silvery grey spot, and then you've also got your cream fat quarter, all pre-cut here in-house, and you're getting your hemline medium weight interfacing, plenty of that. Now you might want to have a look on the website and get some thermolan or extra wadding. We'll speak to Jules about that actually, but have a look on the website. We just thought, I know a lot of people have got a bit of a haberdashery stash. So we did have wadding yesterday by the half metre. So Hannah is putting into practice me doing oh hear ye, back in stock town crier show, because I need to stand from the rooftops with my bell, with my hat and my coat on, saying this is back in stock. Now it isn't the Thermolan. The Thermolan is a Visoline product, which is a compressed fleece, which is heat resistant. This isn't heat resistant, but it's obviously going to create layers between you and your hot pot. Obviously, be aware that it's not heat resistant, but I just thought I'd let you know that this is available, and £half a metre is a lot. That's £half a metre, and it's £6.99. So if you're doing a few layers of there, depending on what you're planning to do with your oven gloves, just be careful, because this isn't the heat resistant one. Have a look on the website for Thermolan if you want. So that's £6.99. I know a lot of people who are doing smaller projects and kitchen projects love wadding, not just necessarily for your big quilts. We're talking about a quilt later on, but for smaller projects as well. Really, really handy to have your 80-20 mix. So we've got 2 books to show you, and the reason that we've done this is because I know that people have got different preferences of what they like to do with the templates and patterns. Both of these books have the project in. This is like a new version of it. Now, it's up to you, because there are pros and cons of both. This one has got your patterns full to scale, to size. You don't need to enlarge them any way whatsoever. And you've got 20 projects in here. So you've got 20 lovely projects, things for around the house. You've got some quilts. It's a really, really popular quilt. It's really, really popular book that we've had in. This is the project that we're doing today, but you've got lots of really lovely Scandinavian field projects in here. So obviously, because you've got full-size patterns, they have to sacrifice space in the book, which makes sense. I think the main plus point in this is that you get those pattern sheets that you can pull out, you can trace out, and they are to size. But you have less patterns. Now, we obviously wanted to reorder this book because it's been so popular. It's a love to sew one. It's been very, very popular indeed. And then we saw that they have this one, which is, they've published a new edition of it, basically. This is brand new, and look at how many projects you get. So you get 60 projects. It's a little bit more expensive, but you got 60 projects. Once again, you can see the front cover is today's project. So you have got the exact same project plus loads more, 40 more projects. So it's up to you. So you've got more projects in here, but of course that comes with a bit of a sacrifice. So to fit more projects in, because it's not just 1 or 2, it's 40 more. 40 more. So what you'll need to do is enlarge it, enlarge your patterns. Now, some of these will tell you differently which one you need to do. The ones that we're doing today, it says 200%. This one again, print at 200%. Some of them aren't as big as that, and some of them might not need enlarging. This one's 50% to actual size. So if you're comfortable with doing that, as I know a lot of you are whizzes on your printer and know how to do that, or might live right close to a stationery shop, that they're happy to do that for you for a couple of pence. So it's up to you. If you want more projects but have to enlarge your projects, your templates, then this is the option to go with. It's a couple of pound more, loads of projects. Or if you're thinking, do you know what, forget that, I'm really not good at enlarging it, I just want to get on with this project and have the patterns there, go with that one. Hope I've made that clear. If you've got any questions, let me know. It's been such a popular book, this older version, that we tried to get it again, and obviously they've updated it. So as I say, pros and cons. I like to offer you a choice, and it's up to you then, your personal preference. They're both amazing value, whichever one you're going for. A lot of these projects, you're thinking, do you know what, I might not need those templates for. I just want the inspiration to get going. I lost my sojo a bit and I want some projects to get on with. There's lots of little projects that you can potentially work out anyway without having to enlarge things. So whichever book you're taking advantage of, well done. We're going to focus on this new one, I believe, today. Hello, Jules. How are you?
Very well, thank you. A little bit damp around the edges, but very well.
It's miserable today outside, isn't it? It's horrible, horrible. But I have come very coordinated with your projects.
Yes, yes. I thought yes. It blended very nicely.
And you say that these, I know we've spent a little bit more time, and you said it's fun because these are actually really lovely, simple projects.
Yeah, super quick and easy.
Oh, that's good.
A couple of different techniques comparing the tea towel and the oven mitt, but yeah, super easy.
Fab.
Yeah, so it's all good stuff. And you know, you were saying about the templates being different sizes.
Okay.
When you've got the newer book and they're in the smaller sizes, if you like to do a little bit of hand embroidery, you can actually use them as that size. So you know how we did a couple of weeks ago the embroidery hoop, and we had a pattern in there? Yeah. You could do that. So you could actually add to that project, have a little hoop with the apple core in there in your kitchen hanging up. So there's, as you say, pros and cons for both.
Absolutely, whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
It was this book that you worked from, actually,
it
wasn't
was,
it?
yeah.
With the full-size patterns.
And actually, that worked well for me because I needed to do it speedily. Yeah. So, you know, getting the printer out, getting it off the teenagers is
absolutely, yeah, I understand. So you've got a bit of applique in here. You've done a bit of free motion as well.
Yeah.
But I suppose if you aren't a free motion, you know,
you don't have to. Well, I'll do it without today, just to show that you can do it either way. So
amazing.
Yeah, either way. And also you've got a bit of a bag technique as well with the lining on the oven glove. So, you know, there's a few different things in there that you can, like we were saying before, transferable skills. Yeah. All the stuff that we do, although it seems fairly straightforward, you can then advance your projects and use that on a different project. So it's all good stuff.
Good idea. Brilliant. So where do we start?
So I'm going to start with the tea towel because that's really quite straightforward. When you're cutting out, obviously I'm using the Dipsy today, but you just cut out your length of fabric. So tea towel length of fabric. And then you need to cut a band of material. Now, in the book, it did say to leave this on your main piece of material until you've finished. Now, I had 1/2 metre.
Okay.
So for me, 1/2 metre was not manageable. So I cut it to size. For you, because you've got your fat quarter, leave it as they say.
Right.
Just because you'll need to stabilise the back, because what you're going to do is you're going to put your applique onto this. And the more fabric you've got to go in your machine and the more stabiliser you've got on the back, the better it is to handle.
Okay.
So for you, just do as the book says, not as I've done. Oh, right, again. The other thing to do is to, I traced off the template first of all. So that was the oven glove template, and I traced off all of the apple cores. So the band here is for the oven glove, and then the piece that you've got here, don't be confused by it. That's the piece for your tea towel. So that's why it's a little bit bigger. So first of all, you get your band and you find your centre point, which I've folded it into the centre point. And then you'll trace off all of your little bits. And that's quite fun, actually, deciding with this, obviously, I've got the colours there between the two different projects, which colour goes where. So that was quite interesting. So you'll, what I did was I traced the big outer piece and cut that out of the red.
Do you want to trace it off, basically?
You
don't want to cut it up, ideally, I think. I think you want to keep them in case you
traced it off. If you've got a light box, you could use a light box. I went up to the window because I didn't have a light box. Yeah. And you just trace it around, and then that's what you use as your template to cut your material around. I use just a normal kind of parchment paper. You can use freezer paper if you want to. It's your choice, really, whatever works for you. Sometimes it's whatever you've got to hand, isn't it, really? So if you cut all your pieces out, and the thing that you do with the centerpiece to get the pips in, I use my friction pen. It says you can use a water-soluble pen, but I love my friction pen, so that's what I used on there. And this is so that you have got a guideline for your sewing, for your free motion or whatever kind of sewing you do. And just as a by the way, cut all of the other pieces out at the same time. I like to kind of block what I'm doing. So I would cut all of these out, even though I wasn't doing the oven glove at the same time as I was doing the towel, if that makes sense. So you cut all your pieces out, and you can see that you do have lots and lots of pieces left over. This was just a small portion of what I got left over. So if you wanted to do anything else from the book with the same colourway for your kitchen, then you can quite easily do that. So it's all, you know, all recycling and using.
Absolutely.
So I did all of that because I thought, well, you probably don't want to see me
Cutting out. Oh no,
I
can
can
you
cut
out.
And this is where you would put, ideally, you'd put your glue pen underneath, because we want a temporary fix.
Okay.
Because what we are going to do is sew on top of it.
Right, so you don't necessarily need to use Bonder web for this, do you? Because they're only smaller pieces. Do you just need a temporary fix?
Yeah,
I like glue pen.
If you've got Bonder web, you can use Bonder web, but you know, you're going to be sewing on top of it anyway, so it's kind of a bit of a waste of your Bonder web anyway. So yeah, just do your temporary fix on top. And I put them all down because I wanted to see where it was actually going to sit.
Going to be, okay.
In the book it says put one down and do it, and then put the other one down and do it, but I skipped stages, sorry.
No, it's good to see your way of doing it. I agree with you. I like to position it to just see where it is, that I'm happy with everything is.
Now, I'm not going to open this one.
You can if you want. Okay.
No,
do you like the glue pen though?
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Use them
and do you know what? I do lots of EPP, and it depends on how big the pieces are as to whether I'll use the glue pen or not. But what I do use it for every single time is my zips.
Yeah.
It's just.
Oh, go on, open it. You can open it.
Feel very special.
Absolutely.
Special person.
I know that a lot of people use it bag makers for zips, zips, cushion zips, or using it for holding on, you know, if you're doing toys and you want to put the arms in and things. It is like a temporary fix, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And literally you can see where I've been. I don't want any more than that. I've made the mark, I've got a halfway mark, and that's approximately where I want it to be. On the oven glove, you kind of shift it to the side a little bit, and then just do the same again with my little centerpiece. And then, I mean, with something like this, it's very Scandinavian inspired. So it's very rustic is what they say. So don't worry about perfect. Perfect doesn't, you know, it doesn't make any difference on this kind of regard. The only thing that I would say is when you're cutting out, you need to cut 2 lots of your splashes. I think it's juice splash. I think that's what it's meant to be, not pips. The pips are in the middle, aren't they? And what I did was I just put an M for the middle and then a left and a right, just because I was a bit anal about it. But it depends, again, whether you want to be perfect or whether you just quite like the rustic look and you just want to go with what you got. So this is watching glue dry. And my markings on the top, they're all friction pens, so I don't really care that I've got those on there because I'm gonna later on.
Like those. The glue pen, just so you know, we have got available in stock. It's £6.99 and it comes with 1 refill, but this is the one that works in conjunction with today's early bird, where you're getting 12 refills, less than £30. Good morning, everybody. Lots of people saying good morning to us.
Morning.
Who's that, Joe? Joan, sorry, Joan. Joan says morning, Vicky and Jules. Hello.
Morning.
And Chris does. Hello. Lovely to see Jules back.
Thank you. Eventually got here.
Hello, Audrey. How are you this morning? Come say hello to us. If you've got any questions for Jules, get them in. Hi, Keltner. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I've had lots of lovely messages. How are you today? Rainy, isn't it? Staying with us today. We've got you a cup of tea. I've got my cup of tea today. It's one of those days, isn't it?
Okay, so now we're just, what I did then, just to briefly say, is there's a little bit of an apple stalk, stalk at the top, which you just draw on, and then you're kind of literally, obviously you want to secure what you've got underneath, but you're just having a little bit of a play around. Oop, going backwards. Let's go forwards. Backwards to Christmas.
Yeah, so you don't necessarily need to use your free motion.
You remember when we did the cushions a little while back, we kind of did curves and stuff, then do that. And I don't really mind where I'm going with it, if you know what I mean. Because I think as well, we were saying before, sketchy is good. Yeah. As in, you know.
I like that doodled sort of.
2 or 3 times around. What you're doing is you're just securing everything down, and eventually you might find that if you're washing and wearing or whatever it might be with your tea towel, you will fray the edges, which I think is quite nice as well, because the denim-y sort of look. So you go 2 or 3 times around at the top for the red part, and then you do the same on the core. And if you wanted to use, I've got a blue in here just because, but I think on the sample I did a brown.
It's like a brown colour, and it's nice, a nice contrast actually. But it's up to you if you're feeling a bit nervous about it, then match up your colour. Yeah.
It does suggest do a black, but I thought black was just a bit harsh.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it's a bit too dark. So this is very rustic, but you get the idea. I'm not being perfect at all. If you've got free motion going on here, obviously you can go forward, back and round. So you can do a little bit more, you can be a bit more kind of less fluid if you like, and a bit more accurate. So your next stage, obviously you secure all of it down, but now I've got my glue pen and got that on there. I'm not really worried too much that it's not secured down for the moment. But at home, finish it. Don't go on to this next stage, because if you go on to this next stage, what will happen is you'll be sewing through to the back of the tea towel. Okay. You don't really want to do that. When we come on to the oven gloves, we will. Yeah, because so that's a clear back.
Yeah, that's clear. Because, I understand what you mean.
So you've got to think now that you'll also be turning under a hem on your tea towel, and you're turning under a hem on this piece, this strip piece. You want it so that it's about 4.5 inches. The measurements are in the book. About 4.5 inches up from the bottom, and that's where you're going to stitch it on. So if I'll mark 4.5 inches first of all, and then I'm just going to allow 1/4 inch for my seam. So that's where I'm going. Next thing that we'll do is just, so I know I'm going to turn that under, so that will be my 1/4 inch.
Right, okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, you're turning it under 1/4 inch, I'm with you.
Yeah. So the next thing that I'll do is get out my little pressing mat. Now, I know that you've got a new one, haven't you?
Oh, the pressing mat. Yeah, look, you can use that if you want.
No, I'm not going to. I don't want to. I don't want to.
Why? Are you scared you're going to do it? You absolutely can. In fact, Hannah's encouraging you to use it.
All right, Hannah. Shall I? Because I know you don't want any markings on the next one.
Oh no,
I wasn't guilty.
Do you know what? Sometimes our other cut and press, yes, it got quite a few marks in, but I think they show that they're well loved and well used.
And it's being used, yes, exactly.
So please, by all means, this is our brand new June Taylor cut and press, and it looks sparkly new, doesn't it?
Yes, it's absolutely new. I am not nervous at all.
If anybody else wants a sparkly new one, maybe yours at home was starting to look like ours. Then if you've been waiting for a brand new one, we're going to launch it at 9 o'clock today, so stay tuned.
Oh, is this the preview?
This
Sorry.
is a bit of a preview.
Oops.
I know. You've had the first sort of look at the brand new green room, your first
Very impressed. It looks beautiful. Well
first in with the glue pen and first in with the cut and press.
Oh, well, that's just
You
me.
do get the starch treatment, Jules, don't
the
you?
first of everything.
It's on her rider, you see. Not only do you ask for all the Skittles, only the blue ones, the Skittles, but also, brand new cut and press glue line pen and a green room.
And you know what? June, she knows her business, doesn't she? Me and June are quite old friends now, aren't we?
Oh, you are. You've done a few of the Quilt as She Goes, haven't you? You're on first name terms.
Always her products are really good though. You know, they're fit for purpose, aren't they? So that's, I think that's the thing. Right, turning that off. Okay, so you don't worry about the end pieces.
Do you just generally turn it in by eye?
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's about 1/4 inch. Again, I've gone for the rustic look, haven't I? You know what? When you're at home, you can do it as accurately as you would like to do it. But I'm kind of a very fluid, so.
And that's what I like about this. It's a tea towel, isn't it? It's something that you're going to use, and it's going to be in the kitchen. I mean, it's not going into a quilting competition. It's something that you can be as accurate as you want, or have a good practice. Nice beginner's project, actually.
You know, you want to do it as kind of efficiently as possible, don't you? You don't want to be spending years on it, to be fair.
No, absolutely. I when I first started sewing, I got into a bit of a production line of making tea towels with matching aprons, and I felt like I was doing a production line for John Lewis or something. The amount of them that I was doing, because you get the hang of it, and you get a bit of a
rhythm. Flow going, don't
you?
Yeah. And the thing is, if you're making stuff, so we're looking at the big Christmas push, aren't we? Yeah. If you're making things for Christmas, you don't want to be spending a million years on it. And people expect it to be handmade, so they expect it to be finished, but to show some finishing.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Otherwise, it could have just been bought in a shop.
It'd be a nice gift for Christmas, actually, because we all use them, and also I think that you don't always want things for Christmas that are Christmas.
No.
Because then after Christmas, you don't use them till the next year. I always get lots of Christmas socks at Christmas and end up, well, I wore them yesterday, didn't I? I always end up wearing them through the year, not at Christmas.
Christmas in July.
Yeah.
But also, if you know a newly married couple, you know, it's quite a nice, they're things that people remember. So on here, do an edge stitch or go in as far as you want to. Again, make it part of the design. But just what you want to do is make sure that you're catching the underneath piece that you've turned over.
Okay. Just
so that it doesn't all fling out at the end of it. And that's pretty much your tea towel almost done. Next thing again is getting June out. And you'll want to then do your edges. So the best way to do this, it's just like you would do a normal hem on a dress or a skirt or whatever it might be. You want to double turn it. So what I mean by that is you turn over the rough piece. Let's get you there. And again, you can measure it if you want to.
Have you seen those ironing rulers from Prim? They're really good, actually.
Yeah.
They'd be quite useful for this.
They would, and stop you burning your fingers. So you just turn a little bit under, so a scant 1/4 of an inch. And this, again, another skill that you need to use in your dressmaking as well. You'll be doing this sort of thing just to finish off, because you know that denim, obviously, it roves a little bit, so this will stop it. And then go over again. Don't go too far, because obviously you want some tea towel. You don't just want want hem. So once you've done that, again, top stitch onto that. On your corners, so I did top and bottom, and then I did the long edges.
Okay.
So when you've done your long edges,
because yours are folded nice and neatly.
You do, again, you'll do, there's 3 or 4 different ways of doing it. But if you're doing it on the machine, and I did mine on the machine, because obviously for speed, again, go around and turn all of them under. And then when you turn over again, what you'll be doing, if I press this, and then you'll see. So imagine I've gone all the way up. And then your next press, just be careful that this piece that you're folding and then folding under again doesn't poke out, and that will give you a neat corner. And when you sew, come up to your edge, so you're sewing just on the edge along here, come up to your edge, pivot, and then go along your edge.
So don't go all the way down to the end.
No, don't do a cross in the corner, and then that just means that you've connected with all of the turned over piece there. So you'll come up on the edge piece here, pivot, and then go along that edge piece there.
Lovely.
And basically that is your tea towel
completed. They're absolutely beautiful, aren't they? Remember, we're not only making the tea towel, we're making the oven glove as well. And there's so many lovely things in this book. Even in the one with, really nice. There's 20 projects in this one and 60 projects in the brand new version of the book. The graphics are live for the one with 60 different projects in, which is brand new today. Yes, packed with 60 projects, and you've got loads of things in here. Things like extra bits for the kitchen. You could even do with some of your leftovers, like these nice hanging hearts. You could even do a little apron and use the pockets that are matching your fat quarters, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. The thing that I wanted to do in there, there's, I think you showed the pattern when you were saying about how to increase the size. There's a little cushion with dandelions on.
Oh, nice. Oh, I did see that with the free motion as well. There's so many lovely projects
Quite fancy
in here.
doing that.
So that's the book, which is brand new in today. It's only £10.99 with 60 projects, which price per project is pence. And how beautiful do they look? We were saying as a gift for somebody, maybe newlyweds, or somebody who's just moving into a new home, or just having a bit of a revamp of your kitchen. I think it can really make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you say, you could do some lovely little wall hangings and embroidery hoops and put them round, or make yourself even a background, a little clock or something.
Or little mug holders, you know, things like that. Yeah, you're going to have quite a few bits that maybe aren't big enough to do bigger projects, but good for scrap projects. Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we're moving on to the oven glove now.
Moving on to the oven glove.
Now, you've used Thermolan in here, haven't you?
I have, yes. For demonstration purposes, I've just got the polyester wadding, but polyester and heat won't mix.
No, don't use that.
So please just be careful. Thermolan is the best thing to do. And actually, it adds the protection without adding the bulk. So obviously, if you put your hand in an oven glove and you've got too many layers, you can't feel what you're getting, can you? But the Thermolan's perfect.
Thermolan's great, and they do advise to use 2 layers. It's on the website. We also have the cotton wadding available as well, but the Thermolan is the one that is the heat-resistant compressed fleece. So have a look on the web for that.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. Thank you.
So your next thing that you'll do is you'll cut 2 pieces of your denim. One's for the front and one's for the back of the oven glove. So just remember, that will be your front, that will be your back. So remember to turn it and reverse it. We've all been there.
Otherwise you have thumbs like that, yeah.
Opposable thumbs, but not in a good way.
No.
So if you draw on, again, I've got a friction pen, which you may not see because I use the black on here, but you draw the outline of your template there. So when you're looking at the back, I've gone ahead and done this. You do a free motion, or you can do straight lines. You can do some form of quilting.
Okay.
Because the back is when you finish it now. So you quilt over your line. So start off your template and go in and do whatever you want, wiggle or whatever it is you want to do. Just so that when you cut around it, you are actually cutting through some of the stitching rather than the end of a stitching, so you don't have too many ends of things. So I've already gone ahead and done the back, but for the front, what you need to do now is, again, place on your template piece. So this is the piece that corresponds to that there. We're going to, first of all, take our seams in. So whereas before we waited until we put everything on, we're going to do it first of all, because then we're going to apply the applique on top and quilt all the way through.
Right.
Because you don't have to worry about what's going on the inside, because you're going to line it. If you want to...
Oh, the line is lovely as well, that pop of red, isn't it?
It's really pretty.
Really pretty.
So look at your template, pop it onto your drawn template again, and just check to see where it sits. I will mark it just on the outside, and then I'm going to fold in and just press down my little 1/4 inch again. So this cutting mat, this pressing mat is really useful actually.
Yeah, it is coming in useful, isn't it?
Coming in useful. Thank you for the
hour cut and press.
All right, so again, a small edge. And you're going to top stitch over this as well, so you don't have to worry too much about it being a raw edge. I think as well, if you wanted to use your Clover mini press, you could do that, because this material takes a crease really well actually.
Well, you asked for the rolling press yesterday, didn't you? I know this is one of your faves. Had you used it before you started at Sewing Street, or is it one that we'd converted you?
No, I used it on... I learnt about it through Sewing Quarter.
Right, okay.
So, yes, in effect. Yeah. But I'd never used it before, but it's amazing.
It's actually, how do I say this without sort of sounding bad, but it's a lot better than you think it's going to be. When you see it on the telly, you think, okay, how well is that actually going to press? And it really does.
It does. Because you think, that's not going to work. It's yeah. But it does. It really works. And it works so well that I will use it in preference to getting out an iron.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just think, life's too short sometimes.
I'll grab that in a second.
Okay, so we pop the panel on. Actually, I might have taken in a bit too much of a seam on there. Let's see. Yes, oh, I went a bit too ambitious there, didn't I? So let's see if we can. So you'll just take a small amount in, not me, going half a yard. And then, let's say that's going down the sides. We'll have my little glue pen again.
Early Bird is selling like hotcakes as predicted.
Yeah, definitely.
The refills are really useful, don't get me wrong. It's not like, oh, you're going to need them every project, it's going to need a refill, but you'll be surprised how many different projects you find. I always associate it with English paper piecing, but then actually there's so many demonstrators that come in and say, have you got the glue pen? You got the glue pen? I'm like, you haven't got EPP.
Yeah.
But actually it's for loads of projects. Yeah, it's really useful.
You won't just use it for EPP, you'll find all sorts of different things to do. Even temporary fixes, you know, if your hems come down, just pop it on when you get home.
The Early Bird refills today. So the pen is available. You're seeing Jules using it now. If you do want to grab some refills, we've waited months to get these back in stock, and they are just £12.98. For 12 of them, it makes it just over £1 a stick. We also mentioned the roll and press, which is the Clover product. It's got a really lovely ergonomic handle, and it's also got like a tapered wheel, which really focuses that center point of the wheel on your crease. So it gives it a great effect if you are doing lots of pressing and you're not having to get, it means you're not having to get the iron out at every single point. Don't get me wrong, you're still going to need an iron. It's not going to eliminate and make your iron completely redundant, but just good to be able to open your seams really easily, and good to be able to like Jules was using it then, or talking about it then, to roll up your hems and things like that before you stitch. What is it you're sewing now, sorry,
So now
Jules?
I'm sewing the band on. And it looks a bit weird because it's like in nowhere. But I've actually got the template underneath it.
Right.
It's like, oh, and why are you sewing it there? So you'd sew both sides. It just means that when you're handling it, you've not got fiddly little pieces that you're handling. And it just makes it simpler to actually get down the seams and everything. So really what you're doing is you're securing the band on. I've already glue sticked my applique pieces on, so I'm not really worried that they're not secured down yet, because I can still get along here. The other thing I did was drew the apple core, stalk with the friction pen, getting my parts of my apple.
Oh yeah, I'm not very good at the anatomy of an apple.
Anatomy of an apple.
We've got a question from Kay come in. Hi Kay, good morning.
Hello.
She's talking about thermalan and different waddings. Morning, lovely ladies. Good morning, lovely lady.
Morning.
She says, I'm enjoying the show. She says, if I'm doing a table runner, can you put in polyester safely?
Depending on what you're going to be putting on it. If it's just decorative and you're just going to have it on the sideboard or, a decorative table, fine. Polyester's okay. If you are going to actually put pots on it, if you have it as your centerpiece for a family meal and you're going to put something on it that may have heat, if you haven't got thermalan, you've got to remember to put a pot coaster underneath it or a board underneath it, is all I would say. You don't really want it to mark your table and all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
it will melt it, won't it? Yeah, I think the thermalan is a specially developed compressed fleece that is heat resistant. It's not heat proof.
No.
We always say, do not make a full fire suit with it. It's not heat proof, but it is heat resistant. They suggest if you are using it for a table runner where you are putting heat on it, to use 2 layers. There are guidelines on the Visaline website, but we have got thermalan available on our website. And I suppose half a metre is more than sufficient. You'll be able to do lots of projects with half a metre.
Well, when you're thinking about the size of the projects that you're doing, they're not massive, are they? So,
no.
And don't forget, like any other wadding, so like your 80-20 or any wadding,
okay.
If you have got pieces, then all you need to do is butt them side by side. So you would take 2 pieces, for example, butt them up, and then get your zigzag stitch and zigzag across. And that.
So don't throw any away.
No.
Like your fabric,
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
stitch it together. That's a good idea. Because look, I mean, that's 1/2 metre and you're probably thinking, this is too much. What am I going to do with the rest of it? Keep it.
Yeah.
Because it's so lovely. I love it in cushions and everything, cushion fronts. It's so soft.
Yeah.
And I'll put it on my face. But do you know what I mean? It's so beautiful and soft.
Yeah.
Even though this has got polyester in, it's 80/20. It isn't heat resistant and it has got polyester in. It is going to offer more protection than if you were to use the polyester craft wadding.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And if you think about it, the craft wadding is exactly that. It is just for your craft projects, as in your decorative projects, your bags, those kind of things. It's what you're wanting is more of a utility fabric.
Yes, exactly.
Which is what Thermolan is actually for.
Thank you.
So now I'm just quilting the rest of the glove. I'm just doing kind of wiggles. I've not got it on free motion. I've just got it on like my rocking kind of hand motion. So don't be afraid if you think I don't really want to do free motion. I'm not quite sure of that technology. You don't have to. I'm not going to do huge amounts, but just remember, don't go over your band, because you've already quilted it in a way, because you've got all your sewing on top of it for the applique, and you've done 2 lines of stitching down. I haven't done over the ends, because you don't do over the ends, because that will go into your seam.
Okay.
So the next thing to do is to cut out along your lines the correct shape of your oven glove, so all will be revealed.
We literally got a couple of minutes
Ooh,
left.
right, so you will.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. We always do this though, don't we? Sorry. So you will cut it out, and the shape that's hidden underneath it is this shape.
Okay.
So this is your lining. So again, as with the front, make sure that you've done a front and back. So the easiest thing with the lining is just to fold it over and then cut it right sides together. Then I've done it in a contrasting cotton. So you will do a attaching stitch all the way around. So you seam all the way around, but remember to leave your gap. Then what you will do is these two, you will sew these together. So you've now got your oven glove outer and your oven glove inner, and you put, just like you would do with a bag, you put the one inside the other, turn it all through, sew the top and turn it all through, and then stitch up your lining.
Just hand stitch, or would you do it on your machine?
I do it on the machine because it's inside.
Oh, perfect.
So you're not really going to have to worry. But if you just show up what you've got there, you can see where I stitched it inside, and it's
not
fine.
offensive, is it?
No. The suggestion is, and it's a good idea, is to leave your opening on the longest seam.
Okay.
So it's not going to affect how you kind of grip or anything like that. If you had an extra seam here, it might be a bit bulky, but if you leave it on the longest seam, it's fine. So as I say, you would attach, imagine that would be front and back. You would attach your lining, go all the way around the top, turn it inside out, sew up your gap, then top stitch. So you've got a top stitch going around the top.
Right, around here.
Now I've also added a little loop. If you have some extra material left, you can make a bias loop. So if you have a strip of material, you fold it in and then fold it across and sew it down. That will make you a bias strip.
Yeah, you make yourself a loop with the fabric that you've had left over.
And I would
you
attach
just use a bit of cord.
Yeah, I would attach it about here. So what you want to do is when you put it on, have it facing in towards the main body of the glove, so that when you sew the two together, it's inside. Yeah. Because otherwise, if it's outside, it's in your lining.
Right.
So always put it inside.
Oh yeah, perfect. I see what you mean. And you could do the same. You could do a tab with your tea towel, because I like to put mine onto a little hook like this inside my cupboard. So that's good. It's nice to have a tab on it, isn't it?
Yeah, you could do that. Put that in the corner quite easily.
I don't know why that's funny. Why is a tab? Oh, Paul just said, just put it on my tab. Okay, we will. We'll put it all in. Yeah, you like that joke. You like that joke. I didn't get it.
It's always best to keep Paul happy, isn't it?
Yeah, just laugh along. Thank you ever so much, Jules.
That's all right. Sorry, it's another part make.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Part make Jules.
No, absolutely. No, it was good to go through the more difficult parts of it anyway. And coming up, we've got a really beautiful kimono quilt.
I love this. Yeah, I had real fun doing this. I think it looks really complicated. Don't be scared. It is not complicated.
It looks amazing.
Yeah.
And I know this pattern has been really, really popular in the past. We've not seen it in these colours before, and that is so beautiful.
Yeah.
Goes perfectly. I was watching yesterday they had reruns of the Sewing Bee on BBC Two last night.
Yeah.
Of the Sewing Bee, and it was Charlotte Newland's year.
Oh.
And it was so strange because I didn't know her when she was on it.
No.
And then it was Jamie was on, and there's another lady, Tracy was on. There was loads of the faces. I thought, I know this is really weird. So I sat watching it. But they were doing kimonos. It was the week they did the dressing gown kimonos. So no, that's exciting to see that. The lovely fabrics. Thank you ever so much.
That's right.
You're going to have a chill in the new green room.
I'm going to have breakfast now in the green room. Thank you.
Enjoy your breakfast. Make sure your young girl's got to school okay. She's had her walk to school today, so Jules just going to check she's there. Now, let's have a quick recap. Aren't these lovely? They're so beautiful. I love both of the kits, and they're all from a brand new book called Love to Sew. Now, it's a new edition of this one, which we absolutely love this book, and we wanted to reorder it, and they've reprinted it and added more projects, and not just 2 or 3. You've now got 60. Bearing in mind the other one had 20 projects, so it is packed full of great useful projects, things like sewing machine covers, little bags. You've got quilts. There's the kitchen mates who are doing shopping bags. It's really great transferable skills and a skill builder book for £10.99. Dare I ask you to do the maths, Hannah? 60 projects. Oh, it's silly, isn't it, to be fair? It is silly. Pence per project. Now, the only difference, obviously, you're getting more, a lot more, but then also, we're at 18 pence a project here. Crazy, isn't it? So, template-wise, some of them are to scale. These, for example, are to scale. There's some in here, including the makes that we're doing today. It will tell you if they need to be enlarged. So this one, for example, the horse hanger needs to be enlarged at 200%. But you, as Jules said, you could still use this. This would make a really, really beautiful embroidery, template. This would be lovely to embroider. So don't get me wrong, even though you need to enlarge them, they're still very useful at that size as well. It just depends on how confident you are with enlarging on your printer. It's up to you. We had this, the original book. This project was from the original book, which is this one, your Langnam style. I always want to do the dance, the Gangnam style dance, yes. So I haven't done that for years. I don't know why I said it always makes me want to do that. I've never done it. Your daisy pin cushion, you've got your horse hanger. So you've still got this project. It's a similar projects, but just more as well in the other book. But the difference with this is that you get 20 projects. So it's up to you. That's the one that I think Jules was on about, that she loved the dandelions. But then in here, you've got a pattern sheet, which you can see all of the ones that will need templates. They are full size. They still overlap a bit, so you have to trace them out. But it's up to you. Do you want full size patterns? Do you need full size patterns, or do you want 40 more projects, which is exciting? So it is completely up to you. We thought we'd let you know the pros and cons of both, and you can make your decision. Now, the book, it's your choice. You'll need one of them. We've also got 2 really, really beautiful bundles. The one that the sample is made out of, the one that Jules has already made up for us, is from this bundle. Now, the lining is just amazing. Look at that. Do you know, I'd be tempted to use something from my stash and keep that for something else because I love it. You're getting 1/2 metre of your beautiful poplin spot. You're then also getting 1/2 metre of your light blue denim. You've also got these lovely fat quarters, which again, you have plenty of those. You'll have loads of green left over to make your tabs or whatever you want to do, any other projects. You also have a fat quarter of cream, and you also then have your sprinkles, which are your Lewis and Irene, and that's to make the one that you can see here, which is beautiful. Your tea towel and your oven mitt. Grab yourself some Thermolan if you want to as well. What song did you just sing to Thermolan? They've made their own jingle up. Oh, and you get some interfacing. Thermolan, Thermolan. I like that. So this is, thank you, Paul. He's like, I was singing this and keep singing it in my ear. You also get your interfacing included. £19.99. It's a lovely little bundle that is. I like the colours. Even if it's not this project that you're thinking about, bear in mind, you've got a metre of fabric and fat quarters and interfacing. So there might be lots of other ones that you want to try out. The one that Jules was working with was this lovely Ditsy Daisy. How pretty is that? It's a beautiful quality cotton. It's a light denim, £17.49, and you're also getting half a metre of your red. Goes really nice for your lining, and then your 3 fat quarters, that mottle effect green, your grey spot, and also your cream, plus your interfacing for £17.49. Check out as soon as you can. As I said, the glue pen is something to look for. The Thermolan over the break, the early bird special of the glue pen refills, and also lots of people have found the Metler threads. We'll talk about those in a minute, and the cut and press. We will bring in those graphics live in the next hour, so do not go anywhere. We're back right after this. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Oril thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Oril only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Oril and we've brought you 2 collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers, and again these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer, and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Welcome back. How are you all this morning? I hope everybody's well. Thanks all for your messages, by the way. We're getting lots of lovely messages coming on the on the email. Are we on Facebook today? Yes, we're on, baby. I know yesterday we had a bit of we did have, that's my girl. We had a bit of issue getting on yesterday. Okay, I don't know what's on with, there's something wrong with our Wi-Fi, I think. We did have issues getting on, and that was just me and Hannah. That's another story yesterday. But anyway, we're all on today. We're all fine. So, hello. Good morning, Donna. Hi, Sewing Street team. Donna says hello. Sheila said good morning. Come say hello to me on Facebook. Come and say hello if you've got any questions or come any messages. Good morning, Alan. He loves the 80-20 wadding. Fab. Oh, nice. He made his first messenger bag for a laptop, and it also had a padded shoulder strap. Very nice. That's very important, especially laptops. They can be quite heavy, especially if you start lugging in a charger and things like that. So this is the 80-20 that Alan was on about. We'll talk about it later. Hi, Penny. How are you? Good morning. No, it's raining here in the Midlands as well. I think it's raining everywhere for a week. Please let me know if it isn't raining. And don't message in if you're in Antigua, because we have a lady who calls, no, from Mauritius. It's Mauritius, isn't it? A lady who we know is retired to Mauritius. We don't want to hear from you this morning. It's raining and miserable here. We do not want to hear that you're in 30-odd degrees. Sunshine, glorious sunshine. But no, anyway, in Devon, you're not alone. Don't worry, because it's rainy here too. We can bring a bit of sunshine, though, I promise. We've got some great brand new products coming in, back in stock. Okay, Hannah's getting a bit annoyed about this by the sound of it. She says, the amount of times I have had messages about this over the last few weeks, and the frustration because we keep asking, saying, have we got it back in? Have we got it back in? Have we got it back in yet? We got it back in. We've been waiting on a delivery from America, and I know this is it when we start looking at products that are generally from America. Tula Pink, June Taylor, the freezer paper. We can wait a long time to get them in, especially in current circumstances. It takes a bit longer than normal. So we use this all the time, to the point that I know ours has got a bit dirty in the move, but we got a nice, beautiful, fresh new one. How amazing is this? Now, there's a reason that we use it all the time. It's because the quality from June Taylor, as Jules explained, is brilliant. It's 2-in-1, it's space saving, and it's accurate. So you have got on one side your pressing mat. It is an essential when you're sewing. For quilters, absolutely, this is called a quilter's cut and press, but absolutely, if you are a bag maker, this is going to be really useful for you. If you do any kind of sewing, we always talk about how important pressing is. It really is impressive. Impressive. So on the one side, Sorry. I told you I'd try and bring a bit of sunshine and all the jokes today. So, I'll leave the jokes to Paul, mine weren't that good. So, on the pressing mat side, the grid that you can see is all colour fast. It's not going to bleed onto your fabric. If you're using steam with it, it's not going to warp out of shape. It's all specially developed, ready to go to use in conjunction with your iron, which is great. So if you're squaring up blocks, you want to make sure your fabric isn't warping on the bias. You can make sure that you're using the grid and the lines. It's also got the lovely important angles, a 60-degree angle, a 45-degree angle. It's got a really clear crosshair marking. Your measurements are in inches. As quilters, this is important. And quite often, obviously, we talk about inches in quilting. So that's what I love about this. Also, what I find is great is my ironing board at home, I can't pin into, whereas this, I don't want to put pin marks in this brand new one, but you can, absolutely. The pressing surface is padded. So if you're doing your binding, you know, and you need to pin the one side and you're pulling it across, if you're making a binding, then this is really handy that you can pin into it. The cotton's been pre-shrunk, the grid is colour fast, so it's not going to distort at all, it's not going to bleed onto your fabric. A lot of time and work has been put in to get that really, really high quality pressing board, and it's a good size. It's one that you can store away under a bed or under a sofa, and let's face it, those of us that haven't got the biggest sewing space, even people who I know have got their own sewing rooms and sewing workshops, you don't always have, you know, lots of space, because we like to fill our space with all sorts of a stash, don't we? So if you're sewing, you've got your little setup going on. If you're doing lots of pressing and you're sewing and you're pressing, it's good to have a bit of a station without having to get up unless it's for a cup of tea. So that's one side of it. If I flip this over, this is a really high quality pressing mat and a really, really high quality quilting pressing mat, cutting mat. So if you're using a rotary cutter, it is absolutely essential that you're using a cutting mat, and the higher quality, the better. This isn't self-healing. Normally I would talk about self-healing, but with June Taylor, this isn't self-healing. And June Taylor, there is a reason behind that. They have actually developed their own special technology, which will mean that it's not going to make rigids into your board when you're cutting that don't need to self-heal, because it won't make the marks through, which is brilliant, isn't it? It's a different makeup basically to a normal cutting mat, whereas I will always talk about high quality cutting mats having a self-healing property, whereas this, you don't even need the self-healing property. They have developed their very own technology to be able to avoid the ridges completely, which is different to every other product that we sell. In terms of cutting mat, completely different to anything else we sell. It's really, really accurate and very, very clear. You've got all of your markings again in inches through the whole diameter of the ruler. You've got your 45mm, you've got your 60mm, 60-degree angle, sorry, and your 45-degree angle. You can use this absolutely in conjunction with your rotary cutter. And what's great is when you're cutting, it's not going to damage your board, your pressing board, and when you're pressing, it's not going to damage your cutting mat. They are both top quality cutting mats and pressing mats. And you know, this is a great way of knowing that your cutting mat is being stored flat. It's really important to store it flat. Now also at the top, you've got this hanging section, which has also got really great marking. So if you're doing like a, I'm thinking, what am I thinking? I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. If you're doing small bits like hems, maybe you're just wanting to check your measurements when you're cutting. You can cut and then hold it up to check that you've got that guideline, so that she's really using at every point of that mat passable. And if you do want to hang it up, we've got some sorry, my earpiece is flying all over the place. If you do want to hang it up, we've got all of these hanging loops now, which of course you can hang it up in your workroom and you'll know that it's stored safely and correctly, because you obviously don't want to be investing in these months after months, do you? You want to make sure that you're Sorry, Paul. You do want to make sure that you're looking after these, as they are a bit of an investment. £49.99. It's 12 by 18 inches. The amount of times you'll have seen this on air, it is something that we use literally every single day. You've probably seen our dirty one because we've absolutely loved it. And yes, we've used it with Bondaweb, and yes, we've used it with interfacing, and yes, we've used it with a dirty iron, or yes, we've spilt the tea on it. Whereas here, we've got a nice new one. We've had to wait as well to get a new one in. We come into our new studio and we're still saying we want to have a nice new sparkly mat, which we've had to wait for the delivery to come in. It literally arrived yesterday. I unpackaged this morning and the shipping have just come back in. If you want it, now is the time to grab it, because I know the emails, the amount of messages that we've had asking for this mat, and we said, sorry, I haven't got it. The only one that we've had is the prim ironing mat, which is the different one. It's the one that you virtually can sort of scrunch up and chuck in the cupboard. Whereas this is different. It's flat, and because it's got that solid base underneath, it is going to stay that quality, isn't it? You can put your project on it and move it to a different surface if you need to, without moving the bits of fabric off of the board. You can pin it on, or you can just carry it, which is great, isn't it? Because it's good for our guests coming in. If they're preparing out in the office, they're preparing in the green room, they can literally just bring it in on the board, ready to go. If you're preparing your applique, you've got a really, really lovely big surface here to put it all on before you make those presses down. £49.99. We love it. From June Taylor. It's brand new in today. Our guests absolutely love it. It is a really high quality pressing mat and a really high quality cutting mat for £49.99. If you've got any questions, let me know. Right, so I know Alan mentioned earlier on about the 80/20 wadding. I am a broken record. I know. I'm stuck that I keep talking about this, because it's back in stock, and we have had hundreds of units sell over the last 24 hours. If you want to get hold of it, we are now saying the word, we're limited. Grab it whilst you can. It's only been in the building 24 hours and it's already saying grab it whilst you can. We've got a quarter of the stock left, which is not enough to go around. £6, 99.5 metre, and it's your 80/20. Can I just show you? It isn't that. It isn't that. It's all this. All of this is £6.99. All of this is £6.99. You could make so much. Hannah, yes, you can make a thermal suit with this. We're joking then, but what we have seen is a lot of quilted jackets are very, very in at the moment. Look at how much you're getting for £6.99. I can't even hold it up. I'm trying to show you, it's absolutely huge. So if you do want to do lots of cushion fronts, if you want to do quilted bags, if you want to do lots of Christmas prezzies, if you've got some larger quilts that you haven't had chance yet they unfinished, you've done the front but you haven't had a chance to quilt them yet, this is going to be absolutely ideal. Grab it while you can. It's by the ½ metre and it'll be cut off the bolt for you. Maybe if, like Alan, you like doing laptop bags, tablet cases, you want to protect them. I know that Kerry was saying yesterday, whenever she makes anything, she always likes to put a rotary cutter in it. So she likes that extra protection. So just having, that beautiful, soft, light and soft wadding is beautiful. It's your 80/20 mix, so it means you can chuck it in the wash. It has got that polyester element to it, so it's going to wash really well. £6.99, £6.99. That's it. Such a good price, such a good price. And actually, you don't need to do, those of you that are new to quilting, some wadding suggests that you need to stitch up to 3 inches apart, which is quite dense quilting, isn't it? It's quite a lot of quilting, especially when you're new and you're thinking, oh, that's a lot of quilting for me to do. Whereas this, they recommend up to 10 inches apart, which means that you don't actually need to do too much quilting. You can, but you've got more, what's the word? Because you've got more flexibility, basically, in terms to where you're at or what time you've got to quilt it. Maybe the quilting part is the bit that you're not as mad on. I'm still a bit scared of the quilting part. I'm all right with small projects, and I've really got into my free motion. But if I were to do a quilt like this, I'd be really scared doing free motion on it, because one, my machine isn't very big, but also I'd be thinking, oh, I've just done a lot of time doing the patchwork. I like to do stitch in the ditch, follow the lines on there, or just, you know, a simple cross hatch. It looks beautiful and it's a lot easier to do. So this is really, really great. It's allowing me to have flexibility and that freedom to whatever quilting I want to do. Whereas some waddings, you're a bit more limited, aren't you? Hi, Anne. Good morning. How are you? Where are you? You're in Northern Ireland and it's glorious weather. You do know that we're on till 1 o'clock today, so you're going to have to wait to go paddleboarding, because we're on for an extra hour with Garry for a 2-hour special. I know, you know, Wendy Orlando, she loves paddleboarding as well. I find it really difficult. I know so many people that do it for ages and ages, and it's really relaxing. I have been before, yeah, I've been before once in Thailand, and it was amazing, But I struggled for ages just to stand up. So I envy you going paddleboarding today. Oh, how lovely! No, you could probably go paddleboarding in the puddles outside. It's so rainy here. Dearie me. Right. So thank you for your message. Anyway, thanks, Anne. I hope you're enjoying the show. So yesterday, should we talk about Metler? So we started yesterday's show talking about one of the most reputable brands when it comes to threads. When I think of some of the really, really, you know, high-end sewing machines, when I think of, I did a bit of research into Metler, and I can't believe I can believe, but some of the biggest brands like Prada, Dior, Moncler is another one, Jaguar Land Rover, BMW. There were so many in the motor industry, big companies, and also in the fashion industry that all use and champion Metler thread. So which one, sorry, did you say? The Ceylon? This is Ceylon, which is, we've got 3 different sorts of thread to show you. We've got a Polysheen, which is something that you might associate Metler with, is more of your machine embroidery thread. We've also got your 100% cotton thread, which is your silk finish cotton. And then this is your Ceylon, which Metler like to sort of call this your sew all thread. It's your 50 weight, it's the one that you can use in machine, it's one that you can use in your bobbin, it's one that you might use for hand stitching, you may use it for applique or piecing, you might use it for quilting, any of your sort of sew all sewing. This is perfect. It's really, really lovely and strong. It's 100% polyester, and it comes in a huge array of colours. Now, if I press this down, I might need to hold it up so I can do that. So just so you know, because it took me about half an hour to work out how to do this, it'll come to you in a great briefcase or suitcase, as Hannah calls it, with 2 little buttons at the top there. You can see that they've got little indents here. Press those down, they flick up, and then you can literally open this up to see all of these beautiful colours. And this is the great thing about having a polyester thread, obviously, is that you're getting that incredible, strong, vibrant colour. We've got a great selection of your neutrals, something that is going to last you a long time. And I like to be able to see what threads I've got. The amount of time that I end up buying extra threads or thinking I haven't got the right shade and it ends up in the bottom of a drawer, whereas this is a really lovely, a great way of storing them to keep them lint-free, dust-free, and really nicely organised. So you've got a huge array of colours here, an absolute huge array. If you're doing EPP or any hand stitching, you've got a lovely selection of greys, you've got all of your beautiful warms, as this is your sew all thread to be used for all kinds of sewing, This is the most limited. This one was very, very popular yesterday. Now, we did launch it yesterday, but it wasn't on the website. We've found it today. So if you go onto the web, www.sewingstreet.com, all you need to do is type in Metler on the top. It's not appearing underneath us, but type in, ignore it says Jewellery Maker, don't worry, it is us. It's our sister channel, Jewellery Maker. We're with them at the moment. So if you type in Metler with a double T, Metler, and then click go, all of them are here. So the Ceylon, which is the first one, is the one that I'm talking about here. I think you'll sort of know. We'll talk about the silk finish ones and why you might want to use silk finish, and we'll talk about the Polysheen. And we've also got some brand new ones today, and you've also got some gemstones and jewellery on that page for some reason. I don't know why. But remember, search Metler, and you can check out on the web. You can, of course, still speak to the customer service team if you prefer, but they are on the website if you type in Metler. And they all have 150 metres of thread, which is a really nice size spool as well. You've got loads of polyester thread. They're really, really beautiful quality. As I say, these are your sew all threads. Now, the huge amount of colours that are here, but what I also love that in each of these briefcase boxes it comes with a shade card, which normally can cost about £20. You can pay quite a bit for it, especially if they're quite hard to get hold of, I've found. And if you just want to know what shades they do, what colours are available, you get a whole shade chart. And what I love is that they're not examples of colour, they are the actual threads, they are the actual colours, so you can see all of those different shades of blue that they have. I mean, there are hundreds of threads here, of the Ceylon 100% polyester ones, but you're getting a great array to start with. If you run a small business and you want that shade chart up on the wall, you know, for people to be able to pick what colours they want, then this is really good. Or if you've got certain fabrics that you really want to mix up, if you love the quality of the Metler threads that you've been using in the box and you want to expand on more or try different colours, then this is a really, really useful shade chart. You get one with each of the packs we're going to be talking about today. So they all have different numbers on coordinating with their colour, so you can reorder whichever one you want if you're doing large projects. But you do get 150 metres on each, and you can use it for your bobbin. You can use it for applique, you can use it for quilting, for dressmaking. It is your sew all thread. It's lovely and strong. It's a great quality polyester. If I were you, if you've not heard of Metler before, if you've not looked into Metler threads, have a look on their website. They've been running since 1800s. They're a really, really established brand that are renowned in the fashion industry, the motor industry. I know they do a range of overlocking threads as well. They are extremely established and very famous for the quality of the thread that they make. So this is your polyester. We've got different options available today, as I say, but the briefcase is a brilliant value for money. I did have a look online and you can see Metler spools, £2 a spool is the standard price on this size spool, which is 150 metres. We are down at about 152, if my memory served me right, 152 a spool, and that's without the shade card. You do get the shade card in there as well, and you also get the storage case as well, which is really handy to be able to keep these in. $149.99 sounds an investment, but actually when you break it down of how much you get and how much we use thread, how much it's an essential, and if you are starting to look at investing a lot of your hard-earned money in kits and fabrics and projects, think about what's holding them together, your thread. So they are beautiful quality polyesters. Okay, so the one that I associate with Metler the most is actually the Polysheen. So I know I spoke about Metler, well, I've never have actually since we've been here at Sewing Street, apart from yesterday, but the Polysheen, they're just great, aren't they? I mean, they're huge, 96 spools in here. This is the one that I'm thinking, you know, when I said about if you own a business, this one is going to be brilliant. I know a lot of people who have started up in machine embroidery as a business to personalise different products. If you personalise anything, oh my word, there is a huge market for it. I do it all the time. If I'm buying anything, I always like to personalise it. And this is the great thing as sewers, that we can do it so easily and so affordably. So in here again, if I just press this down, I'll go to why I think this is brilliant for businesses as well. Obviously, you've got a huge array of colour. If you do machine embroidery, This is the most perfect thread to use because it's so strong. It's got, you don't want to get through halfway through an embroidery design on your machine and your thread breaks, do you? How annoying would that be? So you've got it's important that you have a really nice strong thread, which this absolutely definitely is. Once again, you're getting 150 meters of each color, and can you see that it's got that beautiful sheen to it? It's got a larger surface area, so if you're doing decorative sewing, this is what's really going to stand out. If you're doing beautiful top stitching, if you want to do lovely applique, perfect, as I say, for embroidery, for machine embroidery, this is going to be brilliant. $149.99, and I mean, I just love that colour. There's some beautiful Christmassy colours in here. It's completely colour fast, so if you do want to purchase this colour again, for example, this one is colour number 4,610. 4,610. So if you know that, oh, this is one that a customer has picked out and they want it across lots of workwear, lots of different t-shirts or caps and things like that, you know that you're going to be able to get the exact same colour, and no matter how many times you know you're washing it, it's completely colour fast. So it is a really good, gorgeous colour. It's going to keep its sheen as well, which is what is very eye-catching, especially for machine embroidery. You're getting a huge array of colours, but once again, with your shade chart, you can just see the array of colour that Metler offer. So if you do want to take it that step further, if you are starting a machine embroidery, or you already have a business where you personalise for people, then you can have this available and say, look, got all of these colours ready to go. If there are certain colours that you want, you can use it, I mean, this card to show people to choose what colours they want. And I love that. You've got a selection of variegated threads as well, and metallics and some real neons, beautiful colours. You can also use it for quilting. As I say, if you want anything that's really going to stand out, then this is going to be perfect. I wouldn't necessarily use this for my piecing because you don't want it's not going to break it. But you want to show this off. I'd save this for when I really want my stitches to sing. When you're piecing, you want them to bury into your fabrics, don't you? So this is going to be absolutely perfect for that. $149.99, and it will come as well with that shade chart. It'll come with all 96 spools, and you get it in the thread case. You do get it in a really lovely storage box. Remember, go onto the website. If you can't see it underneath us, don't panic. It is on the web. We found it on the web. You type in Metler. You know, yesterday we were saying we ticked all the boxes and we don't know why it's not there. We've managed to find it under the word Metler, double T, remember, double T. If you search Metler, then you will be able to find it. So that's your Polysheen. It comes in a really lovely sturdy case as well, so you can store these away nice and safely. You can see what you've got, can't you, with a transparent case like this. Right, so this one is a silk finish cotton. It doesn't say cotton in the graphics, which is a little frustrating, but don't worry, it is 100% cotton. Now, this one is also extremely limited now. So, why would you use a cotton thread? If you're at home and you know that you like to use 100% Egyptian cotton or any cotton, I know that you can get cotton threads quite affordably, actually. This quality is superb. It's Egyptian cotton. It's absolutely top quality. And inside, look at the colours. Just look at the colours. Now, this is because it's a mercerised cotton. The way that this has basically had a special treatment, which will mean that you're getting a completely colour-fast colour. You're getting a very strong colour, which is quite unusual for a cotton thread. It is heat-resistant, and it reduces any shrinkage that you might get from cotton, which is a natural thing. It's a natural thing. You know, but it's not always an acquired look, especially with quilting. So you're getting 96 spools, all of these different colours. I mean, you've got a beautiful selection of yellows and oranges and blues. You've got reds. You've got a great selection of greens. You've got all of your lovely neutral colours. For $149.99, it can be used for piecing. It can be used for quilting. It can be used for embroidery. You can use it for embroidery, but you may not want to. It's up to you. As I say, it's about picking, you know, like we say, the right fabrics for the right projects. It's similar with thread, having the right thread for the right projects. I know a lot of people who choose to only use cotton thread for when they're working with cotton fabric. So if you did want a beautiful quality cotton thread, Metler have developed an absolute outstanding quality one. We would advise this more for quilting. Once again, you get 150 meters of thread on each spool, which is brilliant. Loads of thread to get sewing, loads of thread to get started. So all of these threads, as I say, we saw yesterday, but we didn't get to show you them on the web. They were all available with the customer service team. So if you do want to check out on the web today, they are available by typing the word Metler into the website and you'll be able to see them. So these are your silk finish. It doesn't say cotton on your graphics, but they are cotton. So that silk finish, if I take one of the wrappers off, then you can see the finish on this. It isn't a completely matte finish. It's still got that really beautiful, quite delicate, not as shiny as your Polysheen, but it still has a really lovely, lovely finish to it. That's your silk finish, and as I said, they are mercerised cotton. £149.99. It's going to last for ages. If you want to give that a go, we've got a couple of other packets that are your silk finish cotton. I've got a pack of 28. These have never been on before, so these big briefcases we did do yesterday. These smaller packets are brand new today. And it's a good chance to sort of dip your toe in and see how you get on with working with cotton thread, and you know, that is a nice palette of colour as well. You're getting lots of beautiful neutral colours. You've got your blacks, you've got your greys, you've got your creams. You've got a great, I'm not even really going to call this a starter set. We're less than £40, which is a brilliant price point. But look at how much thread you're getting here. That's a really good dip into the world of Metler, isn't it? We're at just £1.49 a spool. That's for cotton, 100% Egyptian cotton thread. And when you're looking at a brand name like Metler, I mean, this is a big deal, isn't it? You've got so much for your money. £39.99. Brand new today, never been to air before. Now, can I find this on the web, Hannah? Yeah. Search Metler again and they'll appear on there. 28, 100% cotton spools, 150 metres on each spool, and they are, as I say, beautiful, beautiful quality. These are lovely for autumn, aren't they? I love that deep, that lovely sort of plum colour that we saw yesterday with Liberty. In fact, these will look really, really nice with the quilt that's behind me. We've also got a pack of 8. These again are your silk finish mercerised cotton. This one, lovely autumnal shades. In fact, again, perfect for with this quilt. £12.99. Look, you've got your cream, you've got black, white, a brown, you've got a red, a grey, and 2 different shades of blue, a light blue and a dark blue. So this is a nice universal, quite a go-to cotton pack, isn't it? Maybe you don't use cotton for every single one of your piecing projects. Maybe you do save it for when you're working with some of your more expensive fabrics that you want to spend a bit more time. But actually, if you break it down of how much you pay for your thread anyway, and you're thinking, right, okay, hang on, I've got a pack of 8 spools here, it's £12.99. The price on it is brilliant for the quality that you're getting. This is 100% Egyptian cotton. It's mercerised, so the treatment that it's gone through means that you've got a really, really lovely, strong colour. It's completely colour fast, and it's less than £2 a spool, which is amazing value, absolutely brilliant. We've got an autumn pack. Again, it's brand new today, and you are gonna love it. Look at this. Brand new pack today, special pack today. That's silk finished cotton, and it's the same price at £12.99. That is brilliant. We're less than £2 a spool for 150 metres. I love this one. What perfect time to be launching it as well. We're just entering into autumn. Perfect time to get all those autumn makes completed. And with a love, maybe it's your first time using cotton thread. Have a go. Absolutely have a go. If you have always wanted to, but you know, maybe it's slightly out of your budget, £12.99. If you've already paid your postage and packaging, get them home, try them for yourself. These are your 50 weight, so once again, you can use them as your universal threads. You can still use it in your bobbin and in the top of your machine. Just $12.99. How exciting. Right, so let me just show you where it is that you find all these threads on the website. If you go to www.we'reatsewingstreet.com, type in Metler into that top search bar, METTLER, click go. And there you go. You can see the big briefcase 96 spool holders. And then you've got the silk finish that we've launched today, the 28 pack, and the 2 8-packs. There's the autumn one. Look at this, already only 14 left. Oh no, we started with way more than that. Right, okay, grab it, grab it, grab it. It is busy this morning. Don't forget, we're doing a 5-hour show live till 1 o'clock today. Garry from Juki is going to be here in an hour and a half at 11 o'clock till 1 o'clock with brand new machines. Now we're doing a deal on, well, I say a deal, we're doing a bit of an extra on all the machines today, so we're going to be talking all things Juki with Garry, but if you've got your eye on any other machine, then you can get free postage and packaging today using the code sewing machine on any machine or overlocker. We're going to be launching today a Juki sewing machine and an overlocker. I'm so excited about the overlocker because I could not believe the price. I always associate Juki with more industrial. And they started off as an industrial sort of brand. Lots of people know Juki from industrial, but we're going to be showing you domestic. But of course, with that build quality that you want from a more high-end industrial professional machine. And the price on the overlocker, you are not going to believe. It's brilliant. It's on the website. It's on page 2 on Hannah's. So just scroll past all of our main machines because they always appear at the top. You'll need to go a bit further if you want to have a look, a sneak peek, a little glimpse at the machines that we're going to be talking about with Garry. And you know what he's like. Isn't he just amazing? Isn't he amazing? I have not seen him for months, so I'm really, really excited to welcome him back into the studio and talk about 2 brand new machines today, an overlocker and a sewing machine. Okay. I've done all the Metlers as well. I've done all the Metlers. Yep. I've got these ones, and these ones. So, can we just start with something we don't normally do? Lefties. We're with you. Me and Hannah are lefties. Let's start with the left-handed ones. So these are your Fiskars left-handed multi-purpose scissors. Wendy Yolanda's left-handed as well. They say very creative, don't they, left-handed people? $14.99. Sometimes we get left out, don't we? So what I love about these is that obviously you've got one of the biggest brands in the cutting. Well, they are probably one of, if not the biggest brand in the industry. Fiskars are very, very famous indeed and have been a household name for years and years and years and years and years, hundreds of years in fact. Lots of us have recognised that shape of handle. Sometimes you might see it as orange, but the left-handers, we get a red handle. So the difference is, obviously, you can use it in your left hand and it's one, really nice and comfortable, because the amount of times, how many of us have tried to use right-handed scissors and want it be uncomfortable, but 2, why doesn't it work? Why does it slash into your fabric or it doesn't work? And the reason is because there's different technology. So a left-handed pair of scissors should, and it does with Fiskars, show me both. Yeah, can you see that on this one, my left-hand blade opens first, and on this one, my right-handed blade opens first. So it's down to where your eye is, basically, and where you're positioning your cut to be able to cut correctly. So the reason that I can't cut like that with my right-handed scissors in my left hand is because the angle's wrong, basically, to cut. So if you do want to cut through your fabrics, your lovely designer fabrics with accuracy, precision and ease, then get the right scissors for the job. Now maybe you want, and the right hand, that'll help. So if you have got, or left, don't do that to me, Paul. I always do that in the car. I'm like, okay, right, because I was telling Hannah, I've got this from Hannah. I always say right, right. And she says she gets it from her dad and she's passed it on to me. So if you hear me saying over and over, right, it's like when you finish one task and you start another, get it from Hannah. But I do that when in the car, I'm like, right. And Kira's like, oh, right here. And I'm like, no, left. And I always get it confused because I say right too much now. So $14.99 for your left-handed scissors. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not annoyed. But I realised this morning, I came out of the dressing room and went, oh, it's you. You say right all the time. And I keep watching myself on the telly going, right, like this. And it's from Hannah. £14.99. These are your 21 centimetre general purposes. You just done it again and you didn't even mean to, did you? Just start saying left instead. So, next is the function form, which are these. $14.99. These are right. They're also right-handed, and they are our absolute staple here. They are always on set. They're always used by guest designers who are right-handed. You will have often seen them on the show. When we first launched Sewing Street, we had a big meeting with Fiskars. We managed to get some great deals, some great products, brilliant prices, and this was one of the pair of scissors that we snapped up under £15 for you. When you're looking at a brand like Fiskars, I normally expect to see, $24.99, $29.99. $14.99, and whether it be for your fancy fabric scissors or whether this will be your second pair of scissors that you use for paper, we all need different pairs of scissors for different jobs. I realise that now. I'm sorry to anybody who I may have offended right at the start. When I first joined the crafting world, I was like, why do you need so many pair of scissors? Can I borrow your scissors? And it was like, no, hands off my scissors, or what are you doing with those scissors? And then I'll tell you if you can borrow them or not. And I didn't get the protection that everybody had. Now I get it. I understand. You do need to make sure that you've got the right tools for the job and the right scissors for the job. Don't use your fabric scissors for paper because you'll blunt them. Whereas, absolutely, get yourself a gorgeous pair of Fiskars scissors. Less than £15 is a steal. Absolute brilliant price point. Okay. Something else that a lot of people don't necessarily understand when they first start is pre-cuts of fabric and how useful that they are. I've got two different Lewis and Irene charm packs. This is a 10-inch charm pack. I know that if you've seen Moda fabrics, you often see them as a layer cake. Charm packs I normally associate with smaller squares. This is a large charm pack from Lewis and Irene. It can be a 10-inch charm pack, sometimes in other designers known as a layer cake. So, what I personally love about these is that you're getting glimpses of each collection, and not even glimpses of each collection. You're getting a really, really lovely amount of fabric to be playing around with. This collection, is so nautical. It's beautiful. It really, really is. This is a Greek word for, what was the love of the sea? How do I pronounce it, Paul? Philosophile. A philosophile is a lover of all things sea. The boat, you've got lovely seashells, you've got your bumbleberry, which I love. We've got that in lots of different colours, little seahorse prints. They're amazing, aren't they? And I mean, this is a lot still. There's loads that you're going to be able to do with this charm pack. There are 42 10-inch squares, 42 beautiful cotton fabrics. They're all quilting weight cotton. If you want to do fussy cutting, or if you want to do EPP, think about how many hexes you're going to be able to get out of this. Depending on what size, you're definitely going to be able to get through 9, I would say, depending on what size hexes you're doing with whatever seam allowance you're using. But I mean, it is going to go a really, really long way. If you're doing any of the makes from the book, the Love to Sew book that we launched in the last hour, this would be really lovely for that as well. Kitchen makes and bathroom makes. You could also simply piece that together and make your own larger pieces of fabric. That's what patchwork really is, isn't it? Making your own fabric. $29.99, that's your 10-inch charm pack. Let me show you the difference in size. It's obviously, half the size. You've got a 5-inch square. 42 of them. I just want to show you in comparison the different sizes. This was the old chocolate shop, which is the lovely smelly one. I've stopped using the word flavoured because you don't eat it, don't lick it. It's not Charlie and the Chocolate Factory where it's scented, smells lovely. Oh, and inside here, oh, I'm gonna have to just try and shimmy this off, and I will, can I? She says, I'm gonna try and do this so nice and neatly so that I can put it back. This old chocolate shop, you saw the sprinkles used in Jules's, in her project earlier on. But I love this range. I think it's lovely and wintry without being novelty Christmas. So it's something that you could use throughout the winter with any of your makes. And look, instantly I can smell like hot chocolate. It's like a lovely posh box of chocolates. You've got beautiful hot chocolate with whipped cream and cinnamon sticks. Gingerbread man. This is my favourite. The chocolatiers. That lovely house. And this is Paul's favourite as well. Don't let her put you off. We've got good taste, don't we, Paul? You got your sprinkles. This one was the one that was used with Jules's project earlier on. She used it in the tea towel. You've got really, really lovely fabrics. The bumbleberry again. Great thing about Lewis and Irene is that, I mean, they're a family business and you can tell the love and the passion that they put into it. It's the first ever fabric collection that I've seen that's scented. It's got the most beautiful chocolate scent. £12.99. Every single time we get these Lewis and Irene charm packs in, they sell out because they're very, very versatile. There's lots of books of charm packs. There's lots of books. Of course, you can do lots of pre-cutting still from these. If you've got any of the mini Strapology rulers, there's lots of sub-cutting that you could do. £12.99, and that is the most beautiful Lewis and Irene charm pack, and it smells delicious. Okay. We're talking about different pre-cuts. We had fat quarters in the first hour in the kit, but if you have been quilting for a while, then we all have a bit of a stash, don't we? And sometimes when I ask people about their stash, they get a bit cagey. Like, why are you talking about that? Who's told you this? Whereas it's true, we all do. We all collect fabric. We've become a bit of a hoarder of fabric, and we don't want to throw any away. So if you've got half meters, this is a great place to store your fabric. You want to make sure that you're keeping it nice and dust-free and lint-free. If I open it up, then you can see how great this is, and the design of it's brilliant because you've got lovely compartments. One, you're going to be able to see what you've got. So once it's nice and filled, you could have loads of these stacked up in a wardrobe and get them into some sort of order of maybe solids and different tonal colours. If you use lots of fabric, it's a great way to organise. Now these can come completely off if you want. So it doesn't need to necessarily just be for fat quarters. You could store all sorts in here. You can store made projects or part-made projects that are there ready to go. You can just use one of the compartments. You could put them both in, and here you've got plenty of room to be able to stack lots of fat quarters. You can take them both out. It's up to you. So I've got some fat quarters, and I'll just show you how nice and neatly these all fit in, and you can see them. So once they're all in there, I'll be able to see exactly what is in there when I've got them stocked, when I've got them stacked up. What's that, sorry? Plastic bit on the top. Oh, okay, to flatten it out, you can run a hot hairdryer over it and it will flatten it out. That's a good tip. Be careful with it, but if you do a hairdryer over the top of it, it will flatten it out because they might become a little bit well packed when they come to you. £10.99. That's ideal, isn't it? I know lots of people have purchased multiple of these to stack up and get a bit organised. Sorry if I hit my microphone then. It's good to be able to get ourselves organised. I think over the last, well, certainly back in March, I was the most organised I've ever been in 30 years. I was literally so organised. I've got everything all sorted. I rearranged all my cupboards. I rearranged my wardrobe. I rearranged my fabric bits and bobs. My stash, I don't have a craft room, so everything was going in different cupboards and storing it away. Whereas now it's got back to a point where I need to do organising again, and you know, bags like this are just going to be ideal. There's loads that you can use this for. It has got a handle, so if you are, you know, sewing, if you're able to go to relatives, or when we're able to go to workshops and things like that, you can use it as a project bag, can't you? Or a project that's in the making at the moment. It's just nice because it's going to stay lint and dust free, convenient little sections to be able to put all of your fabrics, especially if you've got a cat that likes to, you know, climb over things and really rummage into lovely, into different fabric piles, make their own little beds. So that's nice to protect all your lovely, expensive fabric. Okay, the size of it, just so you know, is 18 inches by 9.8 inches and 6.8 inches. Hello, Sandra. Good morning. How are you? Today's early bird's a good one today, Sandra. She's asked what today's early bird is. You're still lucky there is availability. We got loads of these back in stock because we've waited for so long. It's a very busy early bird today. Very, very popular early bird. You're getting 2 packs of your sew line glue pens. 2 packs. That's 12 of your refill sticks. So you've got 2 of your green, 2 of yellow, and 2 pink, 2 blue, 2 yellow. It doesn't matter because they dry completely clear. It is to go into conjunction with your sew line glue pen. We do have sew line glue pens on the website. It's definitely worth having a look if you haven't already got one. Why not? They're so useful. So useful. Just £12.98, which we have done a little bit of research this morning and we found that that was a brilliant price. I know I sound like a broken record today, don't I, Jules? She's just walked in to the studio and I'm still banging on about these glue refills. I promise I haven't spoken about them in the last 50 minutes. It's just Sandra's asked about the early bird. Have a look at the on a website, not our website. This is a very famous website that you will all know. That's you know, that very famous river. You can get 6 of them in a refill, £9.99, £9.99. We're getting 12 for £12.98, and you've got to use them, aren't you? It's not like, oh, you've got to use them all this month. If you keep the lid on them, they'll last as well. They will. If they do dry out, just put a bit of water and it helps out a bit, we've found. But £12.98, they will last the test of time still, but that's going to keep you stocked up well and truly. And lots of companies, I know, really struggle to get it. We've waited months to get these in. I think a lot of people have gotten into sewing over the last 6 months, haven't they? Especially hand sewing, something that's keeping us nice and relaxed. And I find it very, very mindful. So if you are doing any English paper piecing or hand sewing, bag making, these are ideal to hold your zips in place as well. The glue pen that you need to use it in conjunction with is this one. Why? Oh. Just wanted to show you the glue pen. This is the glue pen that it goes with. Sorry, can't put the graphics in because it's going to sell out. The early bird graphics are there, but just to show you the glue pen that it works with is this one. It comes with a refill anyway. So once you get to the end of your glue, keep the actual little pot because you can keep your pins in there or little needles, whatever you want. So this is what you're getting in your early bird. This is your glue pen. I'm just keep rolling this up so you can see what it looks like when it finishes. And when you're ready to use a refill, you will know. It runs out. Pinch it, pull it, push it, roll it. And you can put your new refill in. There you go. You could use that sew line if you want on your packaging. Pinch it, pull it, roll it. I feel like, what's that game? Bop it. Bop it. Do you remember Bop It? That's so weird. I've not thought about Bop It since I was about 10 and I used to be so addicted to it. Okay. Right. Now, the nights are drawing in. I was talking to Cara about this actually, and and Jane Greenough, and they said, you do need a good light. You need a good light. You need to be able to make sure you can see clearly. This is going to be really, really handy. Sorry, it's a bit dusty. This is going to be really handy, especially, as I say, those nights are drawing in. We've got loads of lights here. We're really, really lucky when our guest designers come in. They are literally, you know, blinded by the lights. There's a lot of lights in here. Whereas at home, you don't want to put all of your main lights on, do you? You want to obviously think about the energy and your bills, but also it's really handy just to have that one light that's focusing on your project. And because they're LED lights, if I turn that around, then you'll be able to see that you have got a lovely warm light. If I do the other one, then you've got a really lovely bright light as well, so you can see just how bright that's going to be. And a magnifier that is ×2 magnification. So if you're doing any cross stitch, hand stitching, any sort of sewing. Even reading instructions sometimes can be quite small print, can't they? Especially back of packets and things like that. I find this is a great reading lamp, and it's not going to get hot. It's a true natural daylight light, and it has got a I mean, look at that. You can see every little wrinkle on my hand. Not wrinkle, what was it that you called it earlier on? Crater. Oh, thanks, Jules. $73.99. And here you've got a clamp. You can put it onto your desk. You can put it onto a stand like this. It comes with all of these. A stand if you want to have it on the floor, if you want to have it on the desk, or if you want to have it on a clamp. You can use it with or without it being plugged in. So it charges up, which is great, isn't it? Because I don't have very many plug sockets in my house. I think a lot of these really new houses, they have lots of plug sockets everywhere, whereas I live in a really old building that has like one plug socket here and there, and they're always in difficult places to get, so it's handy that this is rechargeable. Even I know our sister channel, Jewellery Maker, when Liam comes across, or Laura who work part of there, and I'm obviously part of Jewellery Maker as well, they are so envious that we have these in stock. They say they haven't got any, and I know that we're sharing their website, but we see these sell out very, very quickly. If you do want to make the most of these lamps, they are a bit more of an investment, but it's because of the quality of the light and the finish that you're getting. It's got a fully flexible arm. It can be sort of repositioned to wherever you feel comfortable sewing and stitching. But I also know that a lot of people who are model makers or do really fine detail artwork, or even just as a reading light, really like this. So it's definitely worth making the most of it. £73.99. There's different types of lights that are available on the website. If you just want a smaller desk lamp, have a look on the web. We're going to get Jules back on anyway. Do not go anywhere. Lots of people have been admiring the quilt that's behind me. We're going to be showing you just how you can also do it too. So don't go anywhere. Coming back up with lovely Jules after this. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great.
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
And it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping. Welcome back. Hope you're all having a lovely morning wherever you are, whatever you're doing. There's a lot of people who I know are busy sewing now. These wintry mornings are just perfect for sitting in and having a watch of Sewing Street and sewing. We've got a gorgeous quilt, which I know Jules will say, you can do it, Vic, you can do it, because it looks really complex. The pattern itself is a really, really beautiful pattern, and we have seen the pattern before, backed by popular demand for anybody who's not done it. It's beautiful. The Kimono quilt, which is fabulous. The finished size is 76 inches by 50 inches. It's a big quilt. They say it's a lap quilt. I think that's bigger than a lap quilt. It looks brilliant. So the one that Jules is working with, brand new colourway, is this one. Our team are fantastic at putting together these bundles, you know, because these are fabrics that I just wouldn't necessarily have thought to put together. You do get the pattern in the bundle this time, which is great. And oh my word, you get oodles and oodles of fabric. So your pattern plus you get 6.5 meters of beautiful quilting cotton overall. So you get a meter of cream. You have a meter of silver. You also then have a meter of this gorgeous red. Look at that. This is for the border. Everything else, oh no, actually, there's also Juliet Roses, this one. This one you get a meter as well. And then everything else is half a meter. So you get half a meter of that teal. That is gorgeous. I thought they'd be fat quarters, you know, but no, they're half meters, which is big amounts of fabric. You're getting loads, and you get such a beautiful selection of colours. They go perfectly in the quilt, don't they? So every single one of these are half meters, and look at how well they work together. Absolutely love this quilt. This is called the Juliet Roses, and this is the one that Jules had been working with, and every single one of those is your quilting weight cotton. They're beautiful quality cottons. £66.99, and remember, you're also getting your instructions, you're getting your pattern, which is very, very clear, extremely thorough. We will go through with Jules how she got on with the pattern, and then we've got one other colourway to show you. So that one was called Juliet. This one's called Autumn Bloom. Once again, you get a copy of the pattern. You do get your instructions included in each kit. You don't need to purchase those separately. You get a metre of ivory, a metre of silver for your binding, a metre of the autumn leaf fabric, which is this one. your autumn leaf fabric, so you get 1 metre of this as well. Now that's I think for your border, we'll talk to Jules, I think that's going to be, you know, the same as the red one on the other on the made up quilt, and then you're getting 1/2 metre of your yellow, which is lovely. 1/2 metre of these. That's the first time I've seen this one. 1/2 metre, and it's in yellow as well. They remind me of dandelions. They're so beautiful. 1/2 metre of your teal, and then they're called reflections. They're really pretty. And then also 1/2 metre of this autumn leaf shadow, which is really nice as well. So that's called Autumn Bloom, which is going to look, again, completely different. But I love all these patterns, and I think they work perfectly with that sort of kimono feel. Because this has been previously, because it has been previously very, very popular. And I know we were talking about having a big old stash at home. If you've got lots of fabric, if you do want the pattern on its own, for a limited amount of people, we are offering the pattern on its own. We did as many as we could. It's $9.99. Remember, the others have been put into bundles. So if you do want the pattern on its own, don't wait till the end of Jules' demonstration. Grab it now. You don't need to get it separately if you're getting the bundle. I know a lot of people have asked, can we do more patterns on their own? There it is, £9.99. When we can, we absolutely will. When we can, we do. So it's $9.99 if you want the pattern on its own. But remember, they are included in the bundles. So if you love the colourways that have been put together, and as I say, you get loads of fabric, 6.5 metres of fabric as well. It's definitely worth making the most of those. We'll come back later and we'll talk about waddings and things like that. But let's go over to Jules. Hello, hello, hello. How did you find the pattern to work with?
It was very straightforward.
Oh, that's good.
You get it all itemised as to what you need to do, and there's also a reference section, so it'll talk about applique and then it references what applique is.
Okay.
So it's very clear. Yeah, really enjoyed working with it.
It's nice because it doesn't sort of presume that you know what all of these different techniques are, which you might not know.
Exactly.
The quilt itself is big, actually,
Gorgeous.
isn't it? When it says it's a lap quilt.
I don't think that's lap. Well, unless you're a giant, of course. Then. But I would say that would be pretty decent on a single bed.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, most of it would be covered. Yeah, but yeah, it's really nice actually.
Yeah, it's a beautiful quilt, and like you say, it actually looks really sort of complicated. It looks a lot more complicated.
It looks like, oh yeah, you've matched everything, and it's been all, you know.
Yeah.
It is really straightforward.
Okay.
But the proviso is that you follow the cutting. So you know, measure twice, cut once. Definitely applies here. So there was me, and the first one being all rustic, this one all technical, as in you need to make sure that you cut it properly.
Okay.
And if you make sure you cut it properly, your squares are square. So, you know, they do the right job. If you don't, you'll be fiddling around, which is a bit of a pain. It is doable, but it's a bit of a nuisance.
It's a nice one, actually, to showcase your fabric.
Yeah.
Because a lot of quilts that we've done recently are cut quite small pieces and they put together beautifully. But if you've got a lovely print that you love, I mean, this is something that I think you're going to be able to do again with different fabrics, and it'll look completely different, but you can really showcase what fabrics you love with those big squares.
And they're 12.5 inch, so 12-inch finished blocks. So you could quite easily intersperse those in other projects if you wanted to.
Nice.
So you could have that as a centre block and then do something else around it.
Yeah.
So it's quite a good size from a quilter's point of view to mix and match, chop and change. Also, it's a good size for a cushion. So if you will have quite a lot of the kimono pieced fabric left.
Cushion, a bag maybe?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can make all sorts.
Good idea.
So it's good.
Fabulous. Where are we starting then?
So,
over to you.
First of all, you get, as you say in your instructions, you will get a pattern piece for your kimono. The first thing that I did was actually tape it together, so I had the whole piece as the kimono rather than have it in two pieces.
Okay.
And the next thing that you'll want to have is your bonder web. So you'll be cutting, of the kimonos, you'll be cutting 8 of the kimonos. So that was my first thing to do, to make sure that I drew them all out. I like to quite, as you were saying before about batching things, I like to do them all at the same time so that you get your eye in really. And if you've made a mistake on the first one, you won't make it on the others because you've learnt. So what you'll need to do is with bonder web, which
we
I
have
think
got
we've probably
bonder web
got
on the website. Absolutely, yeah.
The Bonder web that I used was in the packet.
Was that there's a metre piece
but
in the packet?
Get the metre piece, well...
Get the roll.
Get the
5
roll.
metre roll.
If you can get the roll or a continuous piece, it's slightly better because the packet pieces are in strips, which are fine, but I did have to piece my strip. So if you see on there, I've sellotaped it. You wouldn't normally sellotape it, you would actually put it on and just iron it, but I sellotaped it there. So what you want to be doing is when you are tracing it off, be very sure about drawing these lines with a ruler.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it freehand. This is all about making it look and pop nicely. And if you've got wonky edges, yes, you're going to be sewing over those edges, but if you've got wonky edges to start with, you can't quite keep it in true. So I would definitely be using I did use a ruler on there. So you trace the pattern off onto the paper side of your Bonder web. So you've got your paper and then you've got your sticky. And the next thing that you would do is cut all your pieces out. So it's very specific on your pattern what size pieces you have. It gives you information as to which is fabric 1, which is fabric 2, and how many of each you cut out. What I did was I wrote down I have a running order as to what fabrics we're going to use.
Yeah.
I wrote down which was 1, which was 2, which was 3.
Good idea, make yourself a bit of a key.
Yeah, just because when you start cutting, you can go a bit gung-ho. So just try and keep to what it says on here. So cut all your pieces out first of all, and you will find that you've got plenty of material to cut out. You just need to do exactly what it says on here. So if it says width of fabric, don't go off on a tangent. Use the width of fabric, cut a strip, and then sub-cut it. So sub-cutting is when you've got a long length of your fabric and then you're cutting it to size.
Okay.
So when you're doing these blocks, you're sub-cutting a long length into the 12.5 squares.
Right, I'm with you.
So get all of that done before you start.
Yeah, you do all your cutting first.
Yeah, and then we're going to do our applique. So your strips that you would cut, it says to put it on and then cut it, but I cut 12.5 inch strips down the fabric. So I had my 1/2 metre and I took a panel of 12.5 inches because it was more manageable, and also the remaining piece. So if you're only taking that out of a 1/2 metre piece, your remaining piece you can use for another project, and you've got a decent sized piece to cut it into. So the next thing that you would do would be to take your template that you've drawn around on your Bonder web, put it on. Can I
choose, because they've got loads of, sorry to interrupt, you know you've got lots of 1/2 metres, can I choose which one I want as that square, or is that a metre, one of the metre pieces that I need to use as the main, you know, the squares and your border? I'm just wondering, as you're using the yellow, that's the background of going to be the background of your kimono bit, or the actual kimono?
It's the kimono.
That's the kimono
So
part.
these are my kimonos, and then the title of the kit is your fabric. So this is the Juliet Roses.
I'm with you.
So all of the other 4 that you've got on there are your kimono fabrics.
Right, so then that one for this kit is going to be, I think, my border?
No, that's your main squares.
Main fabric square.
And then your border is the darker one.
Ah.
Yeah, excuse me, sorry, that one.
Is that one?
Yeah, so that's your border.
Nice, okay. Sorry, I'm just wondering how we organise this one, how it will look. Brilliant.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So then you fuse on your block piece. I numbered mine.
Yeah.
Because you're given a guide as to, it's on page 2, you're given a guide as to what order to put them into. So it's a repeat but a reverse repeat. So that one and that one are the same, that one and that one are the same, and then you've got your 4 in the middle. So a vertical row and a horizontal row. And you don't have to do it like that. I did it like that because obviously that was the brief. But if you decided that you wanted these swapping over, you can choose what you like, really. Okay. But I think it's quite nice because it draws the eye in when you've got that configuration. But it's all laid down on your on your planning guide. So once you have appliqued your Bonder web, sealed your Bonder web onto the back, then this is your kimono piece that you'll be then appliquing onto your plain block. So your plain block, they are all the lighter colour, the ivory. So if you've cut these out, this is again a sub-cutting exercise, but you've cut all your blocks out. So you'll take one of your blocks, you'll then cut out your kimono, and then you'll applique that to the block. And it's very simple. Obviously you're cutting through the paper, so just be careful which scissors you want to use if you keep some especially for papers, but you will cut exactly along the line. Now if you notice, your Bonder web is slightly bigger, but that means that when you've sealed it on, you've actually sealed it across the cutting line.
Right, so
it's a good seal.
So the glue will be right to the end of your fabric. Are you doing that on the reverse side of your fabric? Yeah.
And then what will happen is, once you've done all of this, and you've peeled off your Bonder web, so you scratch it with a pin, and then you'll peel it off. You then will stick that and iron that to that side.
Okay.
Okay. So I've done a lot of pre-prepping because I know I take so long. Well, no, I take so long doing it. I think you don't see the whole of it. So that's what you. So that's what your blocks will look like.
That is lovely.
This is obviously a different fabric now.
Reflection. That is really nice.
But that and the purple just look really nice together.
Yeah.
So that's your kimono block made. The next block, which is very simple, it's all of your main fabric, this fabric, and you cut those all into your 12.5-inch squares. So these are your main building blocks, if you like. So you've got your block fabric with your kimono on it, and then you've got your interspersed blocks, if you like. And the next process is to put your sashing, to start and put your sashing.
Right, point out where the sashing is on here.
So the sashing is the grey strips that go in between.
Yeah.
And rather than having to put all of it on in one long strip, the trick here is that all of your blocks that go across, you sash as you go.
Okay.
And then when you've made a row of blocks, you sash those all together.
Ah, that's good.
So it just means it's all manageable, which is why I said before, you think, well, it could look like it's a bit of a daunting task, but it's not. It's very manageable to do all of that. So again, I did it en masse, and I was able to do chain piecing. So chain piecing is where you have your strips, or whatever it is you're doing, and you do it, you match them all up and you sew them all en masse. Now it tells you on everything, so again, read the instructions and make sure you're quite pedantic about how you do it and which order you do it in. So what you'll be doing now is you'll be taking all of your blocks, so the ones with the kimonos on them and the ones without. Just check on this fabric, there is a way up and a way not.
Direction.
Yeah. So if you look at your flowers, they're all growing upwards. So that's the correct direction. Otherwise you'll be topsy-turvy.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'll take these two pieces and I will chain piece them. So I want on the right-hand side of my block, I want my sashing, which is the little grey strip, and they will match exactly. So you know you're doing it right because you've cut it correctly. Everything is a 1/4 inch seam. Again, be really strict about your 1/4 inch seam, because it means that when you get to matching up here, it will match. Otherwise, you're fiddling around with it and you don't really want to be doing that. So chain piecing. I'm not going to pin because I know those two are straight. And I'm going to have my 1/4 inch seam. And I'm going to go over there, and just straightforward stitching we want. We don't want to be worried about, sorry, changing my buttons. We don't want to be worried about zigzagging or anything like that. It's just straightforward stitching and straight top to bottom. So down the first one, and you'll have, obviously, if you've appliqued them all, you'll have 8 of these and 8 of these.
It's as I said at the start, it's such a lovely way of showcasing all those fabrics, isn't it? Because that autumn one is beautiful.
Yeah.
I thought, you know, I had a clear winner when I saw yours made up, that I loved that colourway, but actually seeing this come together, the autumn colours.
Yeah, it's really nice, the blue and the yellow, because obviously they're your primaries, aren't they? And then to throw in a purple in there, it's just really nice. It's a very thoughtful way of creating the colour batches, I think. So you would do this all the way along for your eight of each pieces, and then once you've done that, you're going to be pressing everything back.
Because there's not actually that much sewing, it's good to practice your 1/4 inch and, you know, take that time making sure that that is really nice and accurate, because like you say, there's not much sewing in your blocks.
No.
You've just got your applique and your main block, so
yeah, definitely. And it pays you to be accurate, because you won't have trouble later on. Also, when you're pressing, this was a bit of a revelation to me, actually, because I'd not nested my seams so well as I did on this quilt. And I'm thinking, well, why?
Yeah.
Because everything is pressed in the same direction. So it's just, you know, follow the instructions and it works, which is my kind of watchword. So you'll press the seam down towards the block.
Okay.
And when you get a bit further on the sashing, it's still the same thing towards the block, but the block of the sashing. I'll explain in a minute. So you'll end up with all of your blocks nicely pressed, all in order. And then the next thing that you need to do is decide where they're all going to fit. So I had a look at my diagram and I chose the fabrics for 4, this is A, and then 5, and I put the row 1, then row 2, then row 3, then row 4, and then row 5, and I just left them for the moment.
Okay.
Because the next thing that you'll do, so that's all of the big pieces sorted, basically. The only other thing that you've got to do is to add 1 row of sashing on each row. So on your very left-hand row, so whichever one your left-hand row is, so on this one it would be number 4, you've got all of them attached on the right-hand side, and then you've got your left one that will have a sashing in a minute. Okay, you can attach your blocks all together here, or you can wait and do them a little bit later on if you want to. It's entirely up to you. If you think, well, I've got all my blocks and I'm looking at the 12.5 inch and I want to do them all together, then the thing that you would do here is work out what your organisation would be. So say that's 4. This is my A. I join them together.
I think I missed you say earlier on, do you do the stitching around your applique part as you do those blocks?
Yes.
So Bondewebmont, stitch around them in whatever stitch you want. What did you do around there?
I used blanket stitch actually.
Yeah,
sorry, I forgot to say that. Yes, you're right.
No, I didn't know whether I missed it.
No, I didn't say it. Oh, well done. So before you join them together, yeah, you're correct. Just do a blanket stitch around. The only thing that I would say is have a little practice first. So I know that on here I did number 24, and I had a look at the shorter stitch on there. I started all of them on the sleeve and worked along and round. So if you're using a blanket stitch, the only thing that I would say is when you have started your blanket stitch, just check to see where it starts, and make sure that the edge of your piece, is the edge of where the flat piece of the stitch comes, if that makes sense. Let me do one and I'll show you what I mean. So if I've got, the only thing that you'll need to remember is this flat piece of the stitch that seals across the top needs to be against your edge of your applique.
I'm with you.
And then the tongue, if you like, comes in. So you keep that all the way down. On a straight piece, it's fine. When you get to a corner, so if you were turning a corner, you would make sure, so turn your wheel and see where it's about to land, if you see what I mean. and you can see when it's going in for the tongue bit, it flicks.
Okay, so it's good to do it on a bit of scrap fabric and see what it looks like. So
Yeah.
your blanket stitches, which
And
way
then
it goes in.
when you get to the corner, make sure that your needle goes down on a flat piece. So it's just flicked up. And then turn it so that you know, if you crank it again, if you're not sure, just crank it, it's fine. You know that when you're getting to that corner, you're actually still sealing the edge of the fabric and you're not going diagonally, because that can sometimes happen if you haven't just watched where the stitch goes in, because as you say, the swing on it, sometimes it twists it and you don't really want that, so you want it to be nice and even.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So
I
yes.
do like the blanket stitch. You can do a satin stitch or a zigzag.
You can.
Or
I suppose, like with a satin stitch, you'll be using more cotton.
Yeah.
So it just depends on how much you've got.
Okay.
I quite like the blanket stitch, and I did it on this one. I did it in a highlighted stitch as well, just because I wanted you to see it. I wanted it, you know, to be obvious.
Like
on
just
this.
a straight stitch.
You could,
if it's bothering me,
if you wanted to. The only thing that you will find if you do a straight stitch, depending on how much wear it's going to have. So if you're washing it a lot, it will fray.
Yeah.
So if you think, well, actually, this is going to be used just as a wall hanging, fine. Straight stitch, no problem. But if you think, well, actually, I'm going to use it on the bed or whatever, then yeah, I would just blanket stitch it or satin stitch it on the edges.
Fab, thank
or
you.
Just a normal zigzag. That's still fine. Or it might be a chance to try out all of your
the fancy stitches.
Yeah, fancy stitches. I'll change that back because otherwise I won't.
Oh, thank you.
So sorry about that, it's everybody. So yeah, join them all in a row, and then you're ready to join your sashing. So the trick here is going to be that you'll have your sashing pieces, which will all be the same length, and then in between you need to add your corner square or your little square, and again you must keep to your 1/4 of an inch, because if you don't, you'll be all over the place with matching everything up.
Okay.
So you can chain piece these as well, just like you did on the bigger blocks. You take the sashing and then the corner piece and you fit it to the right side. So this is what I said about everything kind of going the same way. So you'll again chain piece all of those down and you'll end up with little notes everywhere, a whole wodge of them, which you then will sew together. So you've chain pieced these, you've got that one, let's do this one, at 1/4 of an inch.
And how many of those are there to do?
There's 3 to a row. I think there's 18 if I remember. So once you've done your chain piecing on here, you then would press the seam towards the block, this being the block now.
Right, okay.
Okay. And then that just means that it all nests together in the end. You put 3 pieces together and you add a block on the left side.
Yeah.
So you've now got a block on each end, block on each end and the 3 pieces in between.
Right.
This then, so you'll do all of your rows of this. You won't use all of the sashing pieces because some will be going on the end of your blocks. So again, follow the instructions, do what it says, it'll be fine. So you then piece them all together in your rows, and what you're going to be doing is, having pieced the 3 together, you'll be adding a row of sashing onto the bottom of the 3.
Okay, I'm with you.
So this is where the construction part comes into its own.
It's pretty quick. It's a quick quilt, actually, isn't it?
Quick quilt when you're when you're talking
when you've done all the prep, absolutely. But it
but
isn't one that's got lots and lots of piecing. You know, sometimes if you're doing a gift or you think, oh no, it's someone's bad. I mean, this is such a beautiful quilt, and it's actually, like you say, relatively
easy.
Yeah, it's simple.
So this is 3 that I got together. So this is another one of the rows. I will just put it side by side because they look beautiful.
Colours are beautiful together.
So these I would now, so I have sewn around those with your blanket stitch. So you'd now attach these all together, and then just as we did with the sashing, you add a piece of sashing to the left hand side.
Okay.
So it's exactly the same formula. So you can get into a kind of rhythm with it all. So that would be one of the rows. But yeah, I love that fabric. That's my fave.
They're really lovely.
My fave. And here we go. So this is where you need to just take a little bit of time. I have cheated with most of it, but I have done it at home.
How have you cheated?
In there, I've pinned it so,
Oh.
so that you can see it. But what you're going to be doing is you're going to be matching your seams up. So all of the seams of the block go towards the block. All of the seams of the corner squares, as I'm going to call them, go towards the corner square, which means that when you have got the piece at the edge, so this is my big block piece and that's my sashing piece, they nest together, which you probably encountered this before, but these nest really well. I was so like chuffed with how they married up. And you just ease the two in, and where you can see the stitching line, that's where you put your pin. So when you go along,
and it is worth spending those seconds pinning, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it doesn't shift.
I mean, I'm not a pinner.
No,
but
no, you're not.
Here I am
so,
a pinner.
Yeah. Okay.
Because if you don't, it can go AWOL if you're not careful. Because you know how sometimes fabric creeps, and you have been as accurate as you can be, but occasionally it'll creep along.
Absolutely.
And you don't really want that. You want it to, when you open it out, everything to line up. So, fingers crossed.
Go for it.
Go for it. Everybody.
We believe in you.
And I left the pins in right to the last minute because I didn't want that fabric creep. So come up to your pin, watch where your needle is, and slide it out just before you get to it. And you should be fairly assured of where things are going because your everything was cut correctly, wasn't it, when we started?
Yeah.
We did all straight seams and all straight cuts and everything. So we should be fine. It
will match up, yeah.
It will match up. Believe in the pins. But this is what you'll be doing at home. You'll be going, oh, will it? And you know what? If it doesn't quite, there's a fudge. You can get out of it. It may be that you go to your trusty seam ripper, but you will be able to get out of it. At this stage, it's all fine. The challenge is when you are at your at the final stage, and then it's harder to unpick because you've got two a vertical and a horizontal sashing going together, and that is
so check
more tricky.
as you go that you're happy with that one.
Yes. So if you treat everything as kind of block units, this is your next unit. This is your row unit, if you like. Right. Okay.
I breathe. And you can breathe during it as well. Yeah. And stop.
And stop. So, oh, look, yeah.
Happy?
Yes. Perfect.
Oh, and let's have an examine. Let's look.
Yeah, you can look. You can look.
Ooh.
I don't mind you looking because I'm quite pleased with that.
This would be a good one for your Metler threads, actually. This would be really nice. We always had a suggestion coming from Jenny. She said you could decorate each kimono with a decorative stitch.
You could. That would be beautiful, actually.
So
if you've got metallic thread on top of that, you could draw a dragon on it, or you know, all sorts of. You could make it really kind of authentic, and draw loads of stuff on it. Yeah,
you could even do some hand stitching, like some sashiko on it, couldn't you?
Yeah, yeah, perfect. I mean, you could, if you wanted to, you could do a sashiko design along the sashing.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
You can make it as complicated or not as you like.
I think if you follow the pattern and just do it as the pattern, it looks amazing.
That's it.
But then everybody's obviously got all these creative ideas. We're all going to do different things with it, aren't we?
That's the beauty of just getting a kit, isn't it? You can all do slightly different.
Yeah.
And obviously on this one, it's not been quilted much, but the suggestion is that you quilt around, an echo quilt around your kimono as well. So that just gives it a bit more pop, a bit more depth to come out. But essentially, that's your kind of rows done. What you'll then do is you'll attach the next row in order to the kind of bottom or top, whichever way around it is that you're going. So that'll be that one. And
Oh,
you
they
do the
look
same
lovely.
process again. So you'll fold them over, you'll make sure all of your corners match, and you'll stitch them all together. So eventually you're going to have all of your rows. Once you've done that and made sure that everything's squared off, the thing that I like, sorry, an aside, the thing that I liked about it, because obviously these are geometric shapes, it's looking at them going, it's not going to turn out as a square, is it? Because it looks rectangular there. But then you've got, and they all sort of, when you did it all together, they all sort of kind of popped out as squares. It's like, oh yeah, it's working.
Oh, good.
So yeah, I had fun making it. So the last stage, if you like, is to have, you've already cut your binding. Now, there's a couple of ways of doing this.
Hang on, what's this? Sorry, your border.
Your border.
Yeah,
Sorry, yeah, border, not binding. A couple of ways of doing it. The way that is suggested in the pattern is that you join, so obviously the width of the fabric is not long enough for that, and even it's not long enough for that across.
Oh really? I can't see your joins.
No. Well, thank you for that. Well, because in the pattern it suggests that you join your fabric and then you decide where half of this is. So you'd go halfway down and put your join there. I didn't do that.
You think I'd see that then?
Yeah. I didn't do that. I did it so that I did my sides first, right from the top down, as far as I could go, and then I've got a join here. And
so
then
it just doesn't, it means your eye just doesn't instantly go to there, doesn't it, when it's off centre?
And then across the top, again, that's the suggestion, that you do it halfway and have your join, which will mean that you've kind of got a cross of joins, which I didn't like. So my join at the top is towards there.
So you couldn't even see it then?
No. So that's...
How is it that you join it?
So this length is not long enough. It's not long enough.
Oh, yeah.
So join two of them together. Again, just look at your patterns and make sure that your flowers are going the right way. Let's have a look. So that matches with that. So just simply, I mean, I haven't even taken the selvage off on here, because you're not going to use that selvage. As long as your edges are straight when you're joining, and I did a flat join, so I could open the seam and press it flat. I didn't want a diagonal join on this particular one. On your borders, on your binding, you might do that. So literally just sew down. And then I cut off. I think sometimes the selvages, I can't remember which fabric it was now, but it might be this one. The selvage, the print colours are all little roses. So I was quite happy to use that selvage in another project, not in this one, but in another project. So open this seam. So you've now got, that's the length that you want to be working with. And then you can decide where on here, so you'll take it from the top here of your top row, you can decide where you want your seam to be. So whether you want it half and half, or whether, as I did, you want it a bit further down, because it's just not quite long enough. But I decided to do it that way. Number one, because I didn't want the seam where it was going to come in the middle. And number two, when I cut that off, I've got a good piece that I can use for something else.
Oh, nice. Yeah, good idea.
You know me. And you use a 1/4 inch seam again. You're attaching the seam to your edge. You don't have to worry about where the blocks are, because this is the final seam down here. You're not matching anything else really. You're just getting the joining seam out of the way. And you'll just do the sides first. So those two sides first. So you've got a flat top, and then you do the top afterwards. So it goes all the way across to the edges. And that's it. It's a simple.
I think it's quite got a bit of a Japanese influence actually, this fabric, hasn't it? I don't know whether it is, but it feels it to me. I think it goes perfectly for the border.
Yeah, and if you, obviously we've not got that all set up, but if you can kind of mock it up, you have two outer ones, one inner one, and then obviously we've got the other fabrics as well. that's going to be going down your side seam there, and then the same on the other side. Sorry, this is a very mocky mock-up. And then this would be across the top, if we can get that far up, sorry.
That looks great.
I know we've only just kind of like thrown it on, but that looks beautiful. And the other thing is, we haven't got a specific binding fabric, but you have got plenty of the grey.
So that's what you've been using for your sashing.
Yeah.
And you can use that for your binding.
And that's, I've made a binding out of that, which is simply on this one. I have done it so that you have your, this is a traditional binding now, not like we've done on there.
So that's straight binding as opposed to bias binding?
This is, yes.
Yeah.
But
is that what you mean by traditional, or what do you mean?
So it is done like a bias binding, but this is cut straight.
Okay.
But the binding on here, so that you've got less bulk, you fit your two pieces together. So your binding will go across, right side. That's the right side.
And how thick have you cut for this? Because that looks quite thin.
1.5 inches.
1.5 right? Okay. It looks absolutely lovely on the quilt. It's not, because you can get, I don't know, I think I've cut 2.5 inch normally for binding.
Yeah, so it depends on what you do. But I think the reason that, it's what was specified on there.
Yeah.
The reason that they've done 1.5 inches is to keep the balance with the sashing that goes like as the window pane. Because if you had if you had 2.5, that's another width that is not in keeping with anything else. So this is a definite border. That's what we wanted. But if you then put a 2.5 inch there, it kind of off balances it, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I've thought of everything. That's a really good point.
But on this one, as I say, you go diagonally, and then when you open it out, it's a complete binding. And then what you would do then, obviously you cut that off. You fold it in half. You then stitch this right sides onto the edge of your quilt. So this is the edge of your quilt. I've gone all the way around with my binding now. So you stitch that right sides together. You take it over to the back and press it, and then slip stitch it around the back.
And would you hand sew that then?
Yeah, always hand sew my bindings, unless for speed, but I mainly because I tend to have a bit of a wobble. So when I try and make it stitch in the ditch, it doesn't, it goes all over the place. Whereas if I'm doing it by hand, I've done it.
I know loads of sewers as well who say, do you know what, in the evening, I can't sit and watch the telly without doing something with my hands, so I have my pile of my slip stitching and my hand stitching, and those little bits that need finishing by hand, they're ready.
And also, you know, if you're sewing at 10 o'clock at night, you don't want a chunky machine going on, do you?
No, that's it. When you're watching Bake Off, you can just sit and
nobody knows. You sit in the corner, you're all fine.
And you're not eating cake. My sister made banoffee pie the other day, and on Wednesday I sat there watching Bake Off, like eating loads of banoffee pie. I thought, right, I need to be doing something else with my hands, not eating. So that would be perfect.
This is perfect. So does that all make sense?
Absolutely. We can forget that part make Jules nickname that you had in the last hour.
I'm not quite sure.
Absolutely. No, we've got through loads there.
But it comes together really nicely. Just top tips are cut correctly and be organised.
Okay, that's was our Delphine's tip, wasn't it? Measure twice, cut once.
Yeah, absolutely that. Absolutely that. And even though you might not be a pinner, this is a place for pins.
Okay, absolutely good tips. Thank you ever so much.
That's all right. You're very welcome.
When are you back again? Because we love having you here so much.
Thank you. I'm back on the 16th, and yes, we're doing a bit more. There's a little bit more quilting stuff involved. And what's the other one I'm doing? I'm doing a couple of projects that you might not have seen before, so that's good.
Nice. Is that 2 weeks today?
I don't know, it's the 16th. What are we, 12th?
I think we're the 2nd, aren't we, today? So 2 weeks today. So I think I'm with you again. So,
oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. You keep getting still with me. Thank you ever so much. We love having you here.
Thank you.
We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Right, so just a quick recap of the pattern. Well, the pattern completely sold out, just so you know, on its own. There is availability in the bundles. Now, the bundle that Jules was working with is gorgeous. And I didn't, if I'm being honest, when I unpacked this, I thought, I like the one that's on the back. That's the one I like. It's not like autumn necessarily when I unpacked it. I thought autumn, whereas actually coming together, I think it's because this is your one that's really going to sing. This is going to be your main fabric. Using then your silver as your binding. You've also got the background of the kimonos. You get a metre of each of these fabrics. Then your half metres for your kimonos. You've got the beautiful yellows. So, I mean, I thought that that's quite summery and bright, isn't it, in this? But just using it in the kimonos, I think they're the perfect print for the kimonos. These in particular, I absolutely adore. I really, really love the idea as well of doing more of your embroidery on the top, maybe some hand stitching or sashiko, and really personalising and embellishing. What about going onto our website, having a look through Jewellery Maker, the sister channel, getting some like Swarovskis or you know, different blingy bits to jazz up those kimonos as well. There's so many options that you could do with that, and it's beautiful. The finished size, just so you know, with your borders and your binding, is 50 inches by 76. So forget that. It's not called a lap quilt. That is a big lap, isn't it? That is a big quilt. Like we say, it's although yeah, after all my banoffee pie, it probably is suitable for my lap. So that's, I think actually, yeah, lap for two, sitting on the sofa. A snuggly lap quilt. So that's lovely, absolutely lovely. And that's all we need really, isn't it? These winter nights. It's nice to just have, you know, something draped over the sofa or a single bed. That would be ideal. So you get your pattern and all of those 6.5 metres of fabric. The one that Jules made up, don't get me wrong, this was my choice at the start. I absolutely still love this. I think it works really, 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 really well. You get the pattern included and you also get this one. Right, so let me put this in order. This is your main fabric, which is going to be those big squares, the 12-inch squares, and that's your Juliet Roses fabric, which is stunning. It also then comes with, again, your background. You're going to get a metre, so behind all the kimonos, you've got a really lovely backdrop. Then we've also got a metre of your red, which is going to be for your border. And because of the print, I couldn't see the joins. I don't know where it is that Jules is, I can't see from here where Jules has joined them. So that's really cleverly done. All three of those look beautiful, and you get a metre of each. And then we're also getting half a metre of each of the rest. Oh, in fact, actually, you also get a metre of your of silver for your binding, and then half a metre of all of these gorgeous, gorgeous prints. I love that one. For your kimonos, these are going to be stunning. They're for your cornerstones. You've got loads, 6.5 metres of fabric. $66.99. Now, earlier on, we were talking about wadding. Our 80-20 mix is back in stock by the half metre. We will talk about that in a second. But depending on your budget, depending on where you are on your quilting journey, and how you want to use it, there's different benefits of using different waddings. And if I'm being really honest, it is personal preference. And I've been trying to work out over the years of working with different waddings why you would use that. So I can tell you, use that for that, use that for that. But do you know what? It is personal preference of how you like it. Because I always said, for wall hangings, use polyester. And then Sally Ann Harrison said, do you know, I like to use my 80-20 because it hangs really flat when you're using cotton. So it's personal preference. The only difference was I wouldn't use a polyester when you're using hot things, like your kitchen makes. We said we wouldn't necessarily use the polyester. But quilt-wise, it's personal preference. If it's something that you're going to put in the wash a lot, obviously, it will dry very quickly with your polyester. It's going to be something that you can chuck in the wash at 40 degrees. It does have more loft to it. So if you do like that bouncy sort of quilt, if you're doing trapunto, you need a poly down. So this is absolutely perfect. This is your premium poly down. It's a big size as well. In fact, it's queen size, which is 90 inches by 108. You generally do need bigger than the quilt that you're making. So you don't cut it down to 50 by 76. It needs to be round. Sorry, I've got the wrong one. It needs to be a couple of inches around the outside for when you're doing your quilting. Sorry, this is your king size option. So king size is 120 inches square, 120 inches. It's really lovely and easy to quilt. It's soft. It's got that lovely, almost fluffy feel to it. It's machine washable, non-allergenic as well, which is always a plus point for polyester, and it's less than £30, so it is really, really affordable. This is going to be ideal for that quilt. It's absolutely big enough. You'll have some left over for smaller projects as well, for maybe some cushions or whatever it is that you want to make. I know that we were talking about having fabric left over, especially of the cream in your kimono fabric. If you want to do yourself cushion to match, if you want to do yourself a bag to match, this is lovely for quilted bags and cushions. Absolutely perfect for that. So you'll have enough in that pack for both. So that's your king size. We also have queen size. Queen size is 90 by 108, 90 by 108, which is again still plenty big enough for the project that we're talking about today. Just £21.99. 76 by 50, did you say? Oh, it says on here. Oh, sorry, the quilt that is made is 50 by 76. So this one is still big enough, absolutely, to be able to do your quilt, as this queen size wadding is 90 by 108. Maybe you need to stock up on your wadding if you've got lots of unfinished quilt tops that are ready to be quilted now. Here's a good chance to get stocked up if you've already paid your P&P. Absolutely, only one postage and packaging to pay. Now, today, well, yesterday, I was shouting from the rooftops, letting you all know it's back in stock. Your 80/20 cotton poly mix, which is so super duper soft, extremely affordable for look how much you get by the half metre. You can imagine, on the biggest bolt, it's going to be cut off the bolt for you to whatever size you want. So if you want a metre, if you want 2 metres, if you want 1.5 metres, you want 4 metres, grab as much as you can right now, because we've waited ages to get this back in stock. We'll always have it on reorder, but it comes in, sells out within a few days. So we've got about a quarter of the stock left, and it only came back in yesterday, and we order hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of units. £6.99. It's super duper soft. This is your 80/20 cotton poly mix, and it's so super soft. Just £6.99 back in stock. Okay, so tell me what's going on. We're going to go to a break. We're going to go to a break and then we're coming back. Do not go anywhere. Stay with me. We're going to be talking all things Juki in the next few minutes. Do not go anywhere. We will see you right after this. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great.
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
And it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and Gemporia.com.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay 1 lot of postage all day? That's 1 payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying 1 postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Hello, welcome back. It's been a very, very, very exciting day today, and we were I must say, we were really, really looking forward to these next 2 hours. And poor Garry, over the last few hours, we've been going, is he here yet? Is he here yet? Is he here? And he's been stuck in horrendous traffic. So, unfortunately, and I mean, Kerry had this problem yesterday morning and she just managed to arrive in for the show. But of course, I know that Garry lives very, very far away and he's travelled up this morning and got stuck in traffic. So he isn't here, and he was bringing with him 2 brand new machines, which we were launching today. We're still officially launching them today on our website, and I know that they're really, really difficult to get hold of in the UK. So if you have been waiting for those specific machines and you already know about them, you can still purchase these machines on our website. There's a sewing machine that's on there, and there's also an overlocker. If you go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com, scroll past where I am there, keep going past all of our Elna machines, the other Juki that we've already seen before, keep scrolling to the next page, and there you will see the brand new DX5 sewing machine. It comes with a free extension table, and we're still going to offer that even though Gary's not here. We're still going to offer it with free postage and packaging, and you're also getting the chance to purchase. This is like almost pre-order now today. You can actually get the Juki Overlocker. I know it's a sewing machine, ignore that. There it is, the Overlocker. Save $14.99 today because you get the catcher attachment. It's $5.99. And just know, they will come from Juki with free P&P today. We're still going to offer that. You need to use the code Sewing Machine. Now, you can do that with the brand new launching Juki machines. And of course, you can do it with any other machine on the website as well. Any other Elna machine, any other Juki machine, any other overlocker, you can use it if you use the code Sewing Machine. So if you're at that point where you wanted to purchase or invest in a new machine, today's the day to do it with free P&P using the code Sewing Machine. So we are doing almost like that pre-soft launch of them on the website now, unfortunately. But good news, of course, Garry will be coming in and he will be talking you through all of the features and functions. If you've got them home already, then you can be looking through these features and functions along with Garry, and then you can ask any questions that you might have afterwards. There's still plenty of information on the Juki website, and as you know, Garry is such a fountain of knowledge when it comes to Juki. We love having him on. He was here a few weeks ago with Rebecca Reed, and that's what we're going to show you. For anybody who has not met Garry before, we can show you that over the next couple of hours. So there was the Juki NX7, which is available on the website, and the Air Threader Overlocker, which is what we're going to see Garry talking about with Rebecca over the next couple of hours. But what I was going to say is that machine that Garry is going to be talking about will be available today with free post and packaging if you use the code SEWMACHINE, as well as the brand new DX5 and the Overlocker. I jinxed it, didn't I, when I kept saying that Garry was avoiding us, Hannah? Are you kidding? Oh my word, he's going to great lengths to avoid us. But seeing this as well, you'll see why I've been so excited about working with Garry, because he's fantastic, such a fountain of knowledge. And then everybody will be there ready for the launch show. So we're staying here. We're going to be watching as well. I will be back before we hand over the jewellery maker before 1 o'clock. So we're going to play, though, a recap show if you missed it with Rebecca Reed. It was back on the 10th of September. Talking about these fantastic machines. So have a look at this, have a watch. We have heard from Garry, he's absolutely fine, well and safe. He's just stuck in traffic this morning. So we are going to have a meet him if you haven't already, but don't go anywhere because I still will be back after this. Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great.
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
And it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
If you haven't heard or seen Garry before, you are in for a treat. He's not a sewing machine demonstrator, he's an engineer. So he knows everything there is to know about these machines because he's been very involved in the development of them and the build of them, and he helps to mend them. He doesn't just show you how they work. So I'm going to introduce Garry to you. Welcome, Garry.
Good morning.
Thank you and welcome to Sewing Street.
Well, thank you for calling me back, and I love your new studio. Absolutely wonderful. Yeah, first time here this morning.
It's great, isn't it?
Absolutely. We've got some nice space to work with. The lighting's fantastic on there.
Isn't it? It's
well, obviously,
really
I don't know if
bright.
lighting's good for me first thing in the morning, but yeah, that could be a bad thing. But hey.
So tell me a bit about yourself. Why do you do this?
Right. Well, you say introduce me as sort of an engineer, and to be fair, that's what I come into. Sort of left school, come into sewing machines. I've been in the business now coming up for 35 years.
Whoa.
So literally boy and manish coming into on that. So, and started on the inside of the machine even before I sort of knew how to use an outside of a sewing machine.
Okay, so why sewing machines?
Well, I've always been interested in engineering. Engineering is something I've got a passion for, and it's something I've enjoyed. And the nice thing with sewing machines and with our overlockers, you've got such a variety on there. So obviously we've got industrials, domestics, we have overlockers, then obviously embroidery machines, we've then got utility machines, and all the functions now are just getting bigger, the machines are getting bigger, but obviously people are demanding more quality. And the problem is now with machines, and there's a lot of mass merchandise machines out there where people, they do a lot for the money, but then people are realising they're built at a price rather than the quality level.
Okay.
And at Juki, we supply over 40% of the world's manufacturing machines.
Wow.
So when it comes to sewing, we sort of know what we're doing. We've been in business over 80 years. We're not a new company. A lot of people don't realise actually how big we are as a company.
So you do a lot of industrial machines as
huge amounts of industrials. Again, certainly with what's been happening lately over the last sort of 4, 5, 6 months on there with all of them, a bit of a lockdown and that. It's really coming. I wouldn't like to say with sort of it's praise that coming to our own, but because everybody's been indoors, sewing has just sort of just gone from leaps and bounds on there.
And I guess people appreciate quality though, don't they? It's
they
really
are more
annoying.
now. We've got people then who have started sewing for the first time.
Yeah.
They've got back to sewing again, so they've been setting their machines around for sort of many years and suddenly like, let's get back into sewing again. And obviously there's always the sewers out there as well. And it's always the case, the more you use something, the more you're either going to like it or dislike it.
True.
Because if you've got something you enjoy, you're going to use it more because it's going to give you that encouragement.
Well, you must get a lot of feedback from customers and, you know, what do people say about the Juki machine?
And, well, it's certainly within the level of performance, and this is something, obviously, we're going to show you a few things on here about, doesn't matter what I sew, the machine will cope with it on there.
Okay.
There's certain features that we put into the machines as well. When we design machines, we design them to be a sewing machine. Not, I know it sounds daft on that by saying that, but what we don't put into our machines is lots of fancy little trick bits which look good on paper, or you see it for the first time and think, oh, that's interesting, but you never use it.
Right,
So what we concentrate is obviously the sewing side. Yeah, we've got 500 patterns built into it, alphabets, including alphabets, all your buttonholes and that. So we've got a lot to play with. And as I say, I've just stitched a few out as a sample on here as well.
Wow.
So you've got some nice creativity. But what we have concentrated on is ease of use. People look at the machine and think, it must be for professionals.
It does look really complicated.
Exactly, yeah. It looks it, but it's really not.
Okay.
What we've actually done, we've transplanted our industrial screen onto our machine. And we've basically turned it into a smart machine in a way.
Right.
So we've got the built-in dual feeding system, or the smart dual feed system.
What does that mean?
So where with most machines you've got a walking foot, which you screw on, it's an attachment that you put onto it to help with all sorts of sewing. People think quilting is the main thing it's used for. It's not. Dressmaking, vinyls, plastics, leathers, all those awkward fabrics, matching up plaid, stripes.
So for people who don't know what dual feed, what that means.
What is a dual feeding system? Well, with a sewing machine, has a bottom feed system, and it does that all day long, basically, just taking your fabric through, just all your little teeth, that's it, travelling through. A dual feeding basically is a top feeding system as well. So it will then travel your fabric, front and top and bottom. So it prevents slippage, it prevents movement, and so with most machines it's an attachment you add onto it. On ours, now built into the machine, at the back it is just a lever we can pull down and just engage. So now that's the walking foot.
Like a walking foot.
A walking foot is the same as a dual feeding system. Yeah. Different terminologies, people will call it a walking foot, people will call it a dual feeding system on there.
Right.
But now we've put the smart system on there, so whether I'm using 1/4 inch patchwork foot, whether I'm using a zip foot, whether I'm using embroidery, utility, I can use my dual feeder with all of those attachments as well.
Perfect.
So where you need it, like for 1/4 inch piecing, things like that, you don't want no movement or slippage. Again, we've got it built in, it's perfect for it. So, and it's all then controlled by the touch screen as well.
Okay.
So before I go too far into that, because that all sounds like, oh, that's getting a bit complicated.
Yeah, let's start at the beginning.
It really isn't. Let's start from the beginning on here. So as soon as you switch the machine on, the machine itself will give you a step-by-step. It won't actually allow you to do anything wrong. It won't allow you to make mistakes that way. You can't misprogram it. And it's not an open computer, i.e. I'm not uploading, downloading, plugging in bits, taking that out. It's a smart system in here, so it knows what it's doing and it's got its boundaries and restrictions, so you can't then again get anything wrong there. So which is again user-friendly that way. So touchscreen, it's got a little green arrow. I'm just going to press that. On there.
The light. Yeah, the light is bouncing off the screen.
On there, yeah, just so we can see it properly.
Oh, if you look on the, you can see it. So I don't know how to.
Yeah, we can get you. So you can't sort of. You've got the arrow keys.
Okay.
On there. You just press that once on there, and
I
again.
think maybe the machine, if we move it back a bit, that might help.
So, oh,
Perfect.
there we go. That's excellent.
Perfect.
On there. So
right.
yeah, so it's now then gives you our instructions, or basically our information on the screen. So it doesn't matter what I've previously done with the machine. As soon as I switch it on, just comes on normal straight stitch, and then I'm just going to thread the machine up. So winding the bobbin is a conventional bobbin winder, same as most machines, but we can actually wind the bobbin and sew at the same time. It's completely independent on there, which is nice. So, but drop-in bobbin system, deep-filled bobbins, so it holds a nice amount of thread. We just clip the plate off, that just pops up. I just drop the bobbin in, and it's arrows and numbered. So I just follow number 1, number 2, number 3, and then it cuts off. And actually I'm left with a tail. As soon as I've got a tail in my hand, I just discard that, and we know we're set. I don't have to do anything else now to the bobbin. I'm not picking it up, I'm not holding it. So put the cover back on. That system is also 100% jam-proof as well, so it just looks after itself that way. It's a really, really nice, smooth system. The top threading is fairly conventional to any sewing machine. Again, we've arrowed it and put numbers on there, so it's easy to follow round. Number 1, number 2, number 3, over the take-up lever, number 4. At that point, what we can do is put the foot down. The little reason I put the foot down is then I'm not keep on pulling tails, and before you know it, you're left with a couple of metres of thread. It's a waste. So I go down to number 5, which is a little guide just above the needle, just a wire guide. And then number 6, number 7 is your needle threader. And then number 8 is just a little cutter again, just on the side of the machine. So and again, as soon as I've got the tail in my hands, I know it's all set. And then to thread the needle, is this lever on the side. I'm just going to push that down firmly, let go, that's it, machine's done.
Wow.
So I'm not doing half the work, it's doing all of the work. So
Perfect.
as we're saying, to get on and actually go on the machine, it really is that easy to use. And then I can just pick up a piece of fabric. I've just got a piece of calico, just cotton calico on there. Then you can use it with and without the foot control. On here, I will just point out we have a multifunction foot control. So we've got accelerator, speed control, and then we have a side button.
Oh, what's that do?
Aha, many different things on there. So I can actually program that to how I'm comfortable. So I can press that and it will just cut the threads for me top and bottom. I can press it and it will lift the presser foot for me. I can press it so it then reverses and ties off.
So you can choose what
I can
it
choose,
does.
or I can have it so it sets all of it.
Oh,
so I
okay.
can press it once and literally it would tie it off, cut the threads and then raise the foot.
Right.
So,
That's just, oh.
but again, it's not gimmicky. That's something you do every time you sew.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why industrials have it. So, because it's quick, it's something you do every time you sew as well.
Yeah.
So again, what we've done with the features on the machine, we've not, let's say, we've not put bells and whistles, we've put useful sewing
No, that's
features
really
on
useful
there.
because every
And
time I have to, on mine, I have to cut the thread every single time.
every day,
but
and
that's
it.
fantastic.
Where that just does it all for me.
Yes, I would like that.
So all we're going to do is I'm going to pop the foot under and then put my foot down and away we go. The machine itself, one of the people that love about Juki, because of the industrial design system, we've put a box feed in here. Basically a box feed, what is a box feed? Most people ask. Most domestic machines come with what they call an elliptical feed. So basically the feed's coming up and it's catching the middle of the fabric. So it's not a full contact. So therefore, when you get to the sort of different layers, lumps and bumps, this is why sometimes it skips stitches at the beginning, skips stitches at the
When
end.
you go over a seam in like a jeans hem or something, it just goes, bloop,
and then
jumps
suddenly
over,
it just
doesn't
jumps straight over it as well, because the feed has just not gripped it properly on there. So a box feed is why all industrials have it. It will then come up and it travels then the full length of the fabric. and then comes down, up. So it's actually
you don't
carrying.
get skip stitches.
So you don't get skip stitches at all. And then when you get to those lumps and bumps, it will undulate itself and it would ride up and down on there.
Wow.
So, but just for your normal straight stitch, say at the moment, I'm just going to go very solid, full metal chassis inside. One, a lot of people sort of say, is it a portable machine? We've got a 12-inch arm, 30 centimetres, the biggest non-embroidery arm on the market as well, and it's a high system, so very
for
good.
Quilting.
For quilting, patchwork, soft furnishings, using walls, making coats, making bags now.
Yeah.
Just people appreciating, originally the long arm machine started to get more and more developed because of quilters. Why not have more space? It makes life so much easier.
Well, there are so many things where you need that extra space for, and it's really hard to get everything through, not just quilting.
No, and that's it. And the more space you've got, the less you're trying to squeeze things through, and then the more the machine. So even when I'm producing, it goes over 1,050 stitches a minute.
And doesn't skip.
And it just doesn't, it's not vibrating, it doesn't bounce, it just does the job for me.
It is very still, isn't it? Because quite often with other machines, when you're going that speed, it does start to judder.
Again, you've got vibration, movement
and the table as well, but there's nothing.
There's no vibration. And also, again, it's whether I'm doing on straight stitch, zigzag or patterning, it will still allow me that full speed to produce. And then, I say, very, very simple. At the moment, I've got it programmed in with the auto presser foot. So now when I'm not touching anything at all. So when I stop, the foot has just automatically lifts, so it'll then allow me to pivot.
So the needle's down and the foot's up.
Needle's down, foot's up. I can change that all on screen if I want to as well. So I can then, as I say, I can tailor make the machine. So at the moment we've got it fairly standard, but if I go into the machine itself, I keep pressing the button instead of getting my fingers in the way. This one here, it has an auto tie on and off facility. So now it's asking me, do I want it to tie the stitch on? The answer is I do. And do I want to do it as in more of a dressmaking?
What do you mean by tie it on?
So when you, at the beginning and end of every stitch, you usually reverse your stitches on and off. So that's basically tying your stitch on and off.
Okay.
So this one will do it automatically.
Does it reverse or does it do like a lock stitch?
This is the difference.
Okay.
Because it gives you both options on there. Because basically a reverse tie on and off is more for dressmaking, etc. Because you don't mind that little bit of bulk. But a lock stitch is a single point stitch, which more patchwork and quilters want because you don't necessarily want the bulk.
Yes.
So we put both in there. We don't dictate what sewing we're doing. You want to know. So I'm going to program it in on the beginning. I'm also then going to program it on the end as well. So to get to the end, it will tie it off. I'm also then going to ask it to cut the threads for me, and I'm also then going to ask it to say I can have it lift or lower the presser foot on there as well. I'm happy with those settings. I'm just going to press the arrow key. So now when I sew, then when I get to the end of my seam, all I do is tell the machine in where I want it to stop. I'm just going to press the button once. It will then go forwards, back, stop, cut the threads, bring them out. See, my foot's still flat on the floor. I've not moved. I'm going to take it off now. And there you go, one completely seam. And if we look at the knot, it's a tiny little tail. It's not at the end. You haven't got to go around cutting. You're not pulling threads.
Yeah, that's great. I like the fact that you can tell it when to do that.
And that's it. It gives you those options to play around exactly how you want to.
But you don't have to if you want to start off basic.
I just switch it all off. And then this is a nice thing about it. When you first get on the machine, you can get on.
You don't have to start with all that programming.
Not at all.
Yeah, because it can be a bit daunting. I know.
Very much so. Yeah.
A lot of people who say, well, the machine's still in the box.
I know. Well, with all of our machines, they come with proper instruction manuals. It's not to download, it's not a flimsy leaflet, it's a proper manual. That's one thing I specifically want still with our machines on there. It's nothing better than having something to flick through and you can mark things in there or something like that. But we've also got 90% of our instruction manual built into the machine as well. So if you want to know something, you can actually ask the machine. You've got full information on here. And it will then come up, so it will then show you how to thread the machine. It was actually then going to tell you then what the jewel feeding you can do with it. So it does give you that step-by-step instructions. And also, it will give you that instructions also on each individual stitch as well. So instead of thumbing through a page or what does that stitch do, and as soon as you choose a stitch, you can ask it for information. It will then tell you what it's suggesting to use the stitch for. Obviously at home you use stitches for whatever you want. You have some fun with it. It doesn't matter that way.
We've had a question in.
Brilliant, yeah.
From Debbie. Right, so she likes the Juki NX7, but she's worried she'll miss having the 9mm stitch length.
It'd be 9mm stitch width, I would say, rather than length.
Yes, that'd be too long, wouldn't it? Stitch width.
Again, this is part of the design aspect, and this is where I've been very pleased that I've been involved with our machines. On some machines, they're getting wider zigzags, they're having the feed system so they can go sidewards, diagonal and stitch in all directions. 90% of anybody's sewing is straight stitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
We want it to do straight stitch perfectly. So therefore, because of that, there's some things we can't put in the machine, i.e. as soon as you start putting a wide zigzag in there, you've got more chance of it chewing the fabric down.
Okay.
And also you have a wider set feed on there as well. So certainly on some fabrics, the finer the fabric, the worse that's going to be. If you've got a real heavy, dense fabric, then it's not so bad.
Yeah.
But if you've got so the wider the feed, the wider the width, the more it's got chances of chewing fabrics.
What is the zigzag, the maximum width?
So 7mm.
Oh, 7.
Yeah,
okay.
so it's
it
not
has
huge
7mm.
amounts of difference, but for the little time that extra 2mm on that embroidery you may or may not use, what it's actually going to take away from the utility sewing
well, that makes perfect sense.
is there. And the same as with the feed system. Our feed system does one thing: it moves the fabrics forwards or back. Obviously, technically two things, I suppose, but it's only going in one direction.
Yeah, okay.
Now with the new feeds, or not even the new feeds, it's the feed systems that have been out there, which are basically on a big embroidery machines and things like that, because they want creative patterns. If you want big embroidery, get a hoop embroidery machine. Don't rely on a feed system.
Okay.
A feed system should travel your fabric one way, not try and feed it diagonal or separate, because it's never going to support the fabric well. It's never going to travel it too strongly either. So, again, this is where I've been glad to be involved with the design aspects of the machine.
Yes, because you've been able to say what you think people need and what they don't need.
This is it, because as the bigger companies come in, obviously we look at what the competitors are doing and think, oh, we should compete with them, we should compete with them. But as sewers and engineers, no, don't do that. Don't do that, because it doesn't need to have certain things on there as well. But yeah, so I'm afraid, we are keeping to 7mm. Because of those reasons.
Yes, no, but that does make sense.
But we have still got full override on width, length on there, so we can still play around with all the stitches. And because of the box feed systems, with most straight stitch lengths on there will come up to 4mm. We've actually got 6mm stitch length on here, which again, very important for thick fabrics. We find that more important because it's something you're going to use more, which I'm going to show you for as well. A gathering on there, but heavyweight stitching as well, which is one of the stitches on here Pacific. It's brilliant. But right, let's see if we can we show a bit more on there. So then let's just take that back. So just reverse arrow to go back into the main menu again. So then from stitch to stitch, just to how easy the machine is, say just to get on and go. And then all I'm going to do is just, your utility sewing is on the front, so it's just come up, then I'm just going to go for zigzag, and then I just put my foot down, and then away I go again. Again, it ties it on at the beginning, and then as I'm sewing, I can now change the stitch length and stitch width as I'm sewing. So I've got complete override for creativity. It shows me on screen exactly what I'm doing as well. So then, if I then want to take it down to more of a satin stitch, again I can adjust it to see what it looks like as I'm sewing, once it's showing me on screen. And just tie it off, finish, cuts the threads, stops, brings the foot up. So then I've got that complete overrideable stitch length and width as I'm sewing. And again, on all the patterns I can do that as well. So with the amount of patterns on there, they're not just set. I've got elongation, I've got two-way mirror image as well. So I can start being very creative. So it just gives me a lot of flexibility to play around with. Then what you should be able to, and the main thing which people do have a lot of queries with, and it's one thing, again, we're quite passionate about at Juki, is we don't just all use calico and standard cottons, we use all sorts of fabrics on there. And with all the different stitches, a lot of machines out there which will give you a few hundred stitches to have a play around with. And again, because I can then play with the widths, lengths and all that, but as I said before, sort of 90% of our sewing is just normal utility sewing on there. So what you should be able to do, doesn't matter what piece of fabric I pick up, I should be able to sew it without any problems at all.
Yeah,
so
that's a tricky one,
crystal
isn't it?
organza, slips, moves, slides
horrible.
all over the place on there. Obviously I have still got the walking or dual feeding system put into it, so I've got that engaged still. So all I'm going to do is just take the crystal organza, pop it under the foot, and so I'll put it back onto normal straight stitch. Again, it's just going to tie it on for me, sew my seam. So even with this fragile fabric, even at full speed, I don't have an issue. Again, very, very powerful box feed system which will just take it through. Now I get to the end of my seam, now I just tie it off. Again, forwards, backwards, stop, cut the threads, bring the needle out and raise the foot for me. And there you have.
That's perfect.
One perfect.
Absolutely
we sort of get a sort of close on that.
Not
and
pulled,
no,
gathered.
And this is what you want. You don't want to sit there having to fiddle with your tensions, having to fiddle with this.
No.
That's all the annoying frustration things. And then when you come to sew, then you think, oh, okay, I've only got 5 minutes just to get this job done, and you end up rushing that, and it's not right.
So the machine works it all out for you?
Absolutely. Well, this a lot of people sort of say to me about automatic tensions and things like that. I actually say there's no real thing as automatic tensions. A machine itself can't gauge the threads and that going. You either really get a good quality tension or bad tension. A bad tension will move and flex because of either the nature of the computerised system or because of the spring system's a cheap system on there. With a good quality tension, whether I'm going through heavy weights, light weights, the stitch should always be even. You shouldn't have, the thickness of fabric doesn't control the stitch. It's the thread that runs through the tension.
Right.
So not the fabric. And there's a lot of people think it's the different types of fabric that changes the tension. Generally it's not. A good machine should be able to go from medium weight, very lightweight, even in real heavyweight denims on there. So without having to adjust anything at all. And this is the nice thing. So very solid denim on there. So what we're going to do is we just sew our seam as we down the edge of a pair of jeans. Then basically it's 3 layers of denim just on your folded seam.
Okay.
And with this, to be fair, you should be able to pick up most machines and sew 3 layers of denim without a problem at all. This flat piece of fabric, it's not going over any lumps or bumps, so realistically I should be able to just put that straight on and sew it, absolutely no problems.
And you don't have to change the tension then for different fabrics, it just...
Not at all, no. Foot pressure adjustment, no tension adjustment.
Whoa.
Sorry, got my back to the camera there. I'll turn back that way again, I'll get used to that.
So how does it know then?
Well, and as I was saying, this is the difference between a good quality machine, where it will always give you a balanced tension, or a machine that you have to then play around with the tensions.
Yes.
And you say, whether I'm using metallic threads, embroidery threads, thick or thin, there's no machine that will actually adjust the tensions accordingly. A machine should always give you even tension, whatever thread you put through. Yeah. And that's the advantage we've got. It always gives me an even tension. Right. So that's the good thing about that. And then if I just cut that now, it's tying on and off. So again, cut my threads, needle out, foot up. And then that's just given me obviously a seam on 3 layers of denim. Perfectly straight, absolutely no problem. Obviously I'm not there feeding it through.
And you've not changed the needle either.
I've not changed the needle or anything like that. Again, penetration power to the needle, DC motor, very powerful motor. So even sewing slow, it would give me the strength there as well. So because sometimes when you're going through real thick fabric, sometimes people will put a heavy needle in the machine. That's like trying to chuck a spear through a brick wall. But if you've got something very fine, it's going to pierce it easy. So to me, at home, key thing, new needles are more important sometimes than the different thickness of needle. So, because if you use the right size blunter needle on thick fabrics, it's going to bang, 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 it's going to miss stitches on there. Whereas everything I'm doing here, I'm using a size 80. I actually don't change, unless I'm using metallic threads or ballpoint where I need for stretching jerseys. I would use pretty much an 80 or a 90 on everything. And what I'm going to show to you there is putting a hem on that pair of jeans, because obviously 3 layers, not a problem at all. So, hem, obviously.
Most people are now sitting at home going, oh, my machine's going to die.
6 layers on there, and obviously that's quite a lump.
Yes.
That's not a jeans hem. A jeans hem is, let's just fold that again. On there. So we've actually now got 3 folds on there, very, very thick. So we've gone from 3 layers basically up to 6 layers, 12 layers, then back down to 3 layers again. So I'm just going to have to stand up just to line it in front of the machine. So
do you have to go quite slowly because you're going through all of those?
Well, I will, when you're going to lumps and bumps and you're doing fragile areas, I always recommend just to sew a little bit slower on there, just so that extra control, but also just so you can see for yourself on there.
Right.
But I'm not sewing slower because I'm thinking, I'm frightened about whether he's going to do it, is he's not going to do it. So if I now just stitch this, all I'm going to do is hold the lump down because I haven't got it pinned or tacked. So if I just sew that through now, then again it's just going to take it through. It will ride up and down. I'm not going to touch anything. I'm not pushing it through. It doesn't bang.
No,
it doesn't murmur.
Your hand.
And again, you can hear the machine doesn't strain at all doing it. It's not banging.
And that's because of the box feed.
And again, the box feed in the combination with the DC motor, so the powerful, it's cleanly feeding it and it's cleanly letting the needle go through the work. So
it's amazing.
The combination of different things there. And again, that is just...
and I see what you mean now. See, this is so much more important than fancy stitches, isn't it?
Because this is the amount
what's
of sewing.
important.
And
that's incredible.
Certainly, during all the lockdown, we have been supplying, well, I think at the moment, there is such a shortage of sewing machines everywhere because of people being at home, starting sewing again and things like that.
Yeah.
Then we do know supplies are getting very difficult to get hold of. One of one good thing about that, where people have been buying the mass merchandise machines, obviously we're just starting sewing and let's see if we can get on with it. And they're starting to then make masks and scrubs, which thousands of people have been doing. It's been fantastic response that way.
It's been wonderful.
Absolutely brilliant response. But the problem is, which people are not realising, they may think they're only going for a few layers of cotton, but once you've got then the double seam on the edge of the mask, then you've got the fold to put the elastic through.
Yeah.
That is a very, very hard piece of fabric. So it's not thick, but it's hard. The density is incredible.
Yes, yeah.
And it has been sort of damaging on quite a few of the lower range machines on there. And people realising, actually, if I'm at home now sewing more, then they're not going away, or so we're not having holidays, not travelling, and alas to say on there. But they are then justifying, think, oh, actually, let me just I'm going to treat myself.
Yeah.
Because when you buy the right machine, as we all know, you don't change them every couple of years like you will do with other equipment that you do at home. A sewing machine, you get the right one, people keep for 30 years.
It's an investment.
It's a great investment on there. And really, I get a lot of people coming into
summer holidays, just summer holidays.
Well, this is it. It is a price of a holiday, which you've got for life, rather than just once a year on there.
Well, just simple things like, you know, it is... You know, a lot of people say, well, I'm going to buy a machine, I don't want all the embroidery stitches, but this is what you want.
That's it.
You want it to be able to go through.
Absolutely want it to go. What I say,
and easily.
And that's the thing, we're knowing that when you get to this level of machine, you sort of, oh, is it a bit fragile? Is it going to do this? But again, what I'm hopefully going to do to prove it.
It is an industrial machine, isn't it?
It's an industrial sewing system machine on there. So you've just, as I said before, it's not so much of a portable machine. We've got a nice big double handle in, so you can carry it around, but it's designed to be a solid workhorse.
It isn't supposed to be carried in and out of the house.
That's it. And it's something about people doing things like they're redeveloping and starting doing now different types of sewing, you say, with the masks, people then obviously realising how hard the fabric is and things like that, but also bag making. Very, very big at the moment.
Well, and all these vinyls.
Exactly. Cotton back, vinyls, leathers.
Oh, have you got Velcro there?
This is actually nylon heavy webbing.
Oh.
This is, the Velcro is okay, but it's thinner. This is actually thicker on there. We're going to do it properly on there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew like a seam. So we were making like a bag handle or something like that. Obviously, I'm just going to do 3 folded layers on there. So with a lot of people, they actually try and put thicker threads through their machine. Just because you're using thicker fabrics, domestic machines generally do not like thick threads. The sewing system's not designed for it, the hook's not designed, the timings are not designed for thick threads. So some people then, again, you either then put a normal thread through, which is not as strong for that. But what we've got on the NX series on here is the reinforced straight stitch. And to be fair, most people will have this stitch on their machine. And it looks like, on here it's number 9, but it is this one here. And we can see it clear on the, so it's telling me to return the dual feeding system on this particular stitch. So I'm quite happy doing that. So it's giving me that instruction there. So as soon as
nice,
I do
it tells you what to do, isn't it?
Exactly it. So again, it's that thing where you can't then make any mistakes.
Yes,
the machine's
because
not
it tells
allow
you,
to
do not
anything
do
wrong.
that.
Exactly it. So then when I sort of go in and then I can choose my stitch, then with this one on number 9, it gives me the reinforced straight stitch.
So it's using the same weight of thread, but doing it several times, so it's almost
it's the triple stitch on
right,
there.
okay, that makes sense.
With a lot of machines with the Supermatics, and the reason I say the technical term Supermatics, it means it moves forwards and back.
Okay,
on that. So the Supermatic moves forward and back. A lot of machines sometimes make the stitches smaller because the elliptical feed can't travel.
Yeah.
So if I just sewing, I'm just going to put 3 layers of vinyl under here. And then I'm literally just going to sew that into a straight line. So it's tying it.
Do you have to use a special foot with that vinyl?
No, again, because of the feed system on here, I have just got the normal utility foot on. So
And how many feet come with the machine?
Ooh, we've got a nice selection of feet. So we've got then all our utility, we've got our 1/4 inch feet, we've got our free motion feet, so we've got the dual feeding built into it, the buttonhole attachments, all the hemming, the overlocking feet. So utility, quilting, patchwork, embroidery, all that. At the moment, while we're here, obviously put a bit of special for the show.
Offer, haven't we?
I have got another range of feet that we're putting with it. They're worth about sort of £160-ish on there. Invisible zips, bias binding, creative, gauging. So yeah, we've chucked some more in there as a special offer.
£160 worth
at the moment. Yeah, £160 worth of extras.
Wow, that is a
on
really
there.
good deal.
Included with the machine, we do get the extension table as well. So it comes with a nice cover. So you're getting all the bits and pieces as you see here, all of that included.
Fantastic.
So, but going back to that stitch, so at the moment on the stitch, it's just giving me then my Supermatic reinforced straight stitch. But it's restricting then the length of stitch on most machines. But because of the box feed system, what I can do again is elongate that. So where it was on 2.5, so I'm just going to take that up to 5mm. Again, it is telling me in the little screen, I don't know how close we can see that. Oh yeah, so we can see the 5mm in there. So what I'm going to do now, again, I'm not going to feed it, I'm just going to let the machine do the work for you. And if I show you the difference on this stitch, you're going to love this, is because it's not just how strong it is, it's the overall effect it gives you as well. Okay, we're just going to tie it off, cut, through, foot. So the first part of the sewing on there, which is tiny little stitches, which basically destroys the fabric.
That looks like you'd have jeans or something.
Exactly, yeah. So if I can do that, I can do that down the side of the hem on the jeans as well to make it that seam. So if you look at that,
and that is
beautiful
absolutely
stitch.
Perfect on the back as well.
And that is it. So, and that's the important thing. So we can play around with the feed systems on the right stitching, and obviously the stitching we're going to then use.
As well. That's amazing.
So it really is a great stitch.
That's so neat, and I can't believe
if I take it then one step further.
Okay.
Let's put a handle, a strapping to it.
Oh,
obviously on bags.
Most machines would be crying
just absolutely not crying. So obviously with a lot of attachments, then some people then obviously it's there, but that's not attaching a handle. You fold them underneath. You attach it on.
Yeah, you haven't got a hope now.
Then
skip stitches.
I'm actually going to fold it to the other side. So we've got 4 layers of nylon, heavy nylon webbing, 3 layers of vinyl on there. So I am going to have to stand a little bit closer to this one because I control my fabric.
No, that's fine, because we just want to see it at the end.
Yeah, that's the end result. So all I'm doing is then I'm putting it under. I've got extra high clearance on the foot as well. So basically I can lift it up once and I can lift it up again.
Oh, for bulky
the
things.
bulkier fabrics on there. Obviously I haven't got this pinned or tacked, so I'm just doing it a free hand on there. So again, I'm not going to force it through, sew it. Again, it's not making any strange noises, bad noises. It's happily sewing it. So it's down, then again, I'm using the foot lift because of the extra high clearance to allow for the bulk. And then the reinforced across down the middle.
It's not straining at all, is it?
And that's...
It's just like...
Well, as soon as your machine starts banging and clonking and straining, really you should stop sewing what you're sewing because you know it's not actually
Mine sometimes says motor overloaded.
And that's really not good, that one.
That's not good, is it? Motor overloaded. I go, do you think it's time to put the kettle on then?
This is it. You've got to let it cool down for half an hour or it ends up blowing safety fuses. There you go.
Oh my Lord, that's amazing. That. So you've got like 2 layers of webbing, 3 layers of vinyl and another
another 2 layers underneath as well. And obviously that is, actually the thread I'm using on here at the moment is a 60 weight thread. It's not even a 40 or something like that. And if you look at the strength of the stitch
that's incredible.
It is absolutely. And as we said, as you sort of you could hear.
That, can you see? I mean, look at all the thicknesses. You've got 2 and then 2 and all of that. I mean, and what's more, it's perfect on the front and back.
And obviously it's a heavy nylon, so it's not an
Yeah,
open
I mean, this
weave
really
fabric or
is
something.
that
It's a
really
type of fabric, it's a
thick
high density fabric.
nylon
on there.
webbing.
Yeah, so which is lovely
That's
that way.
incredible.
And again, it's those things where people are finding their machines are not doing
Yes,
what
absolutely.
they should do. Or
Yeah.
like you say, you then end up damaging your machine, or your machine you have to switch off and let it cool down for a little while, or you go and make a cup of tea or something like that. So the power, the strength, coping with the fabrics and that, absolutely, that is what your sewing should be
and
about.
it comes with the table, does it?
It does come with a large
That's
extension
really
table. That
useful.
also then comes off, so it gives you the sleeve arm on there as well. So it gives you a nice long arm for freehand embroidery. Freehand embroidery, sorry, that's what I'm thinking about going to next time. So for your sleeve arm, creative sewing that way on there as well. Nice adjustable leg table, so it gives you perfectly flat finish
If your
on there.
leg table isn't perfectly
And the
flat.
nice thing about it, once the table is off, I have still got a complete support. Oh, I hope I just ruined my microphone. We've got a complete support base as well.
Okay.
With some machines, is when you take the accessory tray off, you think that's a bit unbalanced now, because the tray makes up part of the machine.
Oh, I see.
Obviously, with ourselves, the platform is the platform. The machine is sturdy on whatever you use it as on there. So, and then say that just goes back on. As simple and as easy as that.
It really, I mean, it really is an investment, but it is so worth it, isn't it?
People sort of, again, it's one of those things people say, well, what sort of market does it go to? And do you think
anyone who loves sewing?
Everybody who loves sewing, but also the justification
market?
as well is we're a lot of beginners. It's hard for a beginner to invest that much to start off with. But if you've got a passion and you really want a machine that you could just grow and grow with without thinking, oh, it doesn't do this, or I've got to change it soon. Then
So much cheaper than these bikes, though.
you start looking at the price of some sort of things out there, like the bikes, etc. Well, golf clubs, anything like that.
I know.
Where you're spending
They
an
spend
absolute
like 3 or 4 grand on them, don't they?
Well, there is
And
also.
this is a machine.
And this is a full machine. It's going to last you for many, many years on there, which you're going to enjoy actually using it as well.
Well, I like the way that it isn't just, oh, it's got fancy stitches. It actually does stuff that you need it to do.
And that's why I like to show, because as I say,
difference.
with all machines doing the fancy bits and pieces, it's lovely to have all the creativity. But as you say, with a lot of your sewing, with your quilting, bag making, then a lot of it is just normal frustrations people get from thinking, I can't use that fabric, or it doesn't like that fabric, or why is it skipping stitches here? And obviously that's the bit we like to show, is because the 500 fancy stitches a lot of machines will do.
Yeah, but a lot of people like to use
but no,
them.
that's the great thing, why we put the creative side on there. And rather than just being set stitches, as I say, we can play with the elongations, the mirror images. I can join patterns together to create my own series of patterns as well, which hopefully I'll get to show in a minute. But what I am going to show you now as well, it's something that we all do a lot on garment making. And this is an attachment people look at and think, whoa, what is that? That is the buttonhole attachment.
Okay.
On there. But what we've done, we've made it a sensor buttonhole on there as well. Because the great thing about it, with a lot of the electronic or the computer buttonholes, they will either count the stitches. I don't know if you've ever done it, where you sew a buttonhole, you've done one perfectly on your test piece, then when you come to do it on your main garment, because you've then had a double fold you've not realised, it's skipped stitches, or the stitches have gone close together, or suddenly you've gone faster, so the stitches then come out differently, because when you speed up and slow down on some machines, it doesn't grip the fabric as well. Where, like the industrial style machines on some of them, it will actually censor the fabric. The feed system on the buttonhole on this doesn't touch the fabric. It's actually to do with the attachment itself. And the nice thing about that, like we've been showing you on all different types of fabrics, I'm just about to show you that on my buttonhole attachment as well. So whatever size button you've got, and I would love to say this is a button I got out earlier.
Here's a button I got earlier.
And I've lost it.
Oh.
Where's my button? Right. The nice
and does
thing,
that come standard with this?
this all comes as standard as well.
Okay, gosh.
So the nice thing about it,
that looks like a sort of a special purchase.
A lot of times when you start looking at attachments like this, you can think, oh, actually, yeah, I can see them. I'm not just paying for lots of stitches. This technology is what I'm getting in there. So whatever size button you've got will then just go into the back of the foot. So it then just gauge the size. So every single buttonhole will be the same size, which a lot of machines will now do. But what I'm going to do with this, so it just clips onto the machine. So just press a little button at the back, and then the utility foot or the feet will just change. And then, like with most machines, it just clips onto the bar, onto the actual foot itself.
Not as complicated as it looks.
That's no different really to any other machine out there. And the nice thing then, once that's just clipped into place, just on there, The jack plug on the side of the machine, I don't know if we can get the camera there, but there is a little jack plug hole on the side with a picture of the buttonhole on.
So, yeah, that's handy.
This is it, but what I can do, then if I go into the buttonhole series on there, so we've got 20 different styles of buttonholes. Why do you need 20 different styles? Well, thick, thin fabric should take different. So if I'm doing a shirt or there's a blouse, you want a very fine buttonhole. If you're doing a heavier wool fabric, you want it in a heavier buttonhole. So we've not just got width and length, we can change the type of buttonhole to the type of fabric. Then you've got all your keyhole buttonholes for your tailoring. But now, bag making, buttonholes, cushions, buttonholes, tab top curtains, buttonholes, tie backs, buttonholes, buttonholes. So let's have some creative buttonholes. So yes, there might be more than what most people would want. But again, if you've got it and you think, well, actually, if I'm making cushions this time, let's do an envelope back with a button on there.
And because it's got that.
Because it's got it.
May as well.
Why not do that? And if it's very easy to use, I'm just going to lean in front and plug that into the side on there. So we can go into then the buttonhole sections. So once you go into there, you can then scan your different pages, then, or you can then just program in actually a pattern number, or I can then go into a completely different section, and then I can then go into the memory. So if I've got anything programmed in, so there's something I specifically had, I can program it in. So if there's a project you're on, you can then choose a stitch, choose your lengths, your widths, your settings, and have that as a set stitch. So you haven't got to keep every time repeating and resetting your machine. You can just choose it from a set stitch on there. So again, I can play around with the screen, absolutely no problem. Then right, let's just go into buttonholes. And let's just put on a standard buttonhole.
Yeah, now you've got to choose one though.
This is it, that's the thing. Yeah, just think, which one do I want this time? So that's just an everyday buttonhole on there. So your boring piece of calico, just to show you, just to start off with. So all I'm going to do is just pop that under and say the fabric doesn't actually go against the feed system. It's going in between the two layers.
Right.
All I'm going to do is also, I'm going to take the foot control out.
Okay.
Don't use that because what I can do is set it to a comfortable speed that I want, and also then means because I'm not speeding up and slowing down, you're not changing the grip at all.
Itself
it just does it all for you.
Yeah.
And with a buttonhole, it's not like I have to steer it or anything like that, so might as well be comfortable just on there. And again, I can program the auto thread trimmers, cutters, so that is all in there as well, which I've got on. So once I'm all happy, I can then just set my speed to what I'm comfortable at, again, depending on sort of more the fabric you're using.
Right, so with a heavier fabric, you'd go a little bit slower.
Yeah, it's more the awkward fabrics. Believe it or not, sort of some of the heavier fabrics are so easy to sew on because it's solid. But when you start getting to, which I'm going to show you in a minute, flimsy fabrics, just stretch, jersey, move, anything that's got more movement in, sometimes you're better off to sew a little bit slower, just so you control it that little bit easier on there. But all I'm going to do is just press start. And it doesn't just do a 4-stage buttonhole. It does the same as the industrial machines, a 6-stage buttonhole. So it reinforces both beads.
Oh, okay.
So again, a lot stronger.
And also, you know they're all going to be identical.
And they're going to be exactly the same every single time on there, and that's which is
And can you set how far it is from the edge of the fabric?
That's again me putting the fabric in. You still got something to do on there.
No, but you can. There is a guide.
There's gauging guides on there, so you can actually get it set every time. Yeah, sorry.
That makes quite a difference, doesn't it? If
absolutely.
You can, because otherwise you're having to sort of measure.
And we have a look at that.
Oh, this is that's amazing. That is just amazing.
And it is that.
But having that gauge so that you know.
Yeah, so it's going to be perfectly level down there. And you say,
and then you just get your
quick
stitch
unpick.
ripper.
That's it, yeah, and just slice the centre there.
Can you see that? That's so neat, isn't it? Just so neat.
And then
a question off Patricia.
Yeah.
Hi, Garry.
Hello, Patricia.
Hang on a minute. You start. You're getting what? Do you get nesting on the underside of the material?
Big question. Absolutely. A lot of people do ask that.
Okay.
You can
when what? When using the automatic threader? Thread cutter.
The thread cutter,
yes.
Yep. Right. early developments, and what again, the industrial design that I think I was a part of as well, with original thread cutters on domestic machines, because the way the needle plate, bear with me a little bit on this, it is the technical side of it, with the needle plate, where the bobbin housing sits and where the thread cutter had to come across, there had to be a certain distance. So on some of the earlier thread cutters, when you cut the thread, the tail was longer, and when you started sewing, it wrapped it round. And that's the bird nesting, which a lot of people just didn't like at home.
Okay, that's what you mean.
So that I fully understand that. We solved it with this, is because again the technology we've got in the feed system, the hook system on there.
Yeah.
On the bobbin case, we've done it. So we've actually cut a part of the needle plate, especially for the thread trimmer, same as we would do on the industrial machines.
Okay.
Again, it's a development we've had, but just we couldn't use it on earlier machines because of this bobbin setup. And now we've got it where the cutter comes within 3mm, where before it was 6mm.
And that's what creates the nesting. So what you mean is all that sort of...
Yeah, so we've halved the cutting on there.
That
so basically no nesting at all.
Because I have that on my machine, that I always have a sort of a lump of thread on the back. And then you have to try and cut it off without cutting the seam.
And that's it, or you've just weakened the seam because you didn't cut the knot off on there.
And that's due to the automatic.
Again, this is it. So this is a nice thing which we do at Juki. We see the problems which have happened in the past. We can see what frustrations people have got at home. Think, we can solve that. There must be a way of solving that. We can solve that.
Yeah.
And then you say, literally, as we know, you have those queries at home, we try and solve it. And the bird nesting side, we have solved. So yes, thank you. Good question.
Good question. Well, Gary's got, you know, if you've got any questions, Garry is certainly welcome. So, is there anything else you want to show us? We've got just about a minute left.
Quick, right, okay, just while I've got the buttonhole attachment on then, let's just do it on a couple of different types of fabric.
Okay,
so we did it on the calico, perfect.
Yes. Oh, I wouldn't want to put a buttonhole in that.
Exactly.
I just
Crystal organza. No. This time I'm going to go to a different buttonhole, so just a little decorative buttonhole on there. So it's a double rounded end buttonhole. So just there. I'm not going to change any other settings at all.
Okay.
Literally just take my fabric. And then we can just pop it back under. And again, I'm putting it in between the plates. Just press start, and then again, just let it get on with it. So again, it's a reinforced buttonhole as well, so it's a 6-stage buttonhole.
And it's taking it beautifully, isn't
Absolutely.
it? It's not puckering the fabric.
It's not going to pull that first bit down again like the bird nesting does. When you look at the beginning of it, it's pulled it underneath, and again, it looks horrible, or it's puckered that first bit automatically. Where again, with that, straight through, no worries. There, I'll show you that one.
Right. Oh, that is perfect, isn't it? Right, you need to have a look at this, guys.
And then
I might put a bit of blue fabric underneath.
What are you looking at that? I'm just going to actually put a keyhole buttonhole style on this one.
Can you see that one? Look how neat that is. Now if I lift it up. Go the wrong way. Oh, I can't do it, mate. Yeah, that's better. Look how neat that is. Oh, in just a bit of, you know, organza, which I just don't think, I don't think many machines will be able to manage it on that fabric.
It would just end up chewing, or again, this is where the little things where if the zigzag's too wide, especially when doing something as fragile as that, where it ends up then just pushing the fabric into the hole because the hole's too big. So what I've done this time, I'm going to do more of a tailored finish. So I've got a keyhole buttonhole on there, and then I've done actually a wool fabric, a wool mixed fabric, and then done a button band on there. So it's actually going to go from 1 to 3 to 2 layers on there. And this is where, as we know, people have queries or the stitches change length and things like that. So what I'm going to do, again, I've not changed any other settings apart from putting it onto the keyhole on there, or the eyelet on that. And then the way it finished it actually does the eyelet first, where a lot of machines will do half of eyelet, go down and come back up and do the other half, and sometimes they don't marry up because the pile on the fabric or something like that.
And then it's,
this actually does the complete keyhole first, so it's a perfect circle. And again, cut, finish, and voila.
Another one.
I'll show you that one as well.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So again, it's gone over several different layers on there. It's not skipped a stitch at all.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Look.
Obviously, every single buttonhole's the same length.
And look at the back of it. Yeah, I do. It is great. I mean, a lot of people always say to me, I want to buy a sewing machine, or my mum wants to buy a sewing machine, what should I get?
Yeah.
And you think, well, you probably don't need all the fancy stitches, but there are things like this that you really do need.
Oh, very much so. Well, what I do say to a lot of people, and it is one of those things, and they say, well, I don't want any fancy stitches or something like that. And it is one of those things where I go, okay then, don't have it. It's like, there you go, you've got a fantastic
you've got a
straight
fantastic
machine on that. Don't have the fancy stitches, but if you want something to play with,
bonus one.
then you're going to just pop that back on.
Brilliant, Gary. So we're going to have a quick break while we get it set up for
Time
the
just
overlocker.
flies again, doesn't it?
I know it's just gone, but you
seems
taught
like
us
he's
so, it's
shown
been
5 minutes of it, but brilliant.
So Gary's going to come back in a couple of minutes and show us the overlocker. So if you've got any other questions for him, anything you want to know, do email them in studio@sewingstreet.com, and we'll pass them on to Gary, but we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
So, welcome back to our sewing machine special show. We've had a wonderful hour with Gary doing the sewing machine, and now we're going to talk about the overlocker. But one thing I wanted to say is don't forget that the P&P, postage and package, is £3.95, whatever you buy today. So these sewing machines are incredibly heavy and clearly cost a lot more than that to post, but we do have our offer that it is always £3.95, whatever you buy. So whether you buy half a metre of calico or a massive sewing machine, it's £3.95 all day. Anyway, Gary taught us everything, gosh, so much about that sewing machine, but we're going to move on to the overlocker. So, Gary, what's great about this?
Yes.
Where do we start?
Why do you need an overlocker?
Why do we need an overlocker?
Why should I have an overlocker? I've got a fantastic sewing machine at home. Yeah. Why would I want one of these? Well, we all want more time. We all like to have our stuff look professional. And we all like to know, again, I'm going to go back to whatever piece of fabric we pick up, we can just sew it. That's what an overlocker will do for you. If you look at, again, with our sewing machines and that, is the way it coats with all the fabric is fantastic. But out there, if you want to make life quicker and easier, an overlocker will cut, seal and finish at the same time. So it's doing those 3 operations in one. And there's certain fabrics out there, fleeces, jerseys, stretch, which can be a nightmare on any sewing machine because of the movement and how soft it is as well, where an overlocker will cope with it absolutely perfectly.
So it's a dressmaker's machine?
It's dressmakers, it's patchworkers, it's repair people, cut and sew for knitting, there's lots.
Wow.
It's got full, we can call it a 4-thread differential feed overlocker, but it does 4-thread, does 3-thread, does 2-thread, does 2-thread roll hem and 3-thread roll hem, and full differential. What does all of that mean?
Yeah,
well, we'll have a go through that. When you sort of hear people talk about overlockers, the one thing we've done with ours, and again over the years we've been making overlockers 68 years we've been making overlockers. We are not new to this game whatsoever. And again, what we do is we look at the performance of them. We want them to be strong, we want them to be reliable, but we want them easy to use as well. Because the one thing with domestic overlockers, a lot of people sort of, oh, the threading, I can't use it because I can't thread it.
That's what I always read about. It takes me longer to thread it than to use it.
Exactly it. And we even had people out there who love an overlocker, and they've been out and bought a second overlocker because they can have them in different colours. You think, okay, it sorts it, but it's crazy really, so on that. Where the MO2000, complete ease of use, full air threading system, so for all the loopers, no manual threading, built-in needle threaders and built-in instruction display as well.
Okay.
So it really does look after you to make it easier to get
because that is what I don't have. I mean, I do lots of dressing. I don't have an overlocker. I think I'm a bit scared of them.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I
think it's fear. And I do loads of sewing, obviously, but I'm a bit scared.
And a lot of people are. And it's that I can guarantee, once you get onto an overlocker and start using it, I would certainly say 95% of people come back to me and say, I wish I'd have bought one of those years ago because of, say, the time. But then again, if you buy the wrong one, you will never use it. You would chuck it in the cupboard. And when you hear all those online with, oh, I don't like overlockers, it's always breaking threads, it's always doing this, 9 times out of 10 is because you've basically bought a cheap overlocker.
Okay.
When it comes to overlockers, 95% of overlockers all do the same thing.
Right.
3 thread, 4 thread, cut, seal and seam. So why should I buy £1,100 one when I can buy a £200 one? And the one thing, this will not keep breaking threads, it will coat with every fabric, it won't chew it up. But when you're using it, it's typical Juki engineering, metal chassis, it's quite smooth. But the bit I'm going to show you as well, dead easy to use.
Okay.
So I'll shut up for a minute and I'll show you how to actually use the machine.
Yeah, we want to know what's the great thing about it.
People sort of say, do you have to use 4 threads? Well, when you're using 4 thread, yes, use 4 threads and 3 thread and 2 thread, obviously accordingly. With overlocking thread though, you can use cones of overlocker thread, you can use reels of normal thread, you can put your domestic makes on there. If you've got your Gutermann, your Metler and all that, you can use all of that on there as well. It makes no difference. But why don't pay out that amount if you don't have to on there? You can get 1,000-metre reels of good overlocker thread for not a lot of money, just over £1 in a lot of places and things like that. So, and you can buy the larger cones, which can work out even cheaper. Right. So yes, you're using 4 reels of thread, but the combination of the 4 reels give you a lot more strength, so you don't have to use high quality, high expensive threads on there, so which is good. But I said, so much information to get out there as well. When you zigzag the edge of your fabric on your sewing machine, you're using 2 threads.
Yes,
top thread
one at the top and one at the bottom.
Then you do a straight stitch seam, you're using another 2 threads.
Okay.
So you're actually using 4 threads anyway.
Yeah, I suppose so, yes, if you've got that facility, because it's going back and everything,
That's it, but you're then running down it obviously several times, but you are still using 4 threads.
Yes.
So you're just doing it in one go with this.
Yeah, so that's true. I never really thought of it
yeah,
like
no,
that.
and this is why sort of a lot of people think, of course you do, that's right.
But you're having to do 2 motions to do it.
So technically you're not actually using a lot more thread, it's just that you're using 4 at once, so it seems like you are on there.
Okay,
so if I was using the larger cones, I've got anti-rattlers or cone holders, and just stop the reels. So I'm just going to take those off. It obviously comes with all of these. And then I am literally going to take all the threads out. So nice big catch tray, which comes with it, so that just pops off the front. When any of the flaps are open, again with Juki, we've put safety features on there as well. The machine will not run at all. So as you're fiddling around inside, you haven't got to worry about if you've accidentally pushed the foot control or your cat or dog's come on and sat on it, and it just goes, as we all know, happens as well.
Does, yes, my dog has sat on mine many times.
Exactly, so you've got to worry about your fingers in there at all. And then all I'm going to do is just take all the threads out, so we have a bare overlocker on there. The 4 threads, I'm just going to pop those on. With a lot of overlockers as well, so the manual threading ones, you have to specifically thread it in the correct order. So one of those things, if you threaded it and it ends up breaking a thread, a lot of time you have to unthread the whole overlocker to re-thread it again.
Oh, I see.
Because of the order
it
comes in.
It's got to be in that order.
So that's it. And again, a lot of frustration is caused at home because of that, or a lot of people sometimes don't even realise you have to do that, so it causes big problems that way. I can thread this in any order I want on there. So, but with the air threading system, it's just not going to go, you can't get it wrong at all. So, right, let's get on to threading. first of all, this lever here, I'm just going to pop that up. I'm going to turn the balance wheel forwards and it will just lock itself into place. There's no, I'm not looking at specific points, that will just do that itself on there. I'm going to take my first thread, purely because it's my first thread there. There's a guide at the back, it just clips under, through the built-in tensions, through the guide, behind the guide, and then in the front flap you've got your handy spare needles, screwdriver, cleaning brush and your tweezers, very useful on there. And then all I'm going to do with the end, get rid of the fluffy bit, and then all I'm going to do is take the end. All I need is just over about a centimetre, just over half an inch, and I'm just going to poke the end into the hole. Like so. And then with that, once that is then just into the first hole there, all I do, the air on button, this button here, I just press that, done.
And that's
it is that quick, that easy. I can't even slow that down, I'm afraid, to show you again. So the only tricky
bit really is getting that bit of thread in that hole, and that's it.
This hole, I've got to say, is probably 10 times bigger than the needle hole.
So
it's not as small as I'm making it out to be.
So could you do it without the tweezers then?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right.
I am going to say, under these lights, it's very obviously sticky hands, so you end up sticking to the thread.
Oh, I thought maybe
like
the hole
that.
was so tiny.
No, the hole is quite a big hole, and it's also coned as well.
Right.
So it naturally will go into. And you just press the button, and that's done. So then to do that with the other looper, I'm just going to take the second thread again. This time it's all colour coded as well, so this is the blue one this time. Down through behind the guide, and then this time into the second hole. So I'll get rid of the fluffy bit on the end, and then that just pops into the hole there. And again, just press the button, a couple of seconds, done.
It's done.
So
that's amazing.
That is your
so
two
that
loopers.
Isn't difficult.
Absolutely not at all on there. Again, you can't get it wrong at all because the machine's doing
that's
it all
actually
for you.
quicker than threading up a normal machine, isn't it? Where you have to go underhand.
This is it, do that and still try and thread the needle or try and get the needle threader to work on some of them. So that's that two loopers done. So now what I'll do is just pop the lever back down because I've finished with that. And then on the side of the wheel, there's a little black mark and a little white box on there. So what I'm going to do is just going to marry the two up together. And what that's doing is putting the needles into the highest position.
Right.
Every single needle threader I know on the market, the needles must be in the highest position for it to work. If you've got it moved slightly, then the needle, it won't line up. Because we've also got needle threaders built into it as well. Again, not many overlockers have that, but again, we find that very important because the holes in the needle are smaller, so a lot smaller than the holes in the actual looper threading. So I'm going to take my next thread. The top threading here is pretty much the same as any conventional machine where you've got your top guide, you've got your tension, over your check spring, down through your needle guide.
So your last thread goes through the needle?
Your last two threads.
Oh, okay.
If I'm using, at the moment I'm threading it up as a 4 thread.
Because you're doing it as
so
well,
I'm
so the
doing
last
this,
two
but if I was doing it 3, sorry, yes, the last thread would have been 1. So, and then from there, your needle threader is this lever. And then from there I can go left needle, right needle. So I'm just clip it over to the right, lock, just pull the lever down, it just locks it into position. So I'm not fiddling and trying to line it up and things like that. Once it's locked, I can then just clip, I've got the thread into the guide, and then clip the thread onto the hook. So I'm just laying it onto the hook like so, pull the lever up, and that's that one threaded. So that's your right hand needle done. And then I'm going to flick the lever over to the left, take my last thread, so again just up, over, exactly the same, through the top tension, underneath, over the check spring, take up lever, through the guide, and then little guide above the needle, same as all machines, and through, needle threader, just lock into position, hook the thread, and again, lever up, done.
That's cool.
The whole overlocker.
That's done
threaded on there, nice and easy. And you can say, obviously, I'm pretty much standing to one side doing it, so I'm not pinpointing it and getting in
and
there.
at home you won't be explaining it to somebody else.
That's it. Obviously, I have done it a couple of times,
yeah,
but it is how much easier, even for someone who's done. I haven't got to necessarily stand and concentrate on how to do it. It is just that easy to do. And then from there, I'm just going to put the foot down, so it just locks the tensions down. Close the front flap up. I'm going to wind it over a couple of times by hand, and then I'm going to trim off all of those tails as close as possible.
Right.
And then again with this one.
Are you ready to go?
Exactly it. I know it's not going to pull the threads under, it's not going to knot the threads again, and a bit of calico to start off with. So just how quick and easy. So what we've got, yard metre of calico there. So if you was then to cut that out, you'd be cutting it with scissors, zigzagging either edge, sewing there. It's going to take you quite a few operations on there. Seam allowance is one of those things where there's different ways you can do it. You can do sort of your normal neatening first, flat seam, and then you're choosing your own seam allowance. There's now patterns out there purely for overlockers, so it sets your seam allowance for you within an overlocker gauge.
Okay.
So you are learning slightly different on your seam allowance to maybe what you'd have been used to. But there's also markings as well. You can get an adjustable guide for it.
Oh, okay.
So once it's set, then obviously you can...
So if you've got a normal dress pattern, it says 5/8 of an inch seam allowance.
That's it,
It will do that.
No, you have to gauge
Yeah,
that.
you'd have to gauge
right.
it.
But
I don't mean it will do it, but there is a gauge.
But there is a gauge, that's right, where you can then, obviously you'd either have it marked on your fabric, so a line to follow, or say there is a gauge that you can get for the machine to do that as well. A lot of people then, once they start constructing, obviously if it's garment making, it's a different story. You have then got all your seam allowances and things.
Sure.
So some people are just learning slightly different on that, but obviously construction, where you're not necessarily having seam allowances,
different,
then you've got that different side of it as well. So your cutting blade is here. So basically this is your edge of your cutting line. So anything past that point, it's got to cut off.
Right, and that's where you can set your
And that's where you set your seam allowance.
Yeah, no, that
exactly,
makes absolute sense.
So then, metre of fabric, I'm going to put the foot down. Again, it doesn't vibrate, it doesn't bounce. It's
and
cutting,
that's what the bucket's for.
And that's it, just catches all your bits and pieces in the front tray. So that has now given you a perfect seam, finish, cut.
Oh, that's amazing.
And again, it's how quick and how easy it can be. And obviously the professional finish as well, which people absolutely love.
Look at that. And then if you open it up, it's just perfect, isn't it? Perfect seam. Oh.
And that's, you can see that finish. And to be fair, even with top of the range sewing machines, there's not a sewing machine which can overlock like an overlocker.
No,
the job
that is
they do.
press your seams to one side, isn't it? If you're doing patchwork.
Well, this is the thing. People say, "Oh, well, I can't use it for patchwork." And
no,
quilting.
no, you can.
You certainly can. And the nice thing, which is even better, it may not be sort of the same regular seam allowances that you're used to, or quarter inches or anything like that. But on an overlocker, you are guaranteed every seam allowance to be the same.
That makes such a difference.
And that makes life so much quicker,
and
easier.
It's all, and it's there, isn't it? It's all over to one side. It's neat.
This is it. It's neat.
No
it's
bulk.
tidy. It's quicker. You've taken, you've definitely taken half the bulk out of it.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't matter what sort of fabric I'm putting through it. So
and actually, when you go over to one side, you get a nice, when you're nesting seams, because of the overlocking, you really do get, when you want to match up and you're nesting seams, you really do get one that's higher.
That's right, you do.
So if you're matching blocks, so much
this will be perfectly flat.
Yeah.
Absolutely on there.
That's
so
fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant. Fleece.
Fleece.
Two-way stretch movement. Again, I've changed nothing. I've put it straight under. Perfect seam. Hasn't waved it, hadn't stretched it.
You can't really see the thread either.
And I'm using specifically, obviously, a bright orangey yellow thread because we want to contrast.
If you really
can
pull
see
it, you can see it.
But obviously, using a white thread, a neutral colouring, or matching obviously blue thread.
If I really pull it, but just on a normal, I need to be back there. Look, you can't see the thread. So it's strong, and you don't have to keep changing the colour.
And
so if you stick a light grey in, that's it for the rest forever and ever,
exactly
isn't it?
And this is with
Oh, yeah, I was interested in this
because this is
one.
what a lot of people would have done originally, and then you think, okay, then, but so you're doing your hems, your seams, and that because overlockers were such a pain to thread. And obviously, some of them don't give you a seam like that.
Yes.
But this gives you the best of both worlds, where it's not a pain to thread. So change your colours to match into what you're doing, rather than sticking to a light or dark. So it's not a problem. But on the other hand of it, where you're using certainly open weave fabrics, where when you open it, you're naturally going to see a little bit of stitching.
You can't see the stitching.
That makes it stronger, so you can't actually see it. And again, even going in sort of crystal organza, again, I've got all the nasty fabrics that I like to prove it on. I won't just stick to.
So I would not want to. If someone said
fabrics.
hem that, you just go, I'm going home then.
So again, I'm not touching anything. I'm not even particularly going slow or looking after it. And again, if you open it up, it will give you that seam. It will give you that finish.
That's
at the same time, all on there.
And I guess if you hemmed it.
Well, I'm going to show you a hem in a minute.
Yeah. I'm
because
jumping
again,
ahead.
we've got the built-in roll.
I know, but look, that's not
it
puckered. It's even.
Do you want something even worse than that?
That's just lovely, isn't it?
Two-way stretch velour.
Whoa.
Oh
yes. No,
everybody tries to avoid this as much as possible.
Yeah,
it
horrible.
moves, it slides, it puckers, it pulls.
It's really quiet as well, isn't it?
Full metal chassis again, doesn't vibrate, doesn't bounce.
Oh,
perfect.
That's incredible, isn't it? Honestly, so if you're a dressmaker, really, you have to have this.
And if you look at the seam on the inside.
And actually, if you look at the seam just here, you can't really see the seam.
Well, again, if you try and do something like that on the sewing machine, it would wave it as it sews it. It could pucker and pull it a little bit as well. Where that is
it's almost invisible. And then if you turn it over, look at that. That's like a shop-bought swimming costume.
Well, if you actually buy anything sort of manufactured out of that sort of fabric, generally a sewing machine wouldn't touch it. It would be just constructed on an overlocker.
But this is like factory shop bought, isn't it?
That's
this
the
isn't
professional
home
thing.
domestic.
That's exactly where people then really then think, well, actually an
I
overlocker.
love this.
It's not you say how quick and easy it is, but how professional it is. Is that
well, that's it. That does look
there.
like if you bought a swimming costume. That's exactly what it would look like.
That is it. And obviously with most sewing machines, yes, you can do a zigzag down the seam. It leaves gapes as you open the seam up. You can do a straight stitch. You stick your cosy on, snap, it's gone because you just broken the stitches.
It's just that, that look, because I know when I finish a seam, actually I usually use pinking shears because if I zigzag the edge of it, it just always looks a right mess.
That's
and it
right, because it just puckers it and chews it up.
And adds sort of bulk to the seam. So I've stopped doing that completely.
And then if you've actually stretched the fabric before you've sewn it, because you've zigzagged the edges, you're never going to get a good seam.
No.
So because you've already got stretched fabric.
And if you have to hem, someone said the other day, can you shorten a t-shirt for me? I went, no, absolutely not.
Because it would just wave it all over the place.
Because I know what will happen, so I'm not touching it.
So again, with the t-shirting, cutting and sealing the edge, we have got the differential feed on there, which I haven't actually even used at the moment on those jerseys.
Which is like your walking foot thing.
Well, a walking foot on a sewing machine says a top and bottom feed.
Yes.
A differential, on an overlocker, you have a front and back feed.
Oh, okay.
So a differential feed will control the movements and the speed. So I can have it go faster or slower to push more fabric in or take more fabric out.
Right,
so I can have it stretching or contracting. So
it's a different purpose.
It's a different purpose on there.
Yeah, no, I've got that.
So how strong is the stitch as well? Vinyl. Get our lovely vinyl out. Obviously, this does not fray at all. It's a solid fabric. Why would I put it for an overlocker? Construction. Obviously, making things like bags, and we want it even stronger. The machine itself, even going through the thickness, won't struggle. Again, I've changed no settings at all. I've just put it straight through. I'm just going to put it down one side and I'm just going to put it down on the corner as well.
And does it just have that one stitch then? Is that how
No, this is the 4 thread. I've got it set up at the moment.
Okay.
But I'm going to hopefully, I'm going to sort of show you in a minute. And then I'm going to go to the 3 thread and then even the roll hem as well.
So if you're making new cushion covers,
basically
for seats or
making covers for any outdoor equipment, outdoor furniture, seats, any.
Well, there's loads of things like that. You know, those outdoor cushions on your outdoor, thick canvas.
And you, basically everything you just leave nowadays, certainly within gardens and houses, we haven't got the space to keep putting your furniture away, getting them out. So make some covers for it. I actually use quite a lot of scuba diving equipment. So making specialist bags like this is so quick and easy to fit and protect it. And that's how easy it is to construct with it. And also it's very strong as well.
Yeah,
so
that is.
It just copes with it absolutely no
I mean, to go around a
there.
corner like that, that's amazing.
And then you've got
that's
complete
what I mean. That
construction
is
on there. But
that's so neat.
But this is also where then the free thread comes into its own, where I can actually cut and shape at the same time if I want to. So we can take it to the next level by taking out a needle. So, so what I'm going to do is I'm literally going to cut the left-hand thread, and then
we're down to a 3-threader.
And that's it. So in the front flap, I've got my little screwdriver, and then I'm just going to remove the needle. One of the biggest questions that people ask me at home is, why are you taking the needle out? If it's got no thread in it, do I need to take the needle out? Obviously, that's still going to make a hole. It's still going to weaken the fabric, and it can still catch the threads. So I would always recommend taking that
4-thread is for
needle out.
seaming and finishing.
If you're using any sort of jersey stretch and you want to seam and finish at the same time, or you want that extra strength, always use a 4-thread. So you've got 2 needles to allow for that elasticity and give you the strength. For neatening, finishing, anything where I necessarily want it a little bit narrow, I don't necessarily want the bulk there, then I would use a 3-thread.
Oh, okay.
So all I've done is removed the left-hand needle. Again, I'm not going to touch anything else at all. So we take that piece of calico back, the long piece there. So what you were saying before about seam allowances and finishing, where yes, that's giving you a perfect finish. Some people, certainly with like bridal wear or evening gowns, etc., that way, where you know you might have to do some adjustments as fitting goes on over time and things like that, as we all know. Then what you can do is, if you had your pattern piece, then why not cut that out and seal it in one go, and have that as a pattern piece, which then you would go back and construct it how you would normally do. So you would have perfectly sealed off finish. So for instance, if I had like a pattern line drawn on here, so say like a trouser leg or a top of a sleeve or something like that, because I've got now the one needle in, and specifically what I wanted on Juki, and a part of the design we put into it is what they call a narrow cutting bite. So the needle is actually very close to the blade. Some needles are quite far away, and the further it is, the less it's going to pivot.
Yes.
When it's close, it pivots a lot easier. So therefore, I can turn and move my fabric very, very easily. So I'm just going to have to stand in front again.
So basically, you use the 3rd needle for curves.
And also, as you will see as well, it's very neat and very narrow. So all I'm going to do is, if I've got my pattern marked on here, then I can just follow it round. I know this wouldn't be necessarily part of your pattern, but I am going to just do some waving to show you what you can do with flexibility, and if you were following any type of pattern. Like so. Bit of an odd shape. So
it looks like an awning.
There we go. So
an awning.
You can literally cut every single pattern piece out
and
finish it before you construct it.
Yeah, so it's a lot narrower.
And this is it. So it's a lot neater, a lot narrower. So if you are just having that neatening finishing stitch, then a 3-thread.
Like a hem.
Like a hem, for instance.
Particularly on the organza.
That's it on you. So literally your very fine fabrics, your organzas, etc. that way as well. So we just take that, nice just straight a piece. So what we're going to do on the organza now is, having it as a finish, as a 3-thread, you might think, well, actually, it might even be a bit heavier for this type of fabric.
Right.
So I'm going to sew the 3-thread to start off with. Just going to give you a little taste of what it looks like on the organza. And then I'm actually just going to stop sewing, because what I'm going to do is this little lever here, I don't know if we can see that okay there, that's the roll hem lever. So what I'm going to do is then flick that towards me, or obviously if I'm standing in front of it, just flick that out towards me. And what that's done is turned it into a roll hem. So what I'm going to do now is sew...
Just like that?
Just like that, literally. So I'm going to sew a little bit more, and I'm going to stop now and do that. Now what I want to do is start playing around. As you can see, I've gone from thick to thin to stretch to jersey, everything on there. I've not touched tensions at all. I can mess around with these all day long if I want. So I'm thinking, oh no, don't touch the tensions and all that. But again, having confidence in a quality machine, why not mess around with it? Use different types of threads, floss threads, thicker threads on it and things like that. But also then controlling the stitch to how I want it to look. So even tension is number 4. So I just put that on even tension. But what I want is, because of how fine this fabric is, I want a really nice tight edge.
Yes.
So by increasing the loop of tension up, and we can see where your tension sits like that, by increasing it, I want it to do that. Literally very nice and tight. So I'm actually asking it to pull that stitch in tighter just by increasing the loop of tension.
So yes, because you don't want the loopy effect.
And then I'm going to sew a little bit more, and this time now what I'm going to do is turn it into a satin stitch, same as you would do on a sewing machine.
Yeah.
Stitch length down, so smaller the stitch number, closer the stitch will be. And now this is an absolutely fantastic roll hem. So we can see where we started just with a normal 3 thread. Then we made it narrow to a roll hem, but then look what we ended up with.
That's so lovely, isn't it?
And then so the high density,
That's
the roll
I love
hem
the
finish,
high density.
absolutely
right, let
brilliant
me put that
finish
on here
on there. And then
for you to see. Look at the difference. Right, so we've got, this is, I'm going to go this end because that's how we started. Oh no, this is this end. So this is the normal stitching here, where it's heavier. And then this is the rolled hem where it's turned over. But then this is this satin stitch. So, you know, obviously this is a darker thread, but if you used, you know, if you wanted something that edged it beautifully, you know, if you wanted to, you know, if you were doing like an evening dress or a veil or something, I mean, that is just so neat.
Satin, acetate satins moving, because just again that very narrow, neat edging on
trying
there.
to, and silk, I guess.
This is again,
you know,
those
you'd
real
never
fine.
do that on a normal sewing machine.
Let's get even really.
Oh.
You think crystal organza's bad? Chiffon.
I know. I just see. I look at as a dressmaker, look at that and think, oh,
wouldn't want to touch that. But even as something as simple of just making presents for people, something like that. Get a square piece of silk, a square piece of chiffon, scarves, ties, anything like that. All you literally need to do is get your piece of fabric cut to size. I've got it on the roll hem, and then.
And I guess you can use the same thread for a really, you know, invisible edge, or you can use something really contrast.
Oh, absolutely. You can blend it in as much as you want, or as what I've got here, so we can still see it nice and easy at home, is a complete contrast of colour. Or then really.
And is it easy to keep it straight?
Well, so I keep standing that way. Literally. All because of how slippery this fabric is, that's the reason why I just had to support it a little bit there. But if I just stand like that, long as I'm holding this bit straight, because it's the direction of that is where it's going to cut.
Okay, so it is.
So if I hold that straight, it's going to just go straight. And obviously I've got the side of the plate here to go by as well, so it does give me that line. So then.
Does yours have to end with a long tail?
No, you say I've literally just cut it round on there, but I can even then cut that off as well.
Because you know when you buy clothes, they've always got tails.
The reason for that is time.
Oh, okay.
They're basically not paying someone just to sit there going around trimming all. Obviously at home we would just that little bit of perfection.
I see. I thought perhaps you had to have this.
No, not at all. It's still on there. Basically an overlock stitch is a self-locking stitch. So when I pull one of these threads, it won't just unravel like a chain stitch. It will lock itself into place.
Of course,
so it won't just pull apart on there.
Which is a lot better.
Absolutely. So if you was making like scarves or anything
nativity
like that,
costumes. I'm
like
thinking
that.
nativity. You know, you know when you're making all those shepherds,
things like that.
And you've got to do that. I tell you what, if you work in a school and you need to. Because you spend your life, mate, or if you've got young children or grandchildren.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, with different things with book week and all of that. There's always costumes now or something that way. So yeah, no, and again.
Overlock your tea towel, instant shepherd.
So much easier, so much quicker on there. Absolutely.
That's beautiful.
So again,
I hold it in my hands? You can probably see better, but that's so delicate, isn't it?
Really, just that
I
very
really
nice
want
fine
one.
roll hem finish
Want
on there. Again, it's having something which you know when you get it out, you're going to enjoy using it. You're not going to have to faff and fuss around.
I mean, I guess it's worth playing with, isn't it?
Oh,
you know, like you said,
and that's a nice
different
thing.
stitches and things.
Yeah, you've got on the front. You've got a list of 15 different stitches on here.
Wow.
It's all then a basis of a roll hem or a 4-thread or a 3-thread. So it's all in the basis of an overlock stitch, but play with it. Take a left needle out, take a right needle out. So don't use the same thing. Also then using different thicknesses of decorative thread and creative threads that way. So you can put those thicker threads
Will it take metallic threads?
It will take metallic threads. Obviously for things like metallic threads, there's certain metallic threads which are not great, but also when sewing metallic on anything, there's a couple of rules I would go by. Use a metallic needle.
Yes.
Much eye, so and sew slower. Is because it's friction that breaks the needle, or breaks the thread.
Right.
Because it's being metal, you only have to run it through a certain speed. It just heats up a little bit, snap, and it's.
Does it have special needles?
Not with ours. Again, domestic flat-sided needles. No special ones at all. And on these, I don't even use ballpoint, don't use jersey, nothing like that. I use size 80, 12 on absolutely everything.
Okay, but but you would use the does it sew leather?
And again, what we did with the construction.
Well, I guess that's the same thing, isn't
on
it?
there, so
it would work the same.
That nature is the same. Because people sort of say, as long as you've got a strong enough overlocker and the cutting blades will cut it, then this is so much better to sew on. Because it doesn't stretch, it doesn't move, it's solid fabric.
And I presume you have to change the blades.
Well, again, it is one of those things, high steel blades on there, so they're toughened steel blades. Right. As long as you don't stick a pin through it or something like that. As we all know with a pair of scissors, you accidentally cut a pin, you take a little nip out of it.
Yes, I get through rotary cutter blades like
rotary cutters are
because
certainly on there.
I constantly cut through them, so
so long as you don't take chunks out of it
okay,
by doing something you
so
shouldn't
it's not
be
like
doing,
you're
it'll last for years and years, that's it. But like with Juki ourselves, again, a lot of industrial fittings passed on. Industrial equipment is so much cheaper than domestic equipment because it's people think there's more domestic machines sold than industrials. There's not. Literally, the industrial machines are made by the thousands. I
see. So that's strange, isn't it?
Indeed, but when you supply a factory, we could go in and set a factory up with 300 machines.
Yes, of
not
course,
just obviously one or two machines on there. So when you're mass producing them that much, then as long as we're sharing parts and things like that, so that yes, it can be a lot cheaper to replace blades and things like that on there. So you're not spending 50, 60 quid on a set of blades
because
because they're higher quality to start off with on there, so which is nice that way. So that's sort of going through say your 4-thread, your 3-thread, roll hem as well on there. But what I'm going to do is now set it up to a wide 3-thread.
Okay.
I'm going to set it up, a wide, but I'm going to set it up as a 2-thread and show you something a little bit different on here. So I'm just going to cut those threads off.
Cut them, gone.
Just get rid of them, and then I'm going to unthread the overlocker completely. Again, I don't have to keep on unthreading it, but it's so easy to thread it up. I might as well. So
I don't hear you very well.
Just going to take all the thread out. Right, so get rid of all of that. So what I'm actually going to do then is take, I've got the right needle in, so I'm just going to move that across to the left. Obviously they
so I guess for patchwork, as long as you can work out your seam allowance, which you said you can do with the plate, then you can do your 1/4 inch. You can just use it for normal patchwork.
Well, what I do sort of say, why does it have to be 1/4 inch? Because the book tells
well,
you.
I don't know. It's just because that's what it is, isn't
because
it?
That's what the book tells
that's
you.
What the book says.
Every magazine you pick up,
yes.
whether you say come from Australia, whether it's an American book or an English book.
Yes, true.
All 1/4 inch seam, whether it's metric or imperial, it's all 1/4 inch. But with patchwork, as long as the seam's the same,
yes, it actually doesn't matter.
It's irrelevant. It could be an inch for on there. So because it's a fixed needle and bite, every single seam allowance will be the same. So no, it's much quicker, much easier.
Yeah.
And you're not then guiding it, which is a chance obviously on there, it's going to be perfectly straight every time. So yeah, no, for that side of it, construction, the only thing obviously you get the purists say, oh, we can't do that. But then again, if you're a purist, you should be doing it by hand, not by machine.
Exactly,
so
yes, by candlelight.
That's exactly it. So there is side. It's making life easier.
Yeah.
And there's also something, it's saving time, and that's something we all would like a little bit more of on there as well.
Well, yeah, because actually it's more of the sort of the decision of the fabrics and the cutting and the choosing. It's not sitting and the sewing. So you want that to be easy.
And you want that to be the easy part.
Yeah.
If your machine is frustration or it ends up chewing expensive fabrics up and damaging that, then that's it. It's you're going to be put off sewing.
And you've just got through 3 needles as well.
And that's exactly it. You end up, well, again, if your machine keeps on breaking needles, to me, it's telling me it's doing something it shouldn't be doing.
Yes.
Because it's straining, which is obviously causing the needle to bend or to move. So therefore, I would recommend not doing that if you're breaking too many needles.
Well, it's usually sewing through fabric that's rather too thick.
And that's exactly, you get to that seam. And a lot of time, again, because of the box feed system on the NX7,
yes,
it allows it to pass it cleanly, where the elliptical feed, if it catches part of it and suddenly it sticks, then your needle's just going to go wow, bend, smash.
Yeah, regularly. I bet
and the problem
everybody watching has had that.
Oh yeah, I guarantee we're loads of time. And the problem is with machines, if you smash too many needles, you really start damaging parts. That gets expensive on that. Or it makes your sewing even worse because then thread's catching, or you're puckering it on a needle plate because you've got a needle hole there or something like that. So there's other reasons on that as well.
No, well, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Right. What I'm going to do this time is use a floss thread. Have a look at that. It's a lot thicker, a lot softer.
It is. Yeah, it's almost like embroidery thread, isn't it?
It's embroidery thread will generally come for about a 40 thickness.
Yeah, I mean, it's not on the end, I can see. It's like swimming costumes.
That's exactly it, yeah.
I keep talking about swimming costumes.
It's something you do inside for lingerie, for swimwear.
Yes, that's what it feels
how soft
like.
it is, but it gives it a nice covering as well.
But it's a sort of thickness of like maybe 3 or 4 strands of stranded cotton.
Yeah, if you are, that's it. If you're using like a hand embroidery.
Yeah, no, I'm just sort of comparing. It feels
that's what I mean. Yeah, so I'm naturally thinking machine.
I know,
embroidery.
I'm on the hand embroidery.
That's right, but the hand embroidery, yeah, a little bit thinner than that, but obviously a lot more.
Yeah, no, it feels like swimming costumes.
Really soft and nice that is. So I'm going to put that on 1 looper, and I'm also going to use 1 needle as well. So I'm only using a 2 thread. So turn this into a 2 thread. I've got a lever here. So this little lever, I just flick across from left to right, and all I'm doing is engaging that lever on there. And now that's doing is taking that looper out of commission. So I've stopped using that one. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, put the threading lever up, lock it into position, and then just thread the looper exactly the same way. No difference at all. But what I am going to do, actually what I remember, is put the tension back to even, which is its number 4. So on there. With the machine itself, as well as having the instruction manual built in to the actual screen, you do get, again, a very good instruction manual. No, download a proper book. And this one actually comes with a DVD as well. So,
does it?
So a good bit of viewing on there as well.
That's good.
So, which is nice.
That's quite a good benefit though.
And through Juki, obviously we're a little bit different at the moment because of what's happening around, but we have our own classrooms, we have our own training rooms, we have many, many helplines as well.
Wow.
Many, many people, what we say is if you get stuck at help, I mean, there's so many people go on the forums and things like, give us a ring, sit in front of your machine, speak to us, and we just talk to you, oh yeah, try this.
Oh
and,
gosh, that's really worth it.
Especially when it's a new machine, 9 times out of 10, it's a teething query by the user, and if you can just pick up the phone and say, oh yeah, didn't see that, or something like that, and it solves so many problems.
Brilliant.
We have a team of engineers. It's not just me. I'm on there. We actually have a workshop. We have 3 workshops with engineers. Obviously, we deal with the industrial and domestic side. We also have a training rooms as well. So we actually do offer day trainings systems as well once that's up and running. So
yeah, that's fantastic.
Oh yeah, we are.
That's what a lot of people need. And I imagine if you go on one of those classes, everyone else has come across the same problems as well.
And that's it. You're sharing those same ideas, or even sometimes you get some more advanced people, and they sort of, I had that, I've been through all of that. And then you think, oh, come on, I can get through it. I can do more. So I'm just going to again put the end into the threading. So this is another thing, even with the thick threads, the machine itself will thread it very easily. So it's not just a fine lightweight
thread. Is that
threads.
easy to get hold of, that sort of thread?
I don't find it a problem.
No, but you can buy it. It's not an industrial
Indeed,
thing.
absolutely. No, it's very much a domestic.
Right.
There are quite a few manufacturers out there who do sell it. This is the nylon version. We actually do a high sheen polyester version as well, and the rayon version. And the rayon version, obviously for decorative finishing, is fantastic on there. So, first of all, just that looper, and then I'm just going to thread up the one needle. So, I'm making it into a wide 2 thread. And reason I'm doing this, so I'm standing in front of the camera again, but I'll just go back. So, threading device off, needle is into its highest position, through the needle guide, then I'm threading the left hand needle, clip it to the left, lock it into position, hook the thread onto the threader, up, that's that done. And again, the same as what I did before, I will just sew a couple of stitches just to lock the stitches into each other. And then the only thing I'm really going to do on this one, because it is a much heavier thread, I'm actually going to turn the stitch length right up as well.
Right.
Again, I can vary that as I'm sewing. I'm going to start high and work low if I want to on this one.
We've got about 3 minutes left, there's something to
okay.
tell you, so I don't want to rush you because this looks great,
and then
but you have got 3 minutes.
Thicker fabrics, blanking edges, anything like that, knitted garments where you want a finished edge on there, absolutely brilliant. So I'm just going to sew down the edge. Obviously got a lovely contrast orange on here. But
everything's orange today.
It is, everything's orange today, actually. Yeah, we are definitely having a nice orange. I am from Essex, so yeah. It's Essex orange, I'm going to call that. And now, have a look at that.
That's beautiful.
That is fantastic.
Yeah,
blanket
that's
edging
lovely.
On there.
Oh,
obviously using the thicker fabric is giving that lovely coverage on there.
Yes.
So even if you've used it as a throw, dog blankets, obviously any animal blankets,
yeah, no, that's
like
a really
that,
good idea, isn't it?
Edging your knitwear, anything like that at all, absolutely brilliant. So yeah, so it's not just overlock threads; it's the thicker threads I can use on there as well. I can really play around with it.
Yeah, so once you've got the hang of it, you can then start playing with the threads and using different things. I mean, and that is a lovely finish, isn't it?
And that's the sort of things, hopefully being an easy machine to use, it will encourage you then to play.
Yes, absolutely.
And once you start playing, that's when you can feel you get more out of it. That's when it's easier to justify going to a higher quality machine.
Well, I think so, because, you know, if you can sew and you can dressmake, sometimes this is what you need to get that professional finish, isn't it?
It doesn't matter what we do, what industry's in, bad equipment is bad
equipment.
Yeah.
And there were so many things you said to me today, I think, well, my machine does that. And, you know, I haven't got a cheap bottom of the range machine.
No.
I've got a decent machine, but mine doesn't do that, and it doesn't do that, and it doesn't.
That.
And I'm thinking, okay.
Some machines in some have gone off in one direction, so they've gone more creativity, more fancy bits and pieces.
Yes.
Juki are a sewing machine manufacturer first, before anything else, before embroidery, before that.
I like that kind of industrial background. So are there any more questions for Garry about the sewing machine? Is it high shank or low shank?
This is a high shank.
Right.
With the feet, they clip on and off. We actually give a range of feet. It does actually come with the ruler foot as well, which a lot of people ask the shank size because of the ruler foot.
Right.
That's actually coming included with it. We also, in the special package we're giving, the freebie package, we've actually got what we call a shank adapter. So anybody with low shank feet will fit on our high shank machine.
So it doesn't matter
So
then?
it doesn't matter, actually,
That's
at the moment.
really useful to know, because if you are moving from
that's it, from
your
machine
low
to make to things like that.
So with the special £160 free foot
on that, it does actually have that adapter in it. So as standard, it's high shank with adapter, low shank.
Fantastic.
But I say with the amount of
they've really
attachments
thought
it comes
about
with,
it, haven't they?
Again, we
really
want to try and
about
please
it.
everybody on there. Obviously, the jaw feeding system built into it as well. Again, no attachment, so you can use it with the different feet. So absolutely brilliant that way. So, yeah. So thank you. It's.
If you bought one.
It's just lovely to come with a couple of machines where obviously the excitement, the enjoyment, it's the first time we've sort of worked together.
I know, well I'm really excited. I'm thinking, wow, well congratulations to anyone who's bought one today, because
absolutely brilliant on there. But
they are limited.
Yes, again, it's like the sewing machine world at the moment is absolutely gone mad. Everybody's at home sewing, so we know we have very limited stocks left of these.
For those of you who have managed to buy one today, congratulations, but numbers are limited. It's everybody's sewing at the moment, but oh gosh. I thought that my machine did most things because I've been really invested because clearly, I sew all the time, but there's so many things. It's not all of those embroidery stitches, which are very nice. It's not that. There's so many things on here that it's almost because it's factory level.
It's just that performance of what people love.
It's that performance.
It's when we all go looking at new equipment and new. Sometimes we do get blinkered by the shiny stuff, and this is why when showing you machines and sort of you guys around and things like that. This is why I find it so important to show the sewing side. Rather than the fancy side on there, the performance, the quietness, the way, knowing what problems I have with, obviously I don't just do Juki sewing machines, I do every single manufacturer of machines as an engineer, so I do play with every machine, so I do see where some queries can be, and this is where putting the design aspects into the overlockers and the sewing machines, knowing about, for instance, the thread trimming. We knew on some machines that was a problem by knotting up and birds nesting.
Well, it's been so great having you today. It's been brilliant. Thank you so much. You've got so much
We've run out of time already, or
enthusiasm, and we have run out of time.
I was going to quickly thread it, but we've run out of time.
No, we've run out of time, but it's been brilliant because you have answered all the questions we want to know.
I'm always here to help on there. Say we've got our own workshops and that. We are there available to talk to.
Okay.
Say with all of our sales working together as well. Absolutely brilliant. So
fantastic.
Love it.
Well, thank you so much, and please come back soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Hello, welcome back. Thank you ever so much for staying with us, and thank you for the team for pulling that together ever so quickly. As I know, Garry was supposed to be here live today, but he got stuck in really, really bad traffic. He lives ever so far away. So he is going to be back with us in the next couple of weeks. I think it's the 16th. Don't quote me on it. And the reason I also say don't quote me on it is because I know the stock that we have available for the brand new Juki machines that we're supposed to be launching today. We're still keeping it on the website, but they are really, really difficult to get hold of in the UK. So fingers crossed, if we can get Garry in the next couple of weeks, then we will. Page 2 on the website is a little bit of a soft launch now. We'll still get Garry in the next couple of weeks, but if it is the machine that you wanted, the sewing machine and the overlocker from Juki, the brand new ones, are available. The DX5 is the sewing machine, and then there's also the Juki overlocker, which were the ones that we were supposed to be launching today. They are available and you can get them home with free P&P. The machine also comes with an extra wide extension table as well. Now, the ones that you just saw Rebecca and Garry talking about are these two machines that we've got here. I would show you the other two, but we don't even have them here. They were supposed to come with Garry. So we'll start with the sewing machine. This is the NX7, which you've just heard Garry talking about over the last hour or so. And it is amazing. I love the built-in walking foot feature. I love how, even though this is a domestic machine, the sort of the ability to be able to have that really professional finish, that industry standard finish, I think is just absolutely unbelievable. The features that they've chosen to carry over from the industrial models and their industrial side are really useful for us as sewers, and that's for us as dressmakers or quilters or, you know, large soft furnishings. It's a big machine. It isn't necessarily one that I would recommend for somebody, you know, who doesn't have as much sewing space and therefore is, you know, moving it around a lot. This is your machine that stays where it is. It does the job, and my word, it does the job very, very well. So if you were umming and ahhing about this, I mean, I must say we've had loads of messages over the last couple of hours expressing their love for Juki and their love for Garry. We can't wait to have him back with us. There you can see that is the the walking foot adjuster. You do get all your bits and bobs. You get your freebies, £160 worth of freebies of machine feet. You get your extension table. You get everything they need. Plus you get that Juki warranty, and they have a UK-based customer service team. So that's the NX7. I know that you've heard Garry talking about it, so hopefully you have all the information that you need if you are making up your mind about it. We have had people who have invested in it today, so I'm excited for you to get them home. The Overlocker is absolutely superb. It is the higher end Juki Overlocker. As I say, we were supposed to launch one today that's £599. Have a look on the website. This one comes with 10,000 meters of free thread as well. So you've got, with this machine, the air threading system, which you've seen Garry talking about, which is absolutely phenomenal, and I think takes away the fear that a lot of us have had with the Juki Overlocker. I think a lot of people sort of fear that threading system, whereas today with the overlocking air threading system we completely demystify that. So there you can see you don't need to worry about the fact that it cuts either. It is a fantastic machine that will take your dressmaking to that whole new level and a real professional finish. It'll whip up your pair of sports leggings really, really quick. I know a lot of people who are doing, you know, underwear, swimwear, any jersey that you're working with. It's absolutely brilliant, really brilliant. You can easily adjust the tensions, the differential feed, the stitch length, etc. So if you do have any other questions about it, please do let us know, and if we can answer them, of course we will, and if we can't, then we will of course ask Garry. But hopefully over the last hour you will have absolutely loved that, fallen in love with it, and Garry will have explained everything really, really thoroughly for you, as he always does. Today, and today only, those of you who are purchasing machines, you're going to get them home for free with free postage and packaging from Juki, from Elna. All you need to do is use the code sewing machine. Use the code sewing machine. In fact, do you know what? That's on all of our sewing machines as well. We're celebrating Juki today, but if you do get any of the Elna machines as well, congratulations, because you can get them with free P&P today. I must say congratulations personally to Joanna, and I know that she sent a lovely message in. She had her eyes sort of on a lovely machine, and also her lovely husband has purchased her one of the machines in time for Christmas, which is so lovely and so exciting. Such lovely news on you know, a day like this. So what a gorgeous husband you have. Any husbands watching, we want one more like Joanna's husband. Do you know what? That's so lovely, isn't it? What's that? This is where all the husbands leave, just going, does anyone want a cup of tea? Or hang on, let me just turn the telly down a second. Just distracting you, I know. I mean, that is very, very, very kind, very generous indeed. So, well done, Joanna. Oh, exciting. Okay, so just while I've got a few more minutes with you, we are still live, by the way. I know it's not very often that we're live till 1. We have been here, busy, talking about today's show and obviously watching Garry and Rebecca. Now, if you missed today's early bird, bright and early this morning at 8 o'clock, I know it was a bit grey and miserable, wasn't it, today? Maybe you hit that snooze alarm too many times. You would have missed this brilliant saving on the Solan glue pen refills. We have waited months. Hannah, we could have saved this for our Oh Hear Ye show, couldn't we? We're going to do a town crier back in stock show. We've got a bell, we've got a hat, we've got a coat, anything that's back in stock. Oh, hear ye, it's back in stock. Because I feel like I need to stand from the rooftops to let all of the sewing street know. I feel like every town needs a town crier, doesn't it? You know, sewing street. I can be Sewing Street's town crier. We're going to make it happen. So this will be part of the show. We're being serious. We want to do it. It's from Sewline. It works with the Sewline glue pen, which I know so many of us use, whether it be for basting, whether it be for hand sewing, whether it be for basting in and sticking in zips before you sew to hold them in place. It is a temporary glue. You get different colours, but don't worry, it dries completely clear. It's £12.98, and we did a bit of a research earlier on, and I must say, we do take a lot of Sewline stock. It's difficult to find. We found £6.99 a packet. We found £10 a packet. We found £3 for 2 glue stick refills, but there was only limited stock. When I say a packet, I mean a pack of 6. There was another place where it was £3.08 for 2 refills, and there was only 1 left in stock at that online shop. So if you do want all 12 of them, today is the time to get it. I know today it's saving £1 from our normal price, but even better than what I've seen elsewhere. £12.98, 2 of your multi-refill glue line pens. So very, very pleased about that. It's today's early bird. Something else, oh hear ye. The June Taylor cut and press is back. I don't know why we didn't save these for our oh hear ye hour, which we are taking very seriously, and we're going to make a thing. We need to probably mention to everybody out in the office why we keep shouting, I hear you. So this is your June Taylor cut and press, and it's safe to say we have well and truly loved ours, and we've got a brand new sparkly new one. I love it. It's a really, really great quality pressing mat. The cotton is pre-shrunk, so you're not going to get any warping if you're using any steam. The fabric that they've used on the surface of this is completely colour fast, so it's not going to bleed into any of your fabrics. The markings themselves are lovely and accurate, and you've got all of your inch increments. Plus, you've got your 45-degree angle, and you've got your 60-degree angle there, which is always, you know, really key angles to be used as quilters. You can also pin into this. It's a nice cushioned fabric that you're going to be able to pin into. Great if you're wanting to make sure you're not warping any of your fabric, pin it in place. And then on the reverse, you've got a really, really specially developed high quality cutting mat. The cutting mat won't break, cutting with it won't break your or won't affect your pressing mat, and vice versa. When you're using your pressing mat, it's not going to damage your cutting mat. They have really absolutely sort of created a fantastic quality cutting mat. Over half the stock of this is gone, by the way, and it's only come back into stock today. We will talk about this more tomorrow, and we'll talk about it the next day and the next day and the next day, as we have been for months, but we haven't had it in stock. So now's the time to snap that up. Now tomorrow, I must say, my friend is here. I feel like bring a friend to work day. I absolutely adore this man, and I've never had the chance of being on air with him. He's only been on air once, and I know I've got tough boots to fill, because I heard and I saw all the comments on the Facebook fan page. Last time Mark Francis was here, he was with lovely Rebecca Reed. They were called the Phil and Holly of Sewing Street. They had great banter. They got on so well, and I've got tough boots to fill, but I absolutely adore him, so I'm really excited for tomorrow's show. We have got 8 o'clock. Perfect tools for the job. Oh, that's where Kat's tool will come in. You know, when you said you weren't sure, Hannah, where that came in that show. It does. It's Kat's favourite tool coming up. The leather puncher, 8 o'clock. Plus, we've got a brilliant early bird. We've got the textile markers tomorrow. 9 o'clock. Sorry, I've told people what the early bird is. You've got to wake up still to be there. Please be there with me. I don't know whether I'm supposed to reveal it. No, I'm not. 9 o'clock. We've got sewing bee jacket. Do you want me to tell you all week's early bird? Why not? At 10 o'clock, we've got Elna sewing machines and fabric stash bundles coming up at 10 o'clock. We've got the 780 and we've got the 680 plus. At 11 o'clock, we're going to welcome Mark Francis back. Yes, the Mark Francis from this year's Sewing Bee. He is absolutely lovely. He's a brilliant dressmaker. And that's at 11 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, we'll be repeating Jules' show from 8 o'clock this morning, doing some lovely kitchen makes. Now, we'll also be launching this, which is this year's Sewing Bee book. And I'm going to ask Mark really nicely if in the morning he will sit and sign them all for us. So fingers crossed he will do it. It's going to be really, really exciting. There he is. Oh, I love him. And Liz and everybody who, of course, Claire, Teresa, we all recognise from this year's Sewing Bee, and all of the makes that we loved over the summer. The wiggle dress was a popular one, the collarless coat. So if you loved the series and you do want to have a go at making them all yourself, get all of your messages in for lovely Mark and we'll be meeting him in the morning. That is a good book, isn't it? What a great Christmas prezi idea that is. And it's going to be signed as well. Well, it will be, hopefully. Do tune in tomorrow to find out. If he's my friend like I think he is, he'll sign it for us. Okay, there's hundreds and hundreds. I should warn him really tomorrow to bring in a good pen. Thank you ever so much for your company today. Sorry about the little glitch with Garry, but hopefully everybody enjoyed the show with Rebecca Reed as well. Thank you so much to lovely Jules, and thank you for your company. I will see you again bright and early with that early bird, which I haven't revealed what it is yet. Do make sure you're there. I will see you bright and early in the morning at 8 o'clock.